Hey everyone, in my last video I stated that if that video got 2 likes, my next video would be a 10-hour video with no mid-roll ads. This is me fulfilling that promise. We did hit the 2 likes, everyone. I would like to continue this trend. If this video can reach 1,000 likes, my next upload will also be a video with no mid-roll ads. Okay, fine, you got me. I'm gonna be doing that regardless, but please just drop a like, that's all that I ask. I just want likes. It helps out the algorithm, it helps more people see the content. Anyways, this is 10 hours of horror stories. I didn't really know where to place all of these, so they're just in a random order. I do my best to make sure that I don't upload any stories that suck, so they're what I would consider to be all very good stories. I hope you enjoy them as much as I have enjoyed them. We are only a couple hundred subscribers away from 121,000. My goal for this year is to reach 125,000 by the end of the year. So if you are new here, dropping a sub would be very much appreciated. I post videos just like this one all of the time. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, enjoy these 10.5 hours of horror stories right after the ad break after this intro. There won't be any more ad breaks after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. Part 1. Footsteps. This is long, so I apologize for that. I've never had to tell this story with enough detail to actually explain it all the way, but it is true and it happened when I was about 6 years old. In a quiet room, if you press your ear against a pillow, you can hear your heartbeat. As a kid, the muffled, rhythmic beats sounded like soft footsteps on a carpeted floor. So as a kid, almost every night, just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I could hear these footsteps and I would be ripped back to consciousness. Terrified. For my entire childhood, I lived with my mother in a fairly nice neighborhood that was in a transitional phase. People of lower economic means were gradually moving in, and my mother and I were 2 of these people. We lived in the kind of house you see being transported in 2 places on the interstate, but my mom took good care of it. There were a lot of woods surrounding the neighborhood that I would play in and explore during the day, but at night, as things often do to a kid, they took on a more sinister feeling. This, coupled with the fact that, due to the nature of our house, there was a fairly large crawl space underneath, filled my mind with imaginary monsters and inescapable scenarios which would consume my thoughts when I was awoken by the footsteps. I told my mom about the footsteps, and she said that I was just imagining things. I persisted enough that she blasted my ears with water from a turkey baster once to placate me, since I thought that would help. Of course it didn't. Despite all the creepiness and footsteps, the only weird thing that ever happened was that, every now and then, I would wake up on the bottom bunk despite having gone to sleep on the top. But this wasn't really weird since I'd sometimes get up to piss or get something to drink, and could remember just going back to sleep on the bottom bunk. I'm an only child, so it didn't matter. This would happen once or twice a week. But waking up on the bottom bunk wasn't too terrifying. But one night, I didn't wake up on the bottom bunk. I had heard the footsteps, but was too far gone to be woken up by them. And when I was awoken, it wasn't from the sound of footsteps or a nightmare, but because I was cold, really cold. When I opened my eyes, I saw stars. I was in the woods. I sat up immediately and tried to figure out what was going on. I thought I was dreaming, but that didn't seem right, though neither did me being in the woods. There was a deflated pool float right in front of me, one of those ones shaped like a shark. This only added to the surreal feeling, but after a while it seemed like I wasn't going to wake up because I wasn't asleep. I stood up to orient myself, but I didn't recognize these woods. I played in the woods by my house all the time, so I knew them really well, but if these weren't the same woods, then how could I get out? I took a step and felt a shooting pain in my foot, which knocked me back to where I had just been laying. I had stepped on a thorn. By the light of the moon, I could see that they were everywhere. I looked at my other foot, but it was fine. And as a matter of fact, so was the rest of me. I didn't have another scratch on me, and I wasn't even that dirty. I cried for a little bit and then stood back up. I didn't know which way to go, so I just picked a direction. I resisted the urge to call out since I wasn't sure I wanted to be founded by who or what might be out there. I walked for what seemed like hours. I tried to walk in a straight line and tried to course correct when I had to take detours. But I was a kid and I was afraid. There weren't any howls or screams, and only once did I hear any noise that scared me. It sounded like a crying baby. I think now that it was just a cat, but I panicked. I ran veering in different directions to avoid big thicks of bushes and collapsed trees, and I was paying close attention to where I stepped because by that point my feet were in pretty bad shape. I paid too much attention to where I was stepping, and not enough to where those steps were leading because not long after hearing the cry, I saw something that filled me with a kind of despair I haven't experienced since. It was the pool float. I was only 10 feet from where I had woken up. This wasn't magic or some supernatural space bending. I was lost. Up until that moment, I thought more about getting out of the woods than how I got in. But being back at the beginning caused my mind to swim. I wasn't even sure that these were my woods. I had only been hoping that they were. Had I run in a huge circle around that spot? Or did I just get turned around and start making my way back? How was I going to get out? At the time, I thought the North Star was just the brightest star, and so I looked and found the brightest one and followed it. Eventually things started to look more familiar, and when I saw the ditch, a dirt ditch my friends and I would have dirt-clawed wars in, I knew I had made it out. By that point I was walking really slowly because my feet hurt so much, but I was so happy to be so close to home that I broke into a light jog. When I actually saw the roof of my house over a neighboring, lower-set house, I let out a light sob and ran faster. I just wanted to be home. I had already decided that I wouldn't say anything because I had no idea what I could possibly say. I would get back in the house somehow, clean up and get in bed. My heart sunk as I rounded the corner and my house came fully into view. Every light in the house was on. I knew my mom was up, and I knew I would have to explain, or try to explain where I had been, and I couldn't even figure out where to start. My run became a jog, which became a walk. I saw her silhouette through the blinds, and although I was worried about how to explain things to her, that didn't matter to me at that point. I walked up the couple of steps to the porch and put my hand on the doorknob and turned. Right before I pushed it open, 2 arms wrapped around me and pulled me back. I screamed as loud as I could. "Mom, help me! Please, Mom!" The feeling of being so close to being safe, and then being physically pulled away from it, filled me with a kind of dread that is, even after all of these years, indescribable. The door I had been torn away from opened, and a flash of hope shot through my heart, but it wasn't my mom. It was a man, and he was enormous. I thrashed around and kicked at the shins of the person holding me while also trying to get away from the person who had just come out of my house. I was scared, but I was furious. Let me go. Where is she? Where's my mom? What did you do to her? As my throat stung from screaming and I was drawing in another breath, I became aware of a sound that had been present for longer than I had perceived it. "Honey, please calm down. I've got you." It sounded like my mom. The arms loosened and set me down, and as a man approaching me blocked out the porch light with his head, I noticed his clothes. He was a cop. I turned to face the voice behind me and saw that it really was my mom. Everything was okay. I began to cry, and the three of us went inside. I'm so glad you're home, sweetie. I was worried I'd never see you again. By that point, she was crying too. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I just wanted to come home. I'm sorry. It's okay. Just don't do that ever again. I'm not sure me or my shins could take it. A little laughter broke through my sobs and I smiled a bit. Well, I'm sorry for kicking you, but why'd you have to grab me like that? I was just afraid that you'd run away again. I was confused. What do you mean? We found your note on your pillow, she said, and pointed at the piece of paper that the police officer was sliding across the table. I picked up the note and read it. It was a running away letter. It said that I was unhappy and never wanted to see her or any of my friends again. The police officer exchanged a few words with my mom on the porch while I stared at the letter. I didn't remember writing a letter. I didn't remember anything about any of this. But even if I sometimes went to the bathroom at night and didn't remember, or even if I could have gone into the woods on my own, even if all that could have been true, the only thing I knew at that point was, this isn't how you spell my name. I didn't write this letter. Part 2. Balloons. A couple days ago I posted a story called Footsteps here on NoSleep. There were a number of questions that made me curious about certain details about my childhood, and so I spoke with my mother. Exacerbated by my questions, she said, "Why don't you just tell them about the goddamn balloons if they're so interested?" As soon as she said that, I remembered so much about my childhood that I had forgotten. This story will provide some greater context for the previous story, which I think you should read first. Though the order isn't of vital importance, reading that story first will put you in my place more effectively since I remembered the events of Footsteps first. If you have questions or anything, feel free to ask and I'll try to answer them. Also, both stories are long, so heads up on that. I'm just hesitant to leave out any details that might be important. When I was 5 years old, I went to an elementary school that, from what I've come to understand, was really adamant about the importance of learning through activity. It was part of a new program designed to allow children to rise at their own pace. And to facilitate this, the school encouraged teachers to come up with really inventive lesson plans. Each teacher was given the latitude to create his or her own themes which would run for the duration of the grade, and all the lessons in math, reading, etc. would be designed in the spirit of the theme. These themes were called groups. There was a space group, a sea group, an earth group, and the group I was in, community. In kindergarten in this country, you don't learn much except how to tie your shoes and how to share, so most of it isn't very memorable. I only remember two things very clearly. I was the best at writing my name the right way, and the balloon project, which was really the hallmark of the community group, since it was a pretty clever way to show how a community functioned at a really basic level. You've probably heard of this activity. On one Friday, I remember it being Friday because I was excited about the project and it being the end of the week. Toward the beginning of the year, we walked into the classroom in the morning and saw that there was a fully inflated balloon tied off with string taped to each of our desks. Sitting on each of our desks was a marker, a pen, a piece of paper, and an envelope. The project was to write a note on the paper, put it in the envelope, and attach it to the balloon, which we could draw a picture on if we wanted. Most of the kids started fighting over the balloons because they wanted different colors. But I started on my note, which I had thought a lot about. All the notes had to follow a loose structure, but we were allowed to create within those boundaries. My note was something like, "Hi, you found my balloon. My name is, and I attend elementary school. You can keep the balloon, but I hope you write me back. I like Mighty Max, exploring, building forts, swimming, and friends. What do you like? Write me back soon. Here's $1 for the mail." On the dollar I wrote 4 stamps, right across the front, which my mom said was unnecessary. But I thought it was genius, so I did it. The teacher took a Polaroid of each of us with our balloons and had us put them in the envelope along with our letter. They also included another letter that I assume explained the nature of the project and sincere appreciation for anyone's participation in writing back, and sending photos of their city or neighborhood. That was the whole idea, to build a sense of community without having to leave the school, and to establish safe contact with other people. It seemed like such a fun idea. Over the next couple weeks, the letters started to roll in. Most came with pictures of different landmarks, and each time a letter would come in, the teacher would pin the picture on a big wall map we had put up showing where the letter had come from and how far the balloon had traveled. It was a really smart idea, because we actually looked forward to coming to school to see if we had gotten our letter. For the duration of the year, we had 1 day a week where we could write back to our pen pal or another student's pen pal in case our letter hadn't come in yet. Mine was one of the last to arrive. When I came into the classroom, I looked at my desk and once again didn't see any letter waiting for me. But as I sat down, the teacher approached me and handed me an envelope. I must have looked so excited because, as I was about to open it, she put her hand on mine to stop me and said, "Please don't be upset." I didn't understand what she meant. Why would I be upset now that my letter had come in? Initially, I was mystified that she would even know what was in the envelope, but now I realized that of course the teachers had screened the contents to make sure there was nothing obscene. But all the same, how could I be disappointed? When I opened the envelope, I understood. There was no letter. The only thing in the envelope was a Polaroid, but I couldn't really make out what it was. It looked like a patch of desert, but it was too blurry to decipher. It appeared as if the camera had been moved while the picture was being taken. There was no return address, so I couldn't even write back if I wanted to. I was crushed. The school year pressed on, and the letters had stopped coming in for nearly all of the other students. After all, you can only continue a written correspondence with a kindergartner for so long. Everyone, including myself, had lost interest in the letters almost completely. Then I got another envelope. My excitement was rejuvenated, and I reveled in the fact that I was still getting a letter when most of the other pen pals had abandoned their involvement. It made sense that I received another delivery. There had been nothing but a blurry picture in the first one, so this was probably to make up for that. But again, there was no letter at all, just another picture. This one was more distinguishable, but I still didn't understand it. The photograph was angled way up, catching the corner of a building, and the rest of the image was distorted by a lens flare from the sun. Because the balloons didn't travel very far, and because they were all launched on the same day, the board became a bit cluttered, and so the policy for the students still exchanging letters became that they could take the photographs home. My best friend Josh had the second highest number of pictures taken home by the end of the year. His pen pal was really cooperative, and sent him pictures from all around the neighboring city. Josh took home, I think, 4 pictures. I took home nearly 50. The envelopes were all opened by the teacher, but after a while I stopped even looking at the pictures. However, I saved them in one of my drawers that housed my collection of rocks, baseball cards, comic book cards, Marvel metal cards for those who might remember, and little miniature baseball batting helmets that I'd get out of a vending machine at Winn-Dixie after t-ball games. With the school year over, my attention turned to other things. My mom had gotten me a small snow cone machine for Christmas that year, and Josh had really coveted it. So much so that his parents bought him a slightly nicer one for his birthday, which was toward the end of the school year. That summer we had the idea that we would set up a snow cone stand to make money. We thought we'd make a fortune selling snow cones at $1. Josh lived in a different neighborhood, but we eventually decided that my neighborhood would be better because there were a lot of people who cared for their lawns. The yards in my neighborhood were slightly bigger. We did this for 5 weekends in a row until my mom told us that we had to stop. And I've only recently come to understand why she did that. On the 5th weekend, Josh and I were counting our money. Because we both had a machine, we each had a separate stack of money that we put together into one stack, and we then split it evenly. We had made a total of $16 that day, and as Josh paid out my $5th, a feeling of profound surprise consumed me. The dollar said, 4 stamps. Josh noticed my shock and asked if he had miscounted. I told him about the dollar and he said, "That's so cool, man." As I thought about it, I came to agree. The idea that the dollar had made it right back to me after changing so many hands floored me. I rushed inside to tell my mom, but my excitement coupled with her being distracted by a phone call made my story incomprehensible, and she responded simply by saying, "Oh wow, that's neat." Frustrated, I ran back outside and told Josh I had something to show him. Back in my room, I opened the drawer and took out the stack of envelopes and showed him some of the pictures. I started with the first picture, and we went through about 10 before Josh lost interest and asked if I wanted to go play in the ditch. A dirt ditch down the street from my house, before his mom came to pick him up, so that's what we did. We had a dirt war for a while, but it was interrupted several times by rustling in the woods around us. There were raccoons and stray cats that lived in there, but this was making a little too much noise and we traded guesses at what it was in an attempt to scare each other. My last guess was that it was a mummy, but in the end, Josh kept insisting that it was a robot because of the sounds that we heard. Before we left, he got a little serious and looked me right in the eyes and said, "You heard it, didn't you? It sounded like a robot. You heard it too, right?" I had heard it, and since it sounded mechanical, I agreed that it was probably a robot. It's only now that I understand what we heard. When we got back, Josh's mom was waiting for him at the kitchen table with my mom. Josh told his mom about the robot. Our moms laughed and Josh went home. My mom and I ate dinner, and then I went to bed. I didn't stay in bed for long before I crept out and decided that, due to the day's events, I would revisit the envelopes since now the whole affair seemed much more interesting. I took the first envelope and set it on the floor and set the blurry desert Polaroid on top. I laid the second envelope right next to it and placed the oddly angled Polaroid of a building's top corner on top, and did this with each picture until they formed a grid that was about 5 by 10. I was always taught to be careful with things that I was collecting, even if I wasn't sure they were valuable. I noticed that the pictures gradually became more decipherable. There was a tree with a bird on it, a speed limit sign, power line, a group of people walking into some building, and then I saw something that vexed me so powerfully that I can now, as I write this, distinctly remember feeling dizzy and capable of only a single repeating thought. Why am I in this picture? In this photograph of the group of people entering the building, I saw myself holding hands with my mother in the back of the crowd of people. We were at the very edge of the photo, but it was undeniably us. And as my eyes swam over the sea of Polaroids, I became increasingly anxious. It was a really odd feeling. It wasn't fear. It was the feeling you get when you are in trouble. I'm not sure why I was flooded with that feeling, but there I sat, floundering in the distant sense that I had done something wrong, and this feeling only intensified as I looked at the rest of the photos after the one that had so powerfully struck me. I was in every photo. None of them were close shots. None of them were only of me, but I was in every single one of them. Off to the side, in the back, bottom of the frame, Some of them only had the tiniest parts of my face captured at the very edge of the photo, but nevertheless, I was there. I was always there. I didn't know what to do. Your mind works in funny ways as a kid, but there was a large part of me that was afraid of getting in trouble simply for still being up. Since I already had the looming feeling of having done something wrong, I decided that I would wait until tomorrow. The next day, my mom was off work and spent most of the morning cleaning up around the house. I watched cartoons, I imagine, and waited until I thought it was a good time to show her the Polaroids. When she went out to get the mail, I grabbed a couple of the pictures and put them on the table in front of me as I sat waiting for her to come back. When she returned, she was already opening the mail and threw some junk mail into the trash can, and I said, "Mom, can you come here for a second? I have these pictures. Just give me a minute, honey. I need to mark these on the calendar." After a minute or two, she came and stood behind me and asked me what I needed. I could hear her shuffling with the mail behind me, just as I looked at the Polaroids and told her about them. As I explained more and pointed to the pictures, her frequent uh-huhs and okays decreased, and she was suddenly completely quiet, and only making a little noise with the mail. The next noise I heard from her sounded as if she was trying to catch her breath in a room that had no air left in it. At last, her struggling gasps were conquered, and she simply dropped the remaining mail on the table and ran to the kitchen to get the phone. "Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't know about these. Don't be mad at me." With the phone pressed to her ear, she was walking/running back and forth and shouting into it. I nervously fiddled with the mail sitting next to my Polaroids. The top envelope had something sticking out of it that I thoughtlessly and anxiously pulled on until it came out. It was another Polaroid. Confused, I thought that somehow one of my Polaroids had slipped into the stack when she threw the mail down. But when I turned it over and looked at it, I realized that I had not seen this one before. To my dismay, it was me, but this one was a much closer shot. I was surrounded by trees and was smiling, but it wasn't just me. I noticed Josh was there too. This was us from yesterday. I started yelling for my mom, who was still screaming into the phone. I repeatedly yelled for her until she finally responded with, "What?" And I could only think to ask, "Who are you calling?" "I'm talking to the police, honey." "But why?" "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do anything." She answered me with a response that I never understood until I was forced to revisit these events from the earliest years of my life. She grabbed the envelope off the table, and the picture of Josh and I spun and slid, landing next to the other Polaroids in front of me. She held the envelope up to my eyes, but I could only look at her and watch all the color begin draining out of her face. With tears welling up in her eyes, she said that she had to call the police because there was no postmark. Part 3. Boxes. If you haven't read Footsteps or Balloons, please do so before reading what's below so you'll understand. For those of you who have read my other stories and asked if there was more and received cryptic answers from me, I want to apologize for being dishonest. I said several times in the comments that nothing really happened after Footsteps, but that wasn't true. The events of the following story weren't locked away in the recesses of my mind. I've always remembered them. It wasn't until I remembered balloons and spoke with my mother about the following events that I realized how intertwined this story was with everything else. But I originally hadn't really planned on sharing this anyway. My desire to withhold this memory was due mostly to the fact that I don't think I showed good judgment in it. I also wanted consent from another person to tell it, so as to not misinterpret what transpired. I didn't expect there to be a lot of interest in my other stories, so I never really thought I'd get pressed for more details, and I would have been happy to keep this to myself for the rest of my life. I haven't been able to reach the other party, but I would feel disingenuous withholding this story from those who wanted more information, now that I've spoken with my mother, and another connecting line has been drawn. What follows is as accurate a recollection as I could manage. I apologize for the length. I spent the summer before my first year of elementary school learning how to climb trees. There was one particular pine tree right outside my house that seemed almost designed for me. It had branches that were so low I could easily grab them without a boost, and for the first couple days after I first learned how to pull myself up, I would just sit on the lowest branch, dangling my feet. The tree was outside our back fence, and was easily visible from the kitchen window, which was just above the sink. Before too long, my mother and I developed a routine where I would go play on the tree when she washed the dishes because she could easily see me while she did other things. As the summer passed, my abilities grew, and before too long I was climbing fairly high. As the tree got taller, its branches not only got thinner but more widely spaced. I eventually reached a point where I couldn't actually climb any higher, and so the game had to change. I began to concentrate on speed, and in the end, I could reach my highest branch in 25 seconds. I got too confident, and one afternoon I tried to step from a branch before I had firmly grasped the next one. I fell about 20 feet, and broke my arm really bad in 2 places. My mom was running toward me, yelling, and I remembered her sounding like she was underwater. I don't remember what she said, but I do remember being surprised by just how white my bone was. I was going to start kindergarten with a cast, and wouldn't even have any friends to sign it. My mom must have felt terrible because the day before I started school, she brought home a kitten. He was just a baby and was striped with tan and white. As soon as she put him down, he crawled into an empty case of soda that was sitting on the floor. I named him Boxes. Boxes was only an outside cat when he escaped. My mom had him declawed so he wouldn't destroy the furniture. So as a result, we did our best to keep him inside. He'd get out every now and then, and we'd find him somewhere in the backyard chasing some kind of bug or lizard, though he could hardly ever catch one because he had no front claws. He was pretty evasive, but we'd always catch him and carry him back inside. He'd scramble to look back over my shoulder. I told my mom that it was because he was planning his strategy for next time. Once inside, we'd give him some tuna fish, and he came to learn what the sound of the can opener might signal. He'd come running whenever he heard it. The conditioning came in handy later because toward the end of our time in that house, Boxes would get out much more often, and would run under the house into the crawl space where neither of us wanted to follow because it was cramped, and probably crawling with bugs and rodents. Ingeniously, my mom thought to hook the can opener to an extension cord out back, and run it right outside the hole that Boxes had gone through. Eventually, he would emerge with his loud meows, looking excited by the sound and then horrified at how we could run such a cruel ruse on him. A can opener with no tuna made no sense to Boxes. The last time he escaped to under the house was actually our last day in it. My mom had put the house on the market, and we had begun packing our things. We didn't have much, and we stretched the packing out a while, though I had already packed up all my clothes at my mom's request. My mom could tell I was really sad about moving, and wanted the transition to be smooth for me, and I guess she thought that having my clothes in the box would reinforce the idea that we were moving, but things wouldn't change that much. When Boxes got out, as we were loading some things into the moving van, my mom cursed because she had already packed the can opener and wasn't sure where it was. I pretended to go look for it so I wouldn't have to go under the house, and my mom, probably completely aware of my little scam, moved one of the panels and crawled in. She came out with Boxes pretty quickly and seemed pretty unnerved, which made me feel even better about getting out of it. My mom made some phone calls while I packed a little more, and then she came into my room and told me that she had spoken to the realtor, and we were going to start moving into the house that day. She said it like it was excellent news, but I had thought we had more time in the house. She originally said that we weren't moving until the end of next week, and it was only Tuesday. What's more, we weren't completely finished packing, but my mom said sometimes it was just easier to replace things than pack them and haul them all over the city. I didn't even get to grab the rest of my boxed clothes. I asked if I could call Josh to say bye, but she said that we could just call him from our new house. We left in the moving van. I managed to stay in touch with Josh for years, which is surprising since we no longer went to the same school. Our parents weren't close friends, but they knew that we were, and so they would accommodate our desire to see one another by driving us back and forth for sleepovers, sometimes every weekend. For Christmas one year, our parents even pooled their money and got us some really nice walkie-talkies that were advertised to work across a range that extended past the distance between our houses. They also had batteries that could last for days if the walkie-talkie was on but not used. They would only occasionally work well enough that we could talk across the city, but when we stayed over, we'd use them around the house, talking in mock radio speak that we had taken from movies, and they worked great for that. Thanks to our parents, we were still friends when we were 10. One weekend I was staying over at Josh's, and my mom called me to say goodnight. She was still pretty watchful, even when she couldn't actually watch me, but I had gotten so used to it that I didn't even notice it, even if Josh did. She sounded upset. Boxes was missing. This must have been a Saturday night, because I had spent the night at Josh's the previous night and was going to go home the next day because we had school on Monday. Boxes had been missing since Friday afternoon. I gathered that she had not seen him since returning home after dropping me off. She must have decided to tell me he was missing because if he didn't come home before I did, then I would be devastated at, not only by his absence, but how she could have kept it from me. She told me not to worry. He'll come back. He always does. But Boxes didn't come back. 3 weekends later, I stayed at Josh's again. I was still upset about Boxes, but my mom told me that there had been many times when pets had disappeared from home for weeks or even months, only to return on their own. She said they always knew where home was, and would always try to come back. I was explaining this to Josh when a thought hit me so hard that I interrupted my own sentence to say it aloud. What if Boxes thought of the wrong home? Josh was confused. What? He lives with you. He knows where his home is. But he grew up somewhere else, Josh. He was raised in my old house a couple neighborhoods away. Maybe he still thinks of that place as home, like I do. Oh, I get it. Well, that'd be great. We'll tell my dad tomorrow and he'll take us over there so we can look. No, he won't, man. My mom said that we couldn't ever go back to that place because the new owners wouldn't want to be bothered. She said that she told your mom and dad the same thing. Josh persisted. Okay, then we'll just go out exploring tomorrow and make our way to your old house. No. If we get spotted, your dad will find out, and then so will my mom. We have to go there ourselves. We have to go there tonight. It didn't take that much convincing to get Josh on board since he was usually the one to come up with ideas like this. But we had never snuck out of his house before. It actually turned out to be incredibly easy. The window in his room opened to the backyard, and he had a latched wooden fence that wasn't locked. After those 2 minor hurdles, we slipped off into the night, flashlight and walkie-talkies in hand. There were 2 ways to get from Josh's house to my old house. We could walk on the street and make all the turns, or go through the woods, which would take about half the time. It would have taken about 2 hours to walk there, taking the street, but I suggested that we go that way anyway. I told him it was because I didn't want to get lost. Josh refused and said that if we were seen, they might recognize him and tell his dad. He threatened to go home if we didn't just take the shortcut, and I accepted it because I didn't want to go by myself. Josh didn't know about the last time I walked through these woods at night. The woods were much less creepy with a friend and a flashlight, and we were making pretty good time. I wasn't entirely sure where we were, but Josh seemed confident enough, and that bolstered my morale. We passed through a particularly thick patch of tangled trees when the strap on my walkie-talkie got caught on a branch. Josh had the flashlight, and so I was struggling to get the walkie-talkie when I heard Josh say, "Hey man, wanna go for a swim?" I looked over to where he was shining the flashlight, though I closed my eyes as I did, because I now knew where we were. He was pointing at the pool floats. This was where I had woken up in these woods all those years ago. I felt a lump in my throat and the sting of fresh tears in my eyes as I continued to struggle with the walkie. Frustrated, I yanked on it hard enough to break it free, and I turned and walked to Josh, who had partially laid down on the pool float in a mock sunbathing pose. As I walked toward him, I stumbled and nearly fell into a fairly large hole that was sitting in the middle of this small clearing. But I regained my balance and stopped right at its edge. It was deep. I was surprised by the size of the hole, but more surprised by the fact that I didn't remember it. I realized it must not have been there that night because it was in the same spots where I had awoken. I put it out of my mind and turned to Josh. "Quit messing around, man. You saw I was stuck over there, and you were just laying here joking around on this float." I punctuated the sentence with a kick to an exposed part of the float. A screeching rose from it. Josh's smile inverted. He suddenly looked terrified and was struggling to get off the float, but he couldn't in a quick manner due to the awkward way he had been laying on it. Each time he would fall back on the float, the screeching would intensify. I wanted to help Josh, but I couldn't move myself any closer. My legs wouldn't cooperate. I hated these woods. I picked up the flashlight that he had thrown in his thrashing and shined in on the float, not knowing what to expect. Finally, Josh got off the float and rushed next to me, looking at where I was shining the light. Suddenly, there it was. It was a rat. I started laughing nervously, and we both watched the rat run into the woods, taking the screeches with it. Josh lightly punched me in the arm, the smile slowly returning to his face, and we continued walking. We quickened our pace and made it out of the woods faster than we thought we would, and we found ourselves back in my old neighborhood. The last time I had rounded the bend ahead, I had seen my house fully illuminated, and all the memories of what transpired came flooding back. I felt a skipping in my heart as we were finally turning the corner and about to face the full view of my house, remembering last time how incandescent it was, but this time all the lights were off. From a distance I could see my old climbing tree, and as my mind traced the steps of causality backward, I realized that I wouldn't be back here this night if that tree hadn't grown, and I was briefly in awe of how all events were like that. As we got closer, I could see that the lawn looked terrible. I couldn't even guess when it had last been mowed. One of the shutters had partially broken loose and was rocking back and forth in the breeze, and overall the house just looked dirty. I was sad to see my old home in such a state of disrepair. Why would my mom care if we bothered the new owners, if they cared so little about where they lived? And then I realized there were no new owners. The house was abandoned, though it looked simply forsaken. Why would my mom lie to me about our house having new people in it? But I thought that this was actually a good thing. It would be easier to look around for boxes if we didn't have to worry about being spotted by the new family. This would make it much quicker. Josh interrupted my thoughts, and we walked through the gate and up to the house itself. "Your old house sucks, dude," Josh yelled as quietly as he could. "Shut up, Josh. Even like this, it's still nicer than your house." "Hey, man." Okay. I think Boxes is probably under the house. One of us has to go under and look, but the other should stay next to the opening in case he comes running out. Are you serious? There's no way I'm going under there. It's your cat, man. You do it. Look, I'll game you for it, unless you're too scared, I said, holding my fist over my upturned palm. Fine, but we go on shoot, not on 3. It's rock, paper, scissors, shoot, not 1, 2, 3. I know how to play the game, Josh. You're the one who always messes up, and it's 2 out of 3. I lost. I wiggled loose the panel that my mom would always move when she had to crawl under here for boxes. She only had to do it a couple of times since the can opener trick usually worked. But when she had to do it, she hated it, especially that last time. And as I looked into the darkness of the crawl space, I had a greater appreciation for why. Before we moved, she said that it was actually better that boxes ran under there, despite how hard it could be to get him out. It was less dangerous than him jumping over the fence and running around the neighborhood. All that was true, but I was still dreading doing this. I grabbed the flashlight and the walkie and began to crawl in. A powerful smell overtook me. It smelled like death. I turned on my walkie. Josh, are you there? This is Macho Man. Come back. Josh, cut it out. There's something wrong down here. What do you mean? It stinks. It smells like something died. Is it boxes? I really hope not. I set down the walkie and moved the flashlight around as I crawled forward. Looking through the hole from the outside, you could see all the way back with the right lighting, but you had to be inside to see around the support blocks that held the house up. I'd say that there was about 40% of the area that you couldn't see unless you were actually in the crawl space. But even inside, I discovered that I could only see directly where the flashlight was pointing. I realized that this would make scouting around the place much more difficult. As I moved forward, the smell intensified. The fear was growing in me that Boxes had come here, and something had happened to him. I shined the flashlight around but couldn't see much of anything. I wrapped my fingers around a support block to pull myself forward, and as I did that, I felt something that made my hand recoil. Fur. My heart sank, and I prepared myself emotionally for what I was about to see. I crawled slowly so I could prolong what I knew was coming, and I inched my eyes and the flashlight past the block to see what was on the other side. I staggered back in horror. Jesus Christ! Escaped my trembling mouth. It was a hideous and twisted creature, badly decomposed. Its skin had rotted away on its face, so the teeth appeared to be enormous, and the smell was unbearable. What is it? Are you okay? Is it Boxes? I reached for the walkie. No, it's not Boxes. Well, what the hell is it then? I don't know. I shined the light on it again and looked at it with less fear in my vision. I chuckled. It's a raccoon. Well, keep looking. I'm gonna go into the house to see if he might have made it in here somehow. What? No, Josh, don't go in there. What if Boxes is down here and runs out? He can't. I put the board back. I looked and saw that he was telling the truth. Why'd you do that? Don't worry, man. You can move it easy. This makes more sense. If Boxes ran out and I missed him, then he'd be gone. If he's down there, then grab him tight, and I'll come move the board. And if he's not, then you come move it yourself while I look in the house. Some of his points were good, and I doubted he'd be able to get in anyway. Okay, but be careful and don't touch anything. There's a box of my old clothes still in boxes in my room. You can look in there to see if he crawled in one. And make sure to bring your walkie. Roger that, good buddy. I realized that it would be pitch black in there. The power would have been turned off since no one was paying the bill. With any luck, He'd be able to see from the streetlights that might cast some light inside. Otherwise, I'm not sure what he'd do. Before too long, I heard footsteps right over my head and felt old dirt raining down on me. Josh, is that you? Breaker, breaker, this is Macho Man coming back for the big tango foxtrot. The eagle has landed. What's your 20, Princess Jasmine? Over. Asshole. Macho Man, my 20 is in your bathroom looking at your stash of magazines. Looks like you've got a thing for dudes' butts. What's the report on that? Over. I could hear him laughing without the walkie, and I started laughing too. I heard the footsteps fade away a little as he was on his way to my room. Man, it's dark in here. Hey, are you sure you had boxes of clothes in here? I don't see any. Yeah, there should be a couple boxes in front of the closet. There aren't any boxes in here. Let me check to see if you maybe put the boxes in the closet before you left. I started thinking that maybe Mom had come back and gotten the clothes, and just given them away because I had outgrown a lot of them. But I remembered leaving the boxes there. I didn't even have time to close the last one up before we left. While I was waiting for Josh to tell me what he found, I kicked out my leg, which had started falling asleep because of the position I was in, and it hit something. I looked back and saw something really strange. It was a blanket, and all around it there were bowls. I crawled a little closer to it. The blanket smelled moldy, and most of the bowls were empty, but one had something that I recognized still in it. Cat food. It was a different kind than we gave to boxes, but I suddenly understood. My mom had set up a little place for boxes to encourage him to come here, instead of running around the neighborhood. That made a lot of sense. And it seemed even more likely that boxes would have come back to this place. That's so cool, Mom, I thought. I found your clothes. Oh, cool. Where were the boxes? Like I said, there are no boxes. Your clothes are in your closet. They're hanging up. I felt a chill. This was impossible. I had packed all my clothes, even though we weren't supposed to move for another 2 weeks when we left. I remember packing them and thinking that it was stupid for me to have to come get clothes out of the box and put them back in. I had packed them, but someone had hung them back up. Why, though? Josh needed to get out of there. That can't be right, Josh. They're supposed to be in boxes. Stop messing around and just come back outside. No joke, man. I'm looking at them. Maybe you just thought that you left them. Wow. You sure like to look at yourself, don't you? What? What do you mean? Your walls, man. Your walls are covered in Polaroids of yourself. There are hundreds of them. What, did you hire someone to... Silence. I checked my walkie to see if I had switched it off somehow. It was fine. I could hear footsteps but couldn't tell exactly where Josh was going. I waited for Josh to finish his sentence, thinking that his finger had just slipped off the button, but he didn't continue. He seemed to be stomping around the house now. I was just about to radio him when he came back. There's someone in the house. His voice was hushed and broken. I could hear he was on the verge of tears. I wanted to respond, but how loud was his walkie turned up? What if the other person heard it? I said nothing and just waited and listened. What I heard were footsteps. Heavy, dragging footsteps. And then a loud thud. Oh God, Josh. He had been found, I was sure of it. This person had found him and was hurting him. I broke out in tears. He was my only friend next to boxes. And then I realized, what if Josh told him I was under here? What could I possibly do? As I struggled to compose myself, I thankfully heard Josh's voice through the walkie. He's got something, man. It's a big bag. He just threw it on the floor and... Oh God, man. The bag, I think it just moved. I was paralyzed. I wanted to run home. I wanted to save Josh. I wanted to go for help. I wanted so many things, but I just lay there frozen. As I lay unable to move, my eyes focused on the corner of the house that was right under my room. I moved my flashlight. My breath hitched at what I saw. Animals. Dozens of them. All of them dead. They lay in piles all around the perimeter of the crawl space. Could boxes be among these corpses? Was this what the cat food was for? Seeing this broke my shock as I knew I had to get out of there, and I scrambled to the board. I pushed on it, but it wouldn't budge. I couldn't move it because I was wedged in there, and I couldn't get my fingers around it since the edges were outside. I was trapped. God damn you, Josh! I whispered to myself. I could feel thunderous footsteps above me. The house was shaking. I heard Josh scream, and it was matched by another scream that wasn't full of fear. As I continued pushing, I felt the board move, but I knew it wasn't me who was pushing it. I could hear footsteps above me and in front of me, and shouting and screaming filling the brief silences between the footsteps. I was moved back and held my walkie ready to just try to defend myself. And the board was thrown to the side and an arm shot in and grabbed for me. "Let's go, man, now!" It was Josh, thank God. I scrambled out of the opening holding the flashlights and the walkie. When we got to the fence, we both jumped it. But Josh's walkie fell. He reached for it and I told him to forget it. We had to move. Behind us I could hear yelling, though they weren't words, only sounds. And we, perhaps foolishly, ran for the woods to get back to Josh's quicker and be somewhat harder to follow. The whole way through the woods Josh kept yelling, "My picture! He took my picture!" But I knew the man already had Josh's picture from all those years ago at the ditch. I suppose Josh still thought those mechanical sounds were from a robot. We made it back to Josh's house and back into his room before his parents woke up. I asked him about the big bag and if it really moved, and he said he couldn't be sure. He kept apologizing about dropping the walkie at the house, but obviously that wasn't a big deal. We didn't go to sleep and sat peering out the window waiting for him. I went home later that day as it was about 3 a.m. already. I told my mom the basics of this story a couple days ago. She broke down and was furious about the danger I put myself in. I asked her why she made all those things up about bothering the new owners to stop me from going. Why did she think the house was so dangerous? She became irate and hysterical. But she answered my question. She grabbed my hand and squeezed it harder than I thought her capable of, and locked her eyes to mine, whispering as if she was afraid of being overheard. "Because I never put any fucking blankets or bowls under the house for boxes. You weren't the only one to find them." I felt dizzy. I understood so much now. I understood why she had looked so uneasy after she brought boxes out from under the house on our last day there. She found more than spiders or a rat's nest that day. I understood why we left almost 2 weeks early. I understood why she tried to stop me from going back. She knew. She knew he made his home under ours, and she kept it from me. I left without saying another word, and didn't finish the story for her, but I want to finish it here for you. I got home from Josh's that day. I threw my stuff on the floor and it scattered everywhere. I didn't care. I just wanted to sleep. I woke up around 9 p.m. to the sound of boxes meowing. My heart leapt. He had finally come home. I was a little sick about the fact that if I had just waited a day, none of the previous night's events would have happened and I'd have boxes anyway. But that didn't matter. He was back. I got off my bed and called for him, looking around to catch a glint of light off his eyes. The crying continued and I followed it. It was coming from under the bed. I laughed a little, thinking I had just crawled under a house looking for him. and how this was so much better. His meows were being muffled by his shirt, so I flung it aside and smiled, yelling, "Welcome home, Boxes!" His cries were coming from my walkie-talkie. Boxes never came home. Part 4. Maps. There was a comment in the last post that made me remember an event from my childhood that I always took as odd but never considered to be related to any of these stories. I know now that it is. It's funny how memories work. The details might all be present in your mind, though scattered and disarrayed, and then a single thought can stitch them back together almost instantly. I never thought of these events much because I was focused on the wrong details. I went back to my mom's house and went through my old childhood schoolwork, looking for something that I think is important. I couldn't find it, but I'll keep looking. Again, sorry for the length. Most old cities and the neighborhoods in them weren't planned with thought that the population would begin to grow exponentially, and it would have to be accommodated. The layout of the roads is generally originally in response to geographical restrictions and the necessity of connecting points of economic importance. Once the connecting roads are established, new businesses and roads are positioned strategically along the existing skeleton, and eventually, the paths carved into the earth are immortalized in asphalt, leaving room only for minor modifications, additions, and alterations, but never a dramatic change. My childhood neighborhood must have been old then. If straight lines move as the crow flies, then my neighborhood must have been built based on the travels of a snake. The first houses built must have been placed around the lake, and gradually the inhabitable area increased as new extensions were built off the original path. But these new extensions all ended abruptly at one point or another. There was only one entrance/exit for the entire neighborhood. Many of these extensions were limited by a tributary, which both fed and drank from the lake, and passed right by what I came to call, and have called in these stories, the ditch. Many of the original homes had enormous yards, but some of those original plots had been divided, leaving properties with smaller and smaller boundaries. An aerial view of my neighborhood would give one the impression that an enormous squid had once died in the woods, and some adventuring entrepreneur found the corpse and paved roads over its tentacles, only to withdraw his involvement and leave time, greed, and desperation to divide up the land among prospective homeowners, like an embarrassing attempt at the golden ratio. From my porch, you could see the old houses that surrounded the lake, but the house of Mrs. Maggie was my favorite. She was, as best as I can remember, around 80 years old. But despite that, she was one of the friendliest people I had ever met. She had a head of loose-set, white curls, and always wore light dresses with floral patterns. She would talk to me and Josh from her back porch when we were swimming in the lake, and she would always invite us in for snacks. She said that she was lonely because her husband Tom was always away on business, but Josh and I would always decline her invitation because, as nice as Mrs. Maggie was, there was still something a bit odd about her. Every now and then, we would swim away, she would say, "Chris and John, you're welcome here any time," and we could hear her still yelling that when we were walking back into my house. Mrs. Maggie, like many of the older homeowners, had a sprinkler system that was on a timer, though at some point over the years her timer must have broken because the sprinklers would come on at various points during the day, and often even at night all year. Well, it never got cold enough to snow very much. Several times each winter, I would go outside in the morning to see Mrs. Maggie's yard transformed into a surreal, Arctic paradise by the frozen water. Every other yard stood sterilized and dry by the biting frosts of the winter's cold. But right there in the middle of the bleak reminder of the savagery of the season was an oasis of beautiful ice hanging like stalactites from every branch of every tree and every leaf of every bush. As the sun rose, it reflected off, and each piece of ice splintered the sun into a rainbow that would only be viewed briefly before it blinded you. Even as a child, I was struck by how beautiful it was, and often Josh and I would go over there to walk on the iced grass and have sword fights with the icicles. I once asked my mom why she left it on like that. My mom seemed to search for the explanation before she said, "Well, sweetie, Mrs. Maggie is sick a lot, and sometimes when she gets really sick, she gets confused. That's why she messes up yours and Josh's names sometimes. She doesn't mean to, but sometimes she just can't remember. She lives in that big house all by herself, so it's okay if you talk to her when you swim in the lake, but when she invites you in, you should keep saying no. Be polite. Her feelings won't get hurt." "But she'll be less lonely when her husband comes home, though, right? How long will he be away on business? It seems like he's always away." My mom seemed to struggle, and I could see that she had become very upset. Finally, she answered, "Honey, Tom's not going to come home. Tom's in heaven. He died years and years ago. But Mrs. Maggie doesn't remember. She gets confused and forgets. But Tom's not ever coming home. If someone moved back in with her, she might even think it was Tom. But he's gone, sweetie." I would have only been around 5 or 6 when she told me that, and while I didn't understand it completely, I was still profoundly sad for Mrs. Maggie. I know now that Mrs. Maggie had Alzheimer's. She and her husband Tom had 2 sons, Chris and John. The 2 had worked out payment plans with the utility companies and paid for Mrs. Maggie's water and electricity, but they would never visit her. I don't know if something happened between them, or if it was the illness, or if they just lived too far away, but they never came around. I have no idea what they look like, but there were times when Mrs. Maggie must have thought Josh and I looked like they did when they were children, or maybe she saw that some part of her mind so desperately wanted her to see. Ignoring the images transmitted down her optic nerve, and just for a little while showing her what used to be, I realize only now how lonely she must have been. During the summer after kindergarten, before the events of balloons, Josh and I had taken to exploring the woods near my house, as well as the tributary of the lake. We knew that the woods between our houses were connected, and we thought it would be neat if the lake near my house was somehow connected to the creek around his. So we resolved ourselves to find out. We were going to make maps. The plan was to make 2 separate maps and then combine them. We would make one map exploring the area around the creek near his house, and make another following the outflow from the lake. Originally, we were going to make one map, but we realized that wasn't possible since I had started drawing the map of my area so huge that the route from his house wouldn't have been to scale. We kept the map from the lake at my house, and the map from the creek at his house, and we would add to each when we stayed the night with each other. For the first couple weeks it went really well. We would walk through the woods along the water, and pause every couple minutes to add to the map, and it seemed like the 2 maps would come together any day. We had no equipment needed for the job, not even a compass, but we tried to make do. We had the idea to impale the earth with a stick when we had reached the end of a venture, so that if we came upon the stick from the other direction the next weekend, we would know we had joined the maps. We might have been the world's worst cartographers. Eventually, however, the woods became too thick near the water coming from the lake, and we were unable to proceed further. We lost interest in the whole project for a bit, and reduced our exploration significantly, though not completely, when we started selling snow cones. After I showed my mom all the pictures I had taken from school, and she took away my snow cone machine, our interest in the maps revitalized. We had to come up with another plan. Although I didn't understand why, my mom had placed what I considered to be extremely severe restrictions on what I could do and where I could go, and I had to check in frequently if I went outside to play with Josh. This meant that we couldn't stay in the woods for hours and continue to look for new paths. We thought that we could just swim when we got to the cutoff in the woods, but that clearly wouldn't work since the map would get wet. We tried going faster when we were coming from Josh's house, but we eventually ran into the same problem. Then we had a brilliant idea. We'd build a raft. Due to the construction in the neighborhood, there was a large amount of scrap building material that the company would set in the ditch to keep it out of the road and off-site, since they no longer needed it for building. We originally conceived of a formidable ship complete with a mast and an anchor, but this quickly diminished into something more manageable. We set aside the wood and took several large pieces of styrofoam that were backed with foam board and tied them together with rope and kite string. We launched our vessel a little downwater from Mrs. Maggie and waved a farewell to her as she motioned us to come back her way, but there was no stopping us. The raft worked very well, and while we both behaved and spoke of it as if the functionality of the raft was a given, I know at least I was a little surprised. We each had a fairly long tree branch to use as a paddle, but we found it was easier to simply push against the land under the water than actually use them as intended. When the water became too deep, we'd simply lie on our stomachs and use our hands to paddle the water, which still worked, albeit less well. The first time we had to resort to that method of propulsion, I remember thinking that from far above it must have looked like a colossally fat man with tiny arms was out for a swim. It actually took us several trips to get the raft to the impossible patch of woods that marked the furthest we had made it. After we had come up with the idea of marking the ground with the stick, we had taken to running through the woods until we got to the stick and then, as carefully and precisely as we knew how, charting our course. This meant that the impasse was actually quite a bit away, so to sail from around my house all the way to the blockade in the woods was taking longer than expected. We'd sail for a bit and then dock the raft, and then next time we'd run through the woods to the raft and go a little farther. We continued this well into first grade. Josh and I were assigned to different groups that year, so since we didn't really see one another during the school day, our parents were more willing to let us hang out all weekend each week. What's more, Josh's dad had taken on a lengthy construction job that required him to work over the weekends, and his mother was on call, so this meant that Josh would stay at my house most every weekend for weeks on end. We should have been making excellent progress, but when we finally made it to the impasse and had the opportunity to explore past it, we couldn't find a place to dock the raft. The woods were simply too thick, and the water had eroded the land to the point that there was nearly a 2-foot rise of earth over the tributary, which exposed the twisting and damp roots of the trees above. We'd have to turn back every time and leave the raft at the same thick of trees that prompted us to build it in the first place. Even worse, winter had arrived, so we couldn't justify leaving the house in our swimsuits. We were getting nowhere. We always had to come home before we could gain much ground. On a Saturday, around 7 p.m., Josh and I were playing when one of my mom's co-workers knocked on our door. Her name was Samantha, and I remember her well now because I would propose to her a couple of years later when I was visiting my mom at work. My mom said that she had to go to work to fix a problem that had arisen, and that she'd be back in about 2 hours. Her car was being repaired, so she'd have to ride with Samantha, but I gathered that the problem was Samantha's fault, and discussing it in the car was why it would only take 2 hours. She said that under no circumstances were we to leave the house, or open the door for anyone, and she was in the middle of explaining that she would call every hour when she got there to check in, but she ended that statement prematurely when she remembered that our phone had been turned off for delinquent payments. This was why Samantha had just come by unannounced. She looked me dead in the eye as she was closing the door and said, "Stay put." This was our chance. We watched her drive down the serpentine road toward the exit, and as soon as the car rounded the last visible bend, we ran back to my room. I dumped my backpack out while Josh grabbed the map. "Hey, do you have a flashlight?" Josh chimed. "No, but we'll be back way before dark." "I was thinking just in case. We should have one." "My mom has one, but I don't know where she keeps it." "Wait." I ran into my closet and pulled a box down from the top shelf. "You have a flashlight in there?" Josh asked. "Not exactly." I opened the box and revealed 3 Roman candles that I had taken from the pile that my mom had amassed for the 4th of July past summer, along with a lighter that I had managed to take from her some months before. This would ensure that we at least had some light if we needed it. This was a little bit before I had been given an opportunity to be afraid of the woods at night, so it wasn't fear that motivated our search for a light source, only practicality. We threw it all in the backpack and bolted out the back door, making sure to close it so boxes wouldn't get out. We had 1 hour and 50 minutes. We ran through the woods as fast as we could and made it to the raft in about 15 minutes. We had our bathing suits on under our clothes, so we stripped off our shirts and shorts and left them in 2 separate piles about 4 feet from the edge of the water. We untied the raft from the tree, grabbed our branch paddles, and cast off. We tried to move rapidly to reach a point beyond the contents of our ever-expanding map, as we didn't have time to waste seeing old sights. We knew that we were slower in the raft than on land, and that we would be in the raft for quite a while after the cutoff since the woods were too thick to walk through, and there wasn't a place to dock. This meant that we'd have to ride the raft back to the original docking site, even if we found a new place to dock it further ahead. After we passed the last charted part of our map, the water began to get really deep, and eventually we could no longer touch the bottom with our tree branches, so we lay on our stomachs and paddled with our hands. It was getting darker, and, as a result, it was becoming harder to distinguish the trees from one another, and we were both becoming slightly unnerved. In the interest of making good time, we were paddling fast with our arms, but this caused a lot of noise as our hands rapidly confronted and then broke through the water's surface tension. During these periods, we could both hear the crunching of dead leaves and the snapping of fallen sticks in the woods to our right. As we would slow our pace and quiet our actions, the rustling in the woods would cease, and we began to wonder if it was really ever there at all. We didn't know what kinds of animals resided this far into the woods, but we did know that we didn't want to find out. As Josh amended the map that I was illuminating with the lighter, we were suddenly confronted with the fact that the sounds were not imagined. Rapidly and rhythmically we heard crunch, snap, crunch. It seemed to be moving slightly away from us, pushing through the woods just beyond our map. It had become too dark to see. We had misjudged how long the sun would linger. Nervously, I called out, "Hello?" There was a brief moment of breathless tension as we lay static in the water. This silence was suddenly broken by laughter. "Hello?" Josh cackled. "So what?" "Hello, Mr. Monster in the Woods. I know you're sneaking around, but maybe you'll answer to my hello? Hello?" I realized how stupid it was. Whatever animal it was, it wouldn't respond. I hadn't even realized I'd said it until afterwards, but if anything was actually there, I obviously wouldn't get a reply. Josh continued, "Hello?" in a high falsetto. "Hello?" I countered with as deep a baritone as I could manage. "Hello there, mate." "Hello, beep boop." "Hello?" We continued mocking each other, and were in the process of turning the raft around to head back when we heard, "Hello." It was whispered and forced, as if it were powered by the last breath in a pair of deflating lungs, and it didn't sound sickly. It had come from the spot just off the map, which now sat behind us since we had turned the raft around. I slowly shifted on the raft and faced the direction of the sound as I fumbled with the Roman candle. I wanted to see. "What are you doing?" Josh hissed, but I had already lit it. As the sparkling fuse sunk into the wrapper, I held it toward the sky. I had never actually shot one of these myself, and thought to just use it like a flare in the movies. A glowing, green orb rocketed out toward the stars and then quickly extinguished. I lowered my arm more towards the horizon. I could remember that there were several colors, but I couldn't remember how many times one of these fired before being depleted. A second ball of red light burst out and fizzled above the trees, but I still saw nothing. "Let's just go, man," Josh pressed, as he turned to face the direction back home and began paddling desperately. "Just one more." Lowering my arm directly at the woods in front of me, another red ball of fire was launched from the tube. It traveled straight ahead until it collided with a tree, briefly exploding the light in a much greater diameter. Still nothing. I dropped the firework in the water and watched as one more struggling fireball burst free only to quickly die, suffocated by the water. As we began paddling in the direction toward my house, we heard a loud, unconcealed rustling in the woods. The breaking of branches and the trampling of fallen leaves overpowered the sound of our splashing. It was running. In our panic, we jostled the raft too violently, and I felt one of the ropes under my chest loosen. "Josh, be careful!" But it was too late. Our raft was breaking. Before too long, it had completely fallen apart. We each held on to a separate piece of styrofoam, but the pieces weren't big enough to keep us completely afloat, and our legs dangled beneath us in the winter water. "Josh, quick!" I yelled as I pointed at the water right next to him. He scrambled, but it was too cold to move quickly, and we both watched as the map floated away. "I'm cold, man." Josh shuddered, dejectedly. "Let's get out of the water." We approached the shore, but each time we attempted to pull ourselves up, we'd hear the frantic rustling thundering toward us from the woods just above. Eventually we were too cold and weak to even try anymore. Steadily we kicked our legs and found ourselves nearing the dock site. We toppled off the debris and tried to pull it on land, but Josh's piece slipped away and floated in the direction of the lake. We took off our swimsuits and were desperate to get into dry clothes to shield us from the biting chill of the air. I slid my shorts, but there was something wrong. I turned to Josh. "Where's my shirt, man?" He shrugged and suggested, "Maybe it got knocked into the water and floated into the lake." I told Josh to go back to my house, and to say that we were playing hide and seek if my mom was home. I had to try to find my shirt. I ran behind the house and peered out over the water and scouted along the shoreline. It occurred to me that, with any luck, maybe I could find the map too. I was moving pretty fast because I needed to get home, and was about to give up when my concentration was interrupted by a sound coming from just behind me. "Hello." I whipped around. It was Mrs. Maggie. I had never seen her at night before, and in this poor light, she looked exceedingly frail. The usual warmth that wrapped her manner seemed to have been snuffed out by the chill. I couldn't remember ever seeing her without a smile, and so her face looked strange. "Hello, Mrs. Maggie." "Oh, hi, Chris." The warmth and smile had returned to her, even if her memories had not. "I couldn't see it was you in the dark there." Jokingly, I asked if she was going to invite me in for a snack, but she said maybe another time. I was too busy looking for my map and the shirt to really engage her, but she sounded happy, so I didn't feel bad. She said a couple other things, but I was too distracted to pay attention. I said goodnight and ran down her driveway toward my house. Behind me, I could hear her walking across the frozen yard, but I didn't turn around to wave. I had to get home. I made it home a couple minutes before my mom did, and by the time she came in, Josh and I had already changed clothes and warmed up. We'd gotten away with it, even though we'd lost the map. Couldn't find it? Nah, but I saw Mrs. Maggie. She called me Chris again. I'm telling you, dude. Just be glad you've never seen her at night. We both laughed, and he asked me if she invited me in for a snack, joking that the snacks must be terrible since she couldn't even give them away. I told him that she didn't, and he was surprised. And now that I had time to think about it, so was I. Literally every time we had seen her, she had invited us in for snacks. And here I had, albeit sarcastically, invited myself, and she said no. As Josh talked more about Mrs. Maggie, I suddenly realized that the lighter might still be in my pocket, and that it would be disastrous for my mom to find it. I grabbed the shorts off the floor and patted my pockets. I felt something, but it wasn't the lighter. From my back pocket, I slid out a folded piece of paper, and my heart leapt. The map? I thought. But I watched it float away. As I unfolded the paper, my stomach turned as I tried to understand what I was seeing. Drawn on the paper inside of a large oval were two stick figures holding hands. One was much bigger than the other, but neither had faces. The paper was torn, so a part of it was missing, and there was a number written near the top right corner. It was either 15 or 16. I nervously handed Josh the paper and asked if he had put it in my pocket at some point, but he scoffed at the idea and asked why I was so upset. I pointed toward the smaller stick figure, and what was written next to it? It was my initials. I shook it off and told Josh the rest of the conversation between Mrs. Maggie and I. I had always attributed the odd exchange to her being sick until revisiting the events in my mind all these years later. As I think about it now, the feeling of profound sadness for Mrs. Maggie returns, but it is augmented by a looming feeling of despair when I think about why she said maybe another time. I knew what she had said, but I didn't understand what it meant that night. I didn't understand what her words had meant weeks later when I watched men in strange, orange biohazard suits carry what I thought were black bags full of garbage out of her house, or why the whole neighborhood smelled like death that day. I still didn't understand when they condemned the house and boarded it up a little while before we moved, but I understand now. I understand why her last words to me were so important, even if neither she nor I realized it at the time. Mrs. Maggie had told me that night that Tom had come home, but I know now who had really moved in, just as I know now why I never saw her body brought out on a stretcher. The bags weren't filled with garbage. Part 5. Screens. I've intentionally withheld some details from a lot of my stories. I've let my hopes concerning the way things might influence my evaluation of the way they actually are. I don't think there's any point to that anymore. At the end of the summer between kindergarten and first grade, I caught the stomach flu. This was all of the components of the regular flu. However, with the stomach flu, you throw up in a bucket and not the toilet because you are sitting on it. The sickness gets purged from both sides. This lasted for about 10 days. But just before it had passed, the sickness was granted an extension in the form of pink eye. My eyelids were so fused together by the dried mucus generated during the night that the first day I awoke with the infection, I thought I had gone blind. When I started first grade, I had a kink in my neck from 10 days of bed rest and 2 swollen, bloodshot eyes. Josh was in another group and didn't have my lunch. So, in a cafeteria bursting with 200 kids, I still had a table to myself. I started keeping spare food in my backpack that I would take into the bathroom to eat after lunch, since my school meals were usually confiscated by older kids, who knew I wouldn't stand up to them since no one would stand with me. This dynamic persisted even after my condition cleared up, since no one wants to be friends with the kid who gets bullied, lest they have some of that aggression directed toward themselves. The only reason this stopped was due to the actions of a kid named Alex. Alex was in the 3rd grade and was bigger than most of the other kids in any grade. Around the 3rd week of school, he started sitting with me at lunch, and this put an immediate end to the shortage of my food supply. He was nice enough, but he seemed kind of slow. We never really talked at length except for when I finally decided to ask why he had been sitting with me. He had a crush on Josh's sister, Veronica. Veronica was in 4th grade and was probably the prettiest girl in the school, even as a 6-year-old who fully endorsed the notion that girls were disgusting. I still knew how pretty Veronica was. When she was in 3rd grade, Josh told me, 2 boys had actually gotten into a physical fight which erupted out of an argument concerning the significance of the messages she had written in their yearbooks. One of the boys eventually hit the other in the forehead with the corner of the yearbook, and the wound required stitches to close. Well, not one of those 2 boys. Alex wanted her to like him and confessed that he knew Josh and I were best friends. I gathered that he had hoped that I would convey his ostensibly philanthropic deed to Veronica, and that she would presumably be so moved by his selflessness that she'd take an interest in him. If I told her he would continue to sit with me for as long as I needed him to. Because this was during the time when Josh mostly stayed at my house, building the raft and navigating tributary with me, I didn't have the chance to bring it up to Veronica because I simply didn't see her. I told Josh about it and made fun of Alex, but said that he would tell his sister since I wanted him to. I doubted that he would. Josh was annoyed that people seemed to be taken with his sister. I remember him calling her an ugly crow. I never said anything to Josh, but I remember wanting to say, even then, that she was pretty and would one day be beautiful. I was right. When I was 15, I was seeing a movie at a place my friends and I had come to call the Dirt Theater. It was probably nice at some point, but time and neglect had weathered the place severely. This theater had movable tables and chairs on a level floor, so when the theater was full, there were very few places you could sit and see the whole screen. The theater was still open, I imagine, for 3 reasons. 1, it was cheap to see a movie there. 2, they showed a different cult movie twice a month at midnight. And 3, they sold beer to underage kids during the midnight showings. I went for the first 2. And that night they were showing Scanners by David Cronenberg for $1. My friends and I were sitting in the very back. I wanted to sit closer to the front for a better view, but Ryan had driven us, so I relented. A couple minutes before the movie started, a group of girls walked in. They were all pretty attractive, but whatever beauty they might have had was eclipsed by the girl with the dirty blonde hair, even though I had only caught a glimpse of her profile. As she turned to move her seat, I caught a full view of her face, which gave me the feeling of butterflies in my stomach. It was Veronica. I hadn't seen her in a long time. Josh and I saw progressively less of one another after we snuck out to my old house that night when we were 10. And usually when I'd visit him, she'd be out with friends. While everyone stared at the screen, I stared at Veronica, only looking away when the feeling that I was being a creep overcame me. But that feeling would quickly subside and my eyes would return to her. She really was beautiful, just like I had thought she'd be when I was a kid. When the credits started to roll, my friends got up and left. There was only one exit, and they didn't want to be trapped waiting for the crowd to clear. I lingered in hopes of catching Veronica's attention. As she and her friends walked by, I took a chance. "Hey, Veronica." She turned toward me, looking a little startled. "Yeah?" I got out of my seat and stepped a little into the light coming in through the open door. It's me, Josh's old friend from way back. How have you been? Oh my god, hey, it's been so long. She motioned to her friends that she'd be out in a second. Yeah, a few years at least. Not since the last time I stayed over with Josh. How is he, anyway? Oh, that's right. I remember all you guys' games. Do you still play Ninja Turtles with your friends? She laughed a little and I blushed. No, I'm not a kid anymore. Me and my friends play X-Men now. I was really hoping she'd laugh. She did. You're cute. Do you come to these movies every time? I was still reeling from what she said. Does she really think I'm cute? Did she just mean I was funny? Does she think I'm attractive? I suddenly realized that she had asked me a question, and my mind grasped for what it was. Yeah, I said much too loudly. Yeah, I try to anyway. What about you? I come every now and then. My boyfriend didn't like these movies, but we just broke up, so I plan on coming from now on. I was trying to be casual, but failed. Oh, well, that's cool. Not that you guys broke up, I just mean that you'd be able to come more often. She laughed again. I tried to recover. So are you coming the week after next? They're supposed to show Day of the Dead. It's really cool. Yeah, I'll be here. She smiled, and I was about to suggest that maybe we could sit together, when she quickly closed the space between us and hugged me. It was really good to see you, she said with her arms around me. I was trying to think of what to say when I realized the biggest problem was that I had forgotten how to talk. Luckily, Ryan, who I could hear approaching from the hallway, came in and spoke for me. Dude, you know the movie's over, right? Let's get the fuck out of... Oh, yeah. Veronica let go and said that she'd see me next time. She was played out of the room by the inappropriate music Ryan was making with his mouth. I was furious, but it dissipated as soon as I heard Veronica laughing in the lobby. Day of the Dead couldn't come soon enough. Ryan's family was going out of town, so he wouldn't be able to drive us, and the other friends I was with that night didn't have cars. A couple of days before the movie, I asked my mom if she could take me. She responded almost immediately by denying my request. But I persisted, and she picked up on the desperation in my voice. She asked why I wanted to go so badly, since I had seen the movie before, and I hesitated before saying that I was hoping to see a girl there. She smiled and asked playfully if she knew the girl, and I reluctantly told her it was Veronica. The smile disappeared from her face, and she coldly said, "No." I decided that I would call Veronica to see if she could pick me up. I had no idea if she still lived at home, but it was worth a try. But then I realized that Josh might answer. I hadn't talked to him in almost 3 years, and if he answered, I obviously couldn't ask to talk to his sister. I felt guilty for calling to speak with Veronica and not Josh, but I dismissed that feeling quickly. Josh hadn't called me in years either. I picked up the phone and dialed the number that was still embedded in my muscle memory from having dialed it so often all those years ago. It rang several times before someone picked up. It wasn't Josh. I felt a mixture of both relief and disappointment. I realized in that second that I really missed Josh. I would call after this weekend and talk to him, but this was my only chance to see if Veronica could or would take me, so I asked for her. The person told me that I had dialed the wrong number. I repeated the number back to her, and she confirmed. She said they must have changed their number, and I agreed. I apologized for the disturbance and hung up. I was suddenly intensely sad because now I couldn't contact Josh even if I wanted to. I felt terrible for having been afraid that he might answer the phone. He had been my very best friend. I realized that the only way I could be put back in touch with him would be through Veronica, so now, not that I needed one, I had another reason to see her. I told my mom the day before the movie that I was no longer concerned with going, but was hoping she could drop me off at my friend Chris's house. She relented and dropped me off that Saturday a couple of hours before the movie. My plan was to walk from his house to the theater, since he only lived about a half-mile away. They went to church early on Sundays, so his parents would go to sleep early Saturday night, and Chris was fine with not coming with me since he had planned on chatting with this girl he met online. He said that the walk back to his house would be even lonelier after she laughed in my face when I tried to kiss her, and I told him not to electrocute himself when he tried to have sex with his computer. I left his house at 11:15. I tried to pace myself so I'd get there just a little before the movie. I was going by myself, and so I didn't want to just hang around there waiting. On the way to the theater, I figured that if Veronica showed up at all, it would be too lucky for us to arrive at the same time. So I debated whether I should wait outside or just go in. Both had their pros and cons. As I was grappling with these concerns, I noticed that the steady stream of streaking car lights that had been overtaking me had been replaced by a single, constant spotlight that refused to pass. The road wasn't illuminated by street lights, so I was walking in the grass with the road about 2 feet to my left. I stepped a little more to the right and craned my neck over my left shoulder to see what was behind me. A car had stopped about 10 feet behind me. All I could see were the violently bright headlights that were cutting through the otherwise Stygian surroundings. I thought that it might be one of Chris's parents. Maybe they had come to check in on us and seen that I was gone. It wouldn't have taken much pressing for Chris to confess. I took one step toward the car, and it broke its paws and started driving toward me at a slow pace. It passed me, and I saw that it wasn't Chris's parents' car, or any car that I recognized for that matter. I tried to see the driver, but it was too dark, and my pupils had shrunk when faced with the blinding lights from the car just moments before. They adjusted enough so that I could see a tremendous crack in the back window of the car as it drove away. I didn't think much of the whole affair. Some people find it fun to scare other people. I'd often hide around corners and jump out at my mom after all. I timed it right and got there about 10 minutes before the movie. I had decided to wait outside until around 11:57, since that would give me time to find her inside if she was already seated. As I was considering the possibility that she might not show, I saw her. She was alone, and she was beautiful. I waved to her and walked to close the distance. She smiled and asked if my friends were already inside. I said that they weren't, and realized that this must seem like I was trying to make this a date. She didn't seem bothered by that, nor was she bothered when I handed her the ticket I had already bought. She looked at me quizzically, and I said, "Don't worry, I'm rich." She laughed, and we went inside. I bought us 1 popcorn and 2 drinks, and spent most of the movie debating whether or not I should time reaching my hand into the popcorn bag when she reached in so they would touch. She seemed to enjoy the movie, and before I knew it, it was over. We didn't linger in the theater, and because this was a midnight show, we couldn't loiter in the lobby, so we walked outside. The parking lot of the theater was big because it connected with a mall that had gone out of business. Not wanting the night to be over just yet, I continued the conversation while casually walking toward the old mall. As we were about to round the corner and leave the theater out of sight, I looked back and saw that her car wasn't the only one left in the parking lot. The other one had a large crack in the back window. My immediate uneasiness turned to understanding. That makes a lot of sense. The driver of that car works here, and must have figured I was on my way to the movie. Injecting real horror into the life of a horror fan seemed like an obvious move. We walked around the mall and talked about the movie. I told her that I thought Day of the Dead was better than Dawn of the Dead, but she refused to agree. I told her of when I called her old number and about my dilemma about who would answer the phone. She didn't find it as funny as I now did. But she took my phone and put her number in it. She commented that it might be the worst cell phone she'd ever seen. Her evaluation wasn't rescinded when I told her I couldn't even receive pictures on it. I called her so she'd have my number, and she programmed it in. She told me that she was graduating, but she hadn't done well in school so far that year, so she wasn't sure if she'd even get into college. I told her to attach a picture of herself to the application, and they'd pay her to go there just so they could look at her. She didn't laugh at that one, and I thought she might be offended. She might have thought I was implying that she couldn't get in based on her intelligence. I nervously glanced at her, and she was just smiling, and even in this poor light, I could see that she was blushing. I wanted to hold her hand, but I didn't. As we walked down the final side of the mall back toward the theater, I asked her about Josh. She told me she didn't want to talk about it. I asked her if he was at least doing all right, and she just said, "I don't know." I figured Josh must have taken a wrong turn somewhere and started getting into trouble. I felt bad. I felt guilty. As we approached the parking lot, I noticed that the car with the cracked back window was gone and that her car was now the only one in the parking lot. She asked me if I needed a ride, and even though I really didn't, I said that I'd appreciate it. I had drunk my whole soda during the movie, and all the walking was putting pressure on my bladder. I knew that I could wait until I was back at Chris's, but I had decided that I was going to try to kiss her when she dropped me off, and I didn't want this biological nagging to rush me out of the car. This would be my first kiss. I could think of no ruse to conceal what I needed to do. The theater had long closed, so I only had one option. I told her that I was going to go behind the theater to piss, but that I'd be back in 2 shakes. It was obvious that I thought it was hilarious, and she seemed to laugh more at how funny I found it than at how funny it clearly was. On the way toward the theater, I stopped and turned toward her. I asked her if Josh had ever told her that kid named Alex had done something nice for me. She paused to think for a moment and said that he had. She inquired as to why I had asked, but I said it was nothing. Josh really was a good friend. When I went to go behind the theater, I realized that theater was a chain-link fence extending off and running parallel to the walls of the building. Where I stood, she could still see me, and the fence seemed to stretch on endlessly. So I thought I'd just hop it, duck out of sight, and return as quickly as I could. It may have been too much of an effort, but I thought it polite. I climbed the fence and walked just a little ways until I was out of sight and urinated. For a moment, the only sounds were the crickets in the grass behind me and the collision of liquid and cement. These sounds were overpowered by a noise that I can still hear when it is quiet, and there are no other noises to distract my ears. In the distance, I heard a faint screeching which quickly subsided only to be replaced by a cascade of thundering vibrations. I realized quickly enough what it was. It was a car. The growling of the engine got louder, and then I thought, no, not louder, closer. As soon as I realized this, I started back toward the fence. But before I could get very far at all, I hear a brief, truncated scream, and the roar of the engine terminated in a deafening thud. I started running, but after only 2 or 3 steps, I was tripped by a loose piece of stone and fell hard and fast onto the concrete, my head striking the corner of a chair as I fell. I was dazed for maybe 30 seconds, but the renewed rumbling of the engine drew my senses back, and my equilibrium was restored by adrenaline. I redoubled my efforts. I was worried that whoever had crashed the car might harass Veronica. As I was climbing over the fence, I saw that there was still only one car in the parking lot. I didn't see any evidence of a crash. I thought that I might have misjudged its direction or proximity. As I ran towards Veronica's car, and as my orientation changed, I saw what the car had hit. My legs stopped working almost completely. It was Veronica. Her car was sitting between us. As I closed the distance and walked around it, she came fully into view. Her body was twisted and crumpled like a discarded figure meant to represent a catalog of things the human body cannot do. I could see the bone of her right shin cutting through her jeans, and her left arm was wrapped so hard around the back of her neck that her hand fell on her right breast. Her head was craned back, and her mouth hung widely open toward the sky. There was so much blood. As I looked at her, I actually found it hard to discern whether she was lying on her back or her stomach, and this optical illusion made me feel sick. When you are confronted with something in the world that simply doesn't belong, your mind tries to convince itself that it is dreaming, and to that end, it provides you with that distinct sense of all things moving slowly as if through sap. In that moment, I honestly felt that I would wake up any minute, but I didn't wake up. I fumbled with my phone to call for help, but I had no signal. I could see Veronica's phone sticking out of what I thought was her front right pocket. I had no choice. Trembling, I reached for her phone, and as I slid it out, she moved and gasped for air so violently that it seemed as if she were trying to breathe in the whole world. This startled me so much that I staggered back and fell onto the asphalt with her phone in my hand. She was trying to adjust her body to get it into its natural position, but with every spasm and jerk, I could hear the cracking and grinding of her bones. Without thinking, I scrambled over to her and put my face over hers and just said, "Veronica, don't move. Don't move, okay? Just stay still. Don't move. Veronica, please just don't move." I kept saying it, but the words started to fall apart as tears came streaming down my face. I opened her phone. It still worked. It was still on the screen where she had saved my number, and when I saw that, I felt my heart break a little. I called 911 and waited with her, telling her that she would be okay, and feeling guilty for lying to her every time I said it. When the sound of sirens tore through the air, she seemed to become more alert. She had remained conscious since I found her, but now more of the light was coming back into her eyes. Her brain was still protecting her from pain, though it looked as if it was finally allowing her to become aware that something was terribly wrong with her. Her eyes rolled over to mine and her lips moved. She was struggling, but I heard her. Picture. My picture. He took it." I didn't understand. Picture. My picture. He took it." I didn't understand what she meant, so I said the only thing I could. "I'm so sorry, Veronica." I rode with her in the ambulance where she finally lost consciousness. I waited in the room that they had reserved for her. I still had her phone, so I put it with her purse, and I called my mom from the hospital phone. It was about 4 a.m. I told her that I was fine, but that Veronica was not. She cursed at me and said she'd be right there, but I told her I wasn't leaving until Veronica was out of surgery. She said she'd come anyway. My mom and I didn't speak that much. I told her I was sorry for lying, and she said that we'd talk about that later. I think that had we talked more in that room, if I had just told her about boxes or the night with the raft, if she had just told me more of what she knew, I think that things would have changed. But we sat there in silence. She told me that she loved me and that I could call her whenever I wanted her to come get me. As my mom was leaving, Veronica's parents rushed in. Her dad and my mom exchanged a few words that appeared to be quite serious, while Veronica's mother talked to the person at the desk. Her mother was a nurse, but didn't work at the hospital. I'm sure that she had tried to get Veronica transferred, but her condition was prohibitive. While we waited, the police came in and talked to each of us. I told them what happened. They made some notes, and then they left. She came out of surgery, and 90% of her body was covered in a thick white cast. Her right arm was free, but the rest of her was bound like a cocoon. She was still under, but I remembered how I felt when I had my cast before kindergarten. I asked a nurse for a marker, but I couldn't think of anything to write. I slept in a chair in the corner and went home the next day. I came back every afternoon for several days. At some point, they had moved another patient into her room and set up a screen around Veronica's bed to act as a partition. She didn't seem to be feeling better, but she made more moments of lucidity. But even during these periods, we wouldn't really talk. Her jaw had been broken by the car. so the doctors had wired it shut. I sat with her for a while, but there was nothing much I could say. I got up and walked over to her. I kissed her on the forehead, and she whispered through her clenched teeth, "Josh." This surprised me a little, but I looked at her and said, "Has he not come to see you?" "No." I found myself really irritated. Even if Josh had been getting into trouble, he should still come see his sister, I thought. I was about to express this when she said, "No, Josh, he ran away. I should have told you." I felt my blood turn to ice. When? When did this happen? "When he was 13. Did he leave a note or something?" "On his pillow." She started crying and I followed her, but I think now we were crying for different reasons, even if I didn't realize it. At this point, there were a lot of things I still didn't remember about my childhood, and there were a lot of connections I hadn't yet made. I told her I had to go, but that she could text me any time. I got a text from her the next day telling me not to come back. I asked why, and she said that she didn't want me to see her like that again. I agreed begrudgingly. We texted each other every day, though I kept this from my mom because I knew that she didn't like me talking to Veronica. Usually her texts were fairly short, and mostly only in responses to more lengthy texts that I would send her. I tried calling her only once. I was sure that she was screening her calls, but hoped I could hear her voice. She picked up but didn't say anything. I could hear how labored her breathing was. About a week after she told me not to come see her anymore, she sent me a text that simply read, "I love you." I was filled with so many different emotions, but I responded by expressing the most prevalent one. I replied, "I love you too." She said that she wanted to be with me, and that she couldn't wait until she could see me again. She told me that she had been released and was convalescing at her house. These exchanges carried on for several weeks, but every time I asked to come see her, she would say soon. I kept insisting, and the following week she said that she thought she might be able to make it to the next midnight movie. I couldn't believe it, but she insisted that she would try. I got a text from her the afternoon of the movie saying, "See you tonight." I got Ryan to drive me since Chris's parents had found out what had happened and said I wasn't welcome at their house anymore. I explained to Ryan that she might be in bad shape, but that I really cared about her, so to give us some space. He accepted that, and we headed down there. Veronica didn't show. I had saved a seat for her right next to me near the exit so she could get in and out easily, but 10 minutes into the movie a man slid into the chair. I whispered, "Excuse me, that seat is taken." But he didn't respond at all. He just stared ahead at the screen. I remember wanting to move because there was something wrong with the way he was breathing. I forfeited because I realized that she wasn't coming. I texted her the next day asking if she was all right, and I inquired as to why she didn't show the previous night. She responded with what would turn out to be the last message I'd received from her. She simply said, "See you again soon." She was delirious and I was worried about her. I sent her several replies reminding her about the movie and saying it was no big deal, but she just stopped replying. I grew increasingly upset over the next several days. I couldn't reach her at her home because I didn't know that number, and I wasn't even sure where they lived. My mood became increasingly depressed, and my mother, who had been really nice as of late, asked me if I was okay. I told her that I hadn't heard from Veronica in days, and I felt all the warmth leave her disposition. "What do you mean?" "She was supposed to meet me at the movies yesterday. I know it's only been like 3 weeks since she got hit, but she said she would try to come, and after that she just stopped talking to me altogether. She must hate me." She looked confused, and I could read on her face that she was trying to tell if my mind had simply broken. When she saw that it hadn't, her eyes began to water and she pulled me toward her, embracing me. She was beginning to sob, but it seemed too intense a reaction to my problem, and I had no reason to think that she particularly cared for Veronica. She drew in a shuddering breath and then said something that still makes me nauseous even now. She said, "Veronica's dead, sweetheart." Oh, God, I thought you knew. She died on the last day you visited her. Oh, baby, she died weeks ago. She had completely broken down, but I knew it wasn't because of Veronica. I broke the embrace and staggered backwards. My mind was swimming. This wasn't possible. I had just exchanged messages with her yesterday. I could only think to ask one question, and it was probably the most trivial I could ask. Then why was her phone still on? She continued sobbing. She didn't answer. I exploded. Why did it take them so long to shut off her goddamn phone? Her crying broke enough to mutter, "The pictures." I would come to find out that her parents thought that her phone had been lost in the accident, despite the fact that I had put it in her purse the night she was brought to the hospital. When they retrieved her belongings, the phone was not among them. They intended to contact the phone company at the end of the billing cycle to deactivate the line, but they received a call informing them of a massive impending charge for hundreds of pictures that had been sent from her phone. Pictures that were all sent to my phone. Pictures that I never got because my phone couldn't receive them. They learned that they were all sent after the night she died. They deactivated the phone immediately. I tried not to think about the contents of those pictures, but I remember wondering for some reason whether I would have been in any of them. My mouth went dry, and I felt the painful sting of despair as I thought of the last message I received from her phone. "See you again soon." Part 6. Friends. On the first day of kindergarten, my mother had elected to drive me to school. We were both nervous, and she wanted to be there with me all the way up to the moment I walked into class. It took me a bit longer to get ready in the morning due to my still mending arm. The cast came up a couple inches past my elbow, which meant that I had to cover the entire arm with a specially designed latex bag when I showered. The bag was built to pull tight around the opening in order to seal out any water that might otherwise destroy the cast. I had gotten really adept at cinching the bag myself. That morning, however, perhaps due to my excitement or nervousness, I hadn't pulled the strap tight enough, and halfway through the shower I could feel water pooling inside the bag around my fingers. I jumped out and tore the latex shield away, but could feel that the previously rigid plaster had become soft after absorbing the water. Because there was no way to effectively clean the area between your body and a cast, the dead skin that would normally have fallen away merely sits there. When stirred by moisture like sweat, it emits an odor, and apparently this odor is proportionate to the amount of moisture introduced. Because soon after I began attempting to dry it, I was struck by the powerful stench of rot. As I continued to frantically rub it with the towel, it began to disintegrate. I was growing increasingly distressed. I had put as much effort as a child could into his very first day of school. I had sat with my mom picking out my clothes the night before. I had spent a great deal of time picking out my backpack, and I had become exceedingly excited to show everyone my lunchbox that had the Ninja Turtles on it. I had fallen into my mom's habit of calling these children I hadn't yet met my friends already. But as the condition of my cast worsened, I became deeply upset at the thought that surely I wouldn't be able to apply that label to anyone by the time this day was over. Defeated, I showed my mom. It took 30 minutes to get most of the moisture out while working to preserve the rest of the cast. To address the problem of the smell, my mom cut slivers off a bar of soap and slid them down into the cast, and then rubbed the remainder of the soap on the outside in an attempt to cocoon the rancid smell inside of a more pleasant one. By the time we arrived at the school, my classmates were already engaged in their second activity, and I was shoehorned into one of the groups. I wasn't made very clear on what the guidelines of the activity were, and within about 5 minutes, I had violated the rules so badly that each member of the group complained to the teacher and asked why I had to be in their group. I had brought a marker to school in hopes that I could collect some signatures or drawings on my cast, next to my mother's, and I suddenly felt very foolish for having even put the marker in my pocket that morning. Kindergartners had the lunchroom to themselves at my elementary school, but most of the tables were off limits, so I didn't have to sit alone. I was self-consciously picking at the fraying ends of my cast when a kid sat across from me. "I like your lunchbox," he said. I could tell he was making fun of me, and I grew really angry. In my mind, that lunchbox was the last good thing about my day. I didn't look up from my arm, and I felt a burning in my eyes from the tears that I was holding back. I looked up to tell the kid to leave me alone, but before I could get the words out, I saw something that made me pause. He had the exact same lunchbox. I laughed. "I like your lunchbox too." "I think Michelangelo's the coolest," he said while miming nunchuck moves. I was in the middle of rebutting by saying that Raphael was my favorite when he knocked his open carton of milk off the table and onto his lap. I tried very hard to stifle my laughter since I didn't know him at all, but the struggling look on my face must have struck him as funny because he started laughing first. Suddenly, I didn't feel so bad about my cast, and thought that this person would hardly notice now anyway. Just then, I thought to try my luck. "Hey, do you want to sign my cast?" As I pulled out the marker, he asked me how I broke it. I told him that I fell out of the tallest tree in my neighborhood. He seemed impressed. I watched him laboriously draw his name, and when he was done, I asked him what it said. He told me it said, Josh. Josh and I had lunch together every day, and whenever we could, we partnered up for projects. I helped him with his handwriting, and he took the blame when I wrote fart on the wall in permanent marker. I would come to know other kids, but I think I knew even then that Josh was my only real friend. Moving a friendship outside of school when you are 5 years old is actually more difficult than most remember. The day we launched our balloons, we had such a good time that I asked Josh if he wanted to come to my house the next day to play. He said he did, and that he'd bring some of his toys. I said that we could also go exploring and maybe swim in the lake. When I got home, I asked my mom and she said it would be fine. My enthusiasm was boundless, until I realized that I had no way of contacting Josh to tell him. I spent the whole weekend worrying that our friendship would be dissolved by Monday. When I saw him after the weekend, I was relieved to find that he had run into the same obstacle, and thought it was funny. Later that week, we both remembered to write down our phone numbers at home, and then exchange them at school. My mom spoke with Josh's dad, and it was decided that my mom would pick up Josh and myself from school that Friday. We alternated this basic structure nearly every weekend. The fact that we lived so close made things much easier on our parents, who seemed to work constantly. When my mom and I moved across the city at the end of first grade, I was sure that our friendship had seen its last day. As we drove away from the house I had lived in my whole life, I felt a sadness that I knew wasn't just about a house. It was saying goodbyes to my friend forever, but Josh and I, to my surprise and delight, stayed close. Despite the fact that we spent the majority of our time apart and only saw one another on weekends, we remained remarkably similar as we grew. Our personalities coalesced, our senses of humor complemented each other's, and we would often find that we had started liking new things independently. We even sounded enough alike that when I stayed with Josh, he would sometimes call my mom pretending to be me. His success rate was impressive. My mom would sometimes joke that the only way she could tell us apart sometimes was by our hair. He had straight, dirty blonde hair like his sister, while I had curly, dark brown hair like my mother. One would think that the thing most likely to drive two young friends apart would be what's out of their control. However, I think the catalyst of our gradual disengagement was my insistence that we sneak out to my old house to look for boxes. The next weekend, I invited Josh over to my house, in keeping with our traditions of alternating houses, but he said that he wasn't really feeling up to it. We started seeing progressively less of one another over the next year or so. It had gone from once a week to once a month to once every couple months. For my 12th birthday, my mom threw a party for me. I hadn't made that many friends since we'd moved, so it wasn't a surprise party since my mom had no idea who to invite. I told the handful of kids I'd become acquainted with and called Josh to see if he wanted to come. Originally, he said that he didn't think he could make it, but the day before the party he called me to say that he'd be there. I was really excited because I hadn't seen him in several months. The party went pretty well. My biggest concern was that Josh and the other kids wouldn't get along, but they seemed to like each other well enough. Josh was surprisingly quiet. He hadn't brought me a gift and apologized for that, but I told him it wasn't a big deal. I was just glad that he was able to make it. I tried to start several conversations with him, but they seemed to keep reaching dead ends. I asked him what was wrong. I told him that I didn't get why things had become so awkward between us. They were never like that before. We used to hang out almost every weekend and talk on the phone every couple days. I asked him what happened to us. He looked up from staring at his shoes and just said, "You left." Just after he said that, my mom yelled in from the other room that it was time to open presents. I forced a smile and walked into the dining room as they sang "Happy Birthday." There were a couple of wrapped boxes and a lot of cards since most of my extended family lived out of state. Most of the gifts were silly and forgettable, but I remember that Brian gave me a Mighty Max toy shaped like a snake that I kept for years afterwards. My mom was insistent that I open all the cards that had been brought and thank each person who had given one, because several years before on Christmas, I had torn through the wrapping paper and envelopes with such fervor that I had destroyed any possibility of discerning who had sent which gift, or what amount of money. We separated the ones that had been sent by mail and the ones that had been brought that day so my friends wouldn't have to sit through me opening cards from people they had never met. Most of the cards from my friends had a couple dollars in them, and the ones from my family members contained larger bills. One envelope didn't have my name written on it, but it was in the pile, so I opened it. The card had a generic floral pattern on its face, and seemed to be a card that had been received by someone else who was now recycling it for my birthday, because it was actually a little dingy. I actually appreciated the idea that it was a reused card, since I'd always thought that cards were silly. I angled it so that the money wouldn't fall to the floor when I opened it, but the only thing inside was the message that had come printed in the card. "I love you." Whoever had given me this card hadn't written anything in it, but they had circled the message in pencil a couple times. I chuckled a little and said, "Gee, thanks for the awesome card, Mom." She looked at me quizzically and then turned her attention to the card. She told me it wasn't from her and seemed amused as she showed my friends, looking at their faces trying to discern who had played the joke. None of the kids stepped forward, so my mom said, "Don't worry, sweetheart. At least you know now that 2 people love you." She followed that with an extremely prolonged and excruciating kiss on my forehead that transformed the group's bewilderment into hysteria. They were all laughing, so it could have been any of them, but Mike seemed to be laughing the hardest. To become a participant rather than a subject of the gag, I said to him that just because he had given me that card, he shouldn't think that I'd kiss him later. We all laughed, and as I looked at Josh, I saw that he was finally smiling. "Well, I think that gift might be the winner, but you have a couple more to open." My mom slid another present in front of me. I was still feeling the tremors of suppressed chuckles in my abdomen as I tore the colorful paper away. When I saw the gift, I had no need to suppress the laughter anymore. My smile dropped as I looked at what I'd been given. It was a pair of walkie-talkies. "Well, go on, show everyone." I held them up and everyone seemed to approve. But as I drew my attention to Josh, I could see that he had turned a sickly shade of white. We locked eyes for a moment, and then he turned and walked into the kitchen. As I watched him dial a number on the corded phone attached to the wall, my mom whispered in my ear that she knew that Josh and I didn't talk as much since one of the walkie-talkies had broken, so she thought I'd like it. I was filled with an intense appreciation for my mom's thoughtfulness, but this feeling was easily overpowered by the emotions, resurrected by the returning memories I'd tried so hard to bury. When everyone was eating cake, I asked Josh who he had called. He told me he wasn't feeling well, so he called his dad to come get him. I understood that he wanted to leave, but I told him that I wished we could hang out more. I extended one of the walkie-talkies to him, but he put his hand up in refusal. Dejected, I said, "Well, thanks for coming, I guess. I hope I'll see you before my next birthday." "I'm sorry. I'll try to call you more often. I really will," he said. The conversation stagnated as we waited by my door for his dad. I looked at his face. Josh seemed genuinely remorseful that he hadn't made more of an effort. His mood seemed suddenly bolstered by an idea that had struck him. He told me that he knew what he'd get me for my birthday. It would take a while, but he thought that I would really like it. I told him it wasn't a big deal, but he insisted. He seemed in better spirits and apologized for being such a drag at my party. He said that he was tired, that he hadn't been sleeping well. I asked him why that was as he opened the door in response to his dad's honking in the driveway. He turned back toward me and waved goodbye as he answered my question. "I think I've been sleepwalking." That was the last time I saw my friend, and a couple months later, he was gone. Over the past several weeks, the relationship between my mother and I has grown increasingly strained due to my attempts to learn the details of my childhood. It's often the case that one cannot know the breaking point of a thing until that thing fractures. And after the last conversation with my mother, I imagine that we will spend the rest of our lives attempting to repair what had taken a lifetime to build. She had put so much energy into keeping me safe, both physically and psychologically, but I think that the walls meant to insulate me from harm were also protecting her emotional stability. As the truth came pouring out the last time we spoke, I could hear a trembling in her voice that I think was a reverberation of the collapse of her world. I don't imagine my mother and I will talk very much anymore, and while there are still things I don't understand, I think I know enough. After Josh disappeared, his parents had done all they could to find him. From the very first day, the police had suggested that they contact all of Josh's friends' parents to see if he was with them. They did this, of course, but no one had seen him or had any idea of where he might be. The police had been unable to turn over any new information about Josh's whereabouts, despite the fact that they had received several anonymous phone calls from a woman urging them to compare this case with the stalking case that had been opened about 6 years before. If Josh's mother's grip on the world loosened when her son vanished, it broke when Veronica died. She had seen many people die at the hospital, but there is no amount of desensitization that can fortify a person against the death of her own child. She would visit Veronica twice a day since she was recuperating at a different hospital, once before her shift and once afterward. On the day Veronica died, her mother was late leaving work, and by the time she arrived at her daughter's hospital, Veronica had already passed. This was too much for her, and over the next couple of weeks she became increasingly more unstable. She would often wander outside yelling for Josh and Veronica to come home, and there were several times her husband found her wandering around my old neighborhood in the middle of the night, half-clothed, and frantically searching for her son and daughter. Due to his wife's mental deterioration, Josh's dad could no longer travel for work and began taking construction jobs that were less well-paying, so he could be closer to home. When they began expanding my old neighborhood more, about 3 months after Veronica died, Josh's dad applied for every position and was hired. He was qualified to lead the build sites, but he took a job as a laborer, helping to build frames and clean up the sites and whatever else was needed. He even took odd jobs that would occasionally come up, mowing lawns, repairing fences, anything that's to keep from traveling. They began clearing the woods in the area next to the tributary to transform the land into inhabitable property. Josh's dad was tasked with the responsibility of leveling the recently deforested lot, and this job guaranteed him at least several weeks of work. On the third day, he arrived at a spot that he could not level. Each time he'd drive over it, it would remain lower than all the surrounding land. Frustrated, he got off the machine to survey the area. He was tempted to simply pack more dirt into the depression, but he knew that would only be an aesthetic and temporary solution. He had worked construction for years, and knew that root systems from large trees that had been recently cut down would often decompose, leaving weaknesses in the soil that would manifest as weaknesses in the foundations above. He weighed his options and elected to dig a little with a shovel in case the problem was shallow enough to fix without needing a machine that would have to be brought over from another site. And as my mother described where this was, I knew I had been at that spot both before the soil was broken and before it had been filled in. I felt a tightening in my chest. He dug a small hole about 3 feet down until his shovel collided with something hard. He smashed his shovel against it repeatedly in an attempt to gauge the thickness of the roots and the density of the network when suddenly his shovel plunged through the resistance. Confused, he dug the hole wider. After about a half hour of excavating, he found himself standing on a brown blanket-covered box, about 7 feet long and 4 feet wide. Our minds work to avoid dissonance. If we hold the belief strongly enough, our minds will forcefully reject conflicting evidence so that we can maintain the integrity of our understanding of the world. Up until the very next moment, despite what all sense would have indicated, despite the fact that some small but suffocated part of him understood what was supporting his weight, this man believed, he knew, his son was still alive. My mom received a call at 6 p.m. She knew who it was, but she couldn't understand what he was saying. But what she did comprehend made her leave immediately. "Down here. Now, son. Please, God." When she arrived, she found Josh's dad sitting perfectly still with his back to the hole. He was holding his shovel so tightly it seemed it might snap, and he was staring straight ahead with eyes that looked as lifeless as a shark's. He wouldn't respond to any of her words, and only reacted when she tried to gently take the shovel from him. He dragged his eyes slowly to hers and just said, "I don't understand." He repeated this as if he had forgotten all other words, and my mother could hear him still muttering it as she walked past him to look in the hole. She told me she wished she had gouged her eyes out before she faced downward into that crater, and I told her that I knew what she was about to say, and that she need not continue. I looked at her face, and it was expressing a look of such intense despair that it caused my stomach to turn. I realized that she had known of this for almost 10 years and was hoping that she'd never have to tell me. As a result, she never came up with the proper arrangement of words to describe what she saw, and as I sit here, I'm met with the same difficulty of articulation. Josh was dead. His face was sunken in and contorted in such a way that it was as if misery and hopelessness of all the world had been transferred to it. The assaulting smell of decay rose from the crypt, and my mother had to cover her nose and mouth to keep from vomiting. His skin was cracked, almost crocodilian, and a stream of blood that had followed these lines had dried on his face after pooling and staining the wood around his head. His eyes lay half-lidded, facing straight up. She said by the look of him he had not been long dead, and thus time had not brought the mercy of degradation to erase the pain and terror that was now etched into his face. She said it was as if he had fixed his gaze right on her, his open mouth offering an all-too-late plea for help. The rest of his body, however, wasn't visible. Someone else was covering it. He was large and lay face down on top of Josh, and as my mother's mind stretched itself to take in what her eyes were attempting to tell her, she became aware of the significance of the way in which he laid. He was holding Josh. Their legs lay frozen by death, but entangled like vines in some lush tropical forest. One arm rested under Josh's neck only to wrap around his body so that they might lay closer still. As the sun passed through the trees, its light became reflected by something pinned to Josh's shirt. My mother stooped to one knee and raised the collar off her shirt over her nose so that she might block out the smell. When she saw what had caught the sun, her legs abandoned her, and she nearly fell into the tomb. It was a picture. It was a picture of me as a child. She staggered backwards, gasping and trembling, and collided with Josh's father, who still sat facing away from the hole. She understood why he had called her, but she could not bring herself to tell him what she had kept from everyone for all these years. Josh's family never knew about the night I had woken up in the woods. She knew now that she should have told them, but to tell them now would help nothing. As she sat there resting her back against Josh's dad's, he spoke. I can't tell my wife. I can't tell her that our little boy... His speech staggered in fits as he pressed his wet face into his dirt-caked hands. She couldn't bear it. After a moment he stood up, still shuddering and lumbering toward the grave. With a final sob he stepped down into the coffin. Josh's dad was a big man, but not as big as the man in the box. He grabbed the back of the man's collar and pulled hard. It was as if he intended to throw the man out of the grave in a singular motion, but the collar ripped and the body fell back down on top of his son. You motherfucker! He grabbed the man by the shoulders and heaved him back until he was off of Josh, and sat awkwardly but upright against the wall of the grave. He looked at the man and staggered back a step. Oh God, no, please, God. In a struggling but painful movement, he lifted and pushed the corpse completely out of the ground, and they both heard the sound of glass rolling against wood. It was a bottle. He handed it to my mother. It was ether. Josh, he sobbed. My boy, my baby boy. Why is there so much blood? What did he do to you? As my mother looked at the man who now lay facing upwards, she realized she was facing the person who had haunted our lives for over a decade. She had imagined him so many times. Always evil and always terrifying, and the cries of Josh's father seemed to confirm her worst fears. But as she stared at his face, she thought that this didn't look like who she imagined. This was just a man. As she looked at his frozen expression, it actually looked serene. The corners of his lips were turned up only slightly. She saw that he was smiling. Not the expected smile of a maniac from a film or horror story. Not the smile of a demon or the smile of a fiend. This was the smile of contentment or satisfaction. It was a smile of bliss. It was a smile of love. As she looked down from his face and she saw a tremendous wound on his neck from where the skin had been ripped out, She was at first relieved when she realized the blood had not been Josh's. Perhaps he had suffered less, but this comfort was short-lived as she realized just how wrong she was. She brought a hand up to her mouth and whispered, almost as if she were afraid to remind the world what had happened. They were alive. Josh must have bitten the man's neck in an attempt to get free, and although the man had died, Josh couldn't move him. I began crying when I thought of how long he might have laid there. She looked through the man's pockets for some kind of identification, but she only found a piece of paper. On it was a drawing of a man holding hands with a small boy, and next to the boy were initials. My initials. I'd like to think that she was remembering that part of the story inaccurately, but I'll never know for sure. As Josh's father carried his son out of the grave, my mom slid the piece of paper into her pocket. He kept muttering that his son's hair had been dyed. She saw that it had. It was now dark brown, and she noticed that he was dressed oddly. His clothes were far too small for him. After Josh's dad delicately laid his body on the soft dirt, he began gently pressing his hands against his son's pants to feel his pockets. He heard a crinkle. Carefully, he retrieved a folded piece of paper from Josh's pocket. He looked at it but was vexed. Absently, he handed it to my mother, but she didn't recognize it either. I asked her what it was. She told me it was a map, and I felt my heart shatter. He was finishing the map. That must have been his idea for my birthday present. I found myself strangely hoping that he hadn't been taken while expanding it, as if that would somehow matter now. She heard Josh's father grunt and looked to see him pushing the man's body back into the ground. As he walked back toward the machine that had found the spot for him, he put his hand on a canister of gasoline and paused with his back toward my mother. "You should go." "I'm so sorry." "It's not your fault. I did this. You can't think like that. There was nothing." He interjected flatly, almost with no emotion at all. "About a month ago, a guy approached me as I was cleaning up the site on the new development a block over. He asked me if I wanted to make some extra money, and because my wife's not working right now, I accepted. He told me that some kids had dug a bunch of holes on his property, and he offered me $100 to fill them in. He said that he wanted to take some pictures for the insurance company first, but if I came back after 5 p.m. the next day, that would be fine. I thought this guy was a sucker, since I knew clearing that lot was coming up, so someone would have had to do it anyway. But I needed the money, so I agreed. I didn't think he even had $100. So he put the bill in my hand and I did the job the next day. I've been so exhausted that I didn't even think about it after it was done. I didn't think about it until today when I pulled that same guy off my son." He pointed at the grave, and his emotions started to push through as he broke into a sob. "He paid me $100 so that I would bury him with my boy." It was as if saying it aloud forced him to accept what had happened, and he collapsed onto the ground in tears. My mother could think of nothing to say, and stood there in silence for what felt like a lifetime. She finally asked what he would do about Josh. "His final resting place won't be here with this monster." As he looked back when she reached her car, she could see black smoke billowing out and diffusing against the amber sky, and she hoped against all hope that Josh's parents would be okay. I left my mom's house without saying much else. I told her that I loved her and that I would talk to her soon, but I don't know what soon means for us. I got into my car and left. I understood now why the events of my childhood had stopped years ago. As an adult, I now saw the connections that were lost on a child who tends to see the world in snapshots rather than a sequence. I thought about Josh. I loved him then, and I love him even still. I miss him more now that I know I'll never see him again, and I find myself wishing that I had hugged him the last time I saw him. I thought about Josh's parents. how much they had lost and how quickly that loss had come. They don't know about my connection to any of this, but I could never look them in the eyes now. I thought about Veronica. I had only really come to know her later in my life, but for those brief few weeks I think I had really loved her. I thought about my mother. She had tried so hard to protect me and was stronger than I would ever be. I tried not to think about the man and what he had done with Josh for more than 2 years. Mostly I just thought about Josh. Sometimes I wish that he never sat across from me that day in kindergarten, that I'd never known what it was like to have a real friend. Sometimes I like to dream that he's in a better place, but that's only a dream, and I know that. The world is a cruel place made crueler still by man. There would be no justice for my friend, no final confrontation, no vengeance. It had been over for almost a decade for everyone but me now. I miss you, Josh. I'm sorry you chose me, but I'll always cherish my memories of you. We were explorers. We were adventurers. We were friends. I don't know what I'm doing posting this to a internet forum, but I need to get it out somehow. Maybe writing it all down and posting it online will help. I doubt it, but it's worth a shot. Here goes nothing. My name's Daniel Mathis. I used to be a detective, but I retired 2 months back. Well, maybe retired isn't the right word. Forced to quit is more like it. Either way, I'm not on the force anymore. That's enough about me, though. If I'm going to tell this story properly, then I need to start at the beginning. The very beginning. It started 20 years ago. A child went missing. A little boy, only 10 years old. His name was Johnny. I'd worked on a few missing person cases before, but this one was different. Johnny was walking back from school with some of his friends. It was getting dark, so he decided to take a shortcut through the woods. His friends were too scared to follow, so Johnny went alone. Needless to say, he never made it home. His parents reported him missing a few hours later. We searched the area for 2 days. We questioned every sex offender in a 15-mile radius. Hell, we combed through every inch of that forest, but we never found him. Whoever took Johnny was smart about how they did it. They know how to cover their tracks. It was almost like the kid vanished into thin air. Flash forward a month to mid-January, and I'm knocking on his parents' front door. It was snowing that day. I remember Paul, the kid's father, answered the door. He looked tired, as if he hadn't slept in weeks. Despite this, he still made an effort to be polite. He gave me a weary smile and shook my hand. "Detective Mathis, come in," he said. "My wife's in the living room." His wife, Erin, was sitting with her back to me, staring at the TV. On the screen was a recording of Johnny, taken a couple months before he disappeared. It was grainy and blurry, the way home videos are. He had bright orange hair, freckles, and green eyes, just like his mother. In the video, he was dressed in a puffy jacket and playing around in a pile of leaves. It must have been taken in their front yard. "Mommy, Mommy, watch this!" he yelled, getting a running start before leaping headfirst into the pile of leaves. He burst out a few seconds later, stray foliage clinging to his hair. "Wow, sweetie," Erin's voice said from behind the camera. Johnny flashed a beaming smile, showing off the gap between his 2 front teeth before preparing to jump into the leaves once again. I stood in the doorway to the living room watching the video unfold. Once it reached its end, Erin started it from the beginning. It was only a few seconds long. She gazed onto the TV, rubbing her necklace with her thumb, silently whispering along. "Dear?" Paul said, shaking her from her trance. Detective Mathis is here. Aaron looked over and paused the video. Please, take a seat, Paul said, gesturing to a chair. Both he and Aaron sat on the couch across from me, his hand holding hers as I started to speak. Mr. and Mrs. McLean, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that it is not good news. We have to call off the search for Johnny. Aaron broke down immediately, sobbing into her hands. Paul squeezed his eyes shut, trying to stop himself from doing the same. To be honest, I felt like crying as well. I fought to keep it going for as long as I possibly could, but, well, Johnny's been missing for a month now. We've run out of leads. We're going to keep the case open, but until any new evidence comes to light, well, there's nothing we can do. The living room was filled with the sound of Aaron's wails. Paul tried his best to comfort her, but he was barely keeping it together himself. You promised, Aaron started to shout. You promised you would bring him home. Mrs. McLean, Why can't you bring him home? She screamed. She rose to her feet and stormed upstairs, leaving Paul and I alone in the living room. I'm sorry. I really am, I muttered, unable to look him in the eye. Paul wiped the tears away from his face before rising to his feet. I think you should leave. I looked up at him, opening my mouth to say something, but no words came out. I simply nodded my head and rose to my feet. Paul was barely fighting back his tears as I left. As soon as I shut the door behind me, I could hear him break down and start to sob. Paul and Aaron both died 15 years later. Paul started drinking and never stopped. Aaron drove her car off a bridge in the middle of the night and drowned. I don't think they ever forgave me. Not really. To them, I was always the detective that failed to bring their child home. It was the 20th anniversary of the kid's disappearance, December 5th, when I came home to a letter. It had no return address or any distinguishing features. It was just a plain white envelope. There was no way it could have been delivered by a mailman. Someone dropped it off personally. I still have it somewhere, but I don't need to read it again to remember what it said. The words are branded into my brain like a hot iron. I sat at my dining room table, cut the envelope open, and started to read. Dear Detective Mathis, if things were different, I would have written this letter to Johnny's parents. I regret that I never got the opportunity to explain this to them. I know they never would have been able to understand, but I would have liked to explain it regardless. Enough about that, though. With them gone, I have decided that the only one worthy of my confession is you. I watched you search for me, you know. I watched your interviews on the news. I watched as every lead you had went cold. In fact, I've seen you in person. You wouldn't have noticed me. I would have just been another face in the grocery store on the streets. But I noticed you. I always noticed you, Detective Mathis. I am sure you have figured it out by now, but I am the one who took Johnny. I am the one who snatched him away in the woods 20 years ago. I still remember how I lured him into my car. I remember how I knocked him unconscious. I remember how much I was shaking. I want you to know that I never touched him. Not like that, anyway. I want that to be known. On the back of this letter are coordinates. Follow them, and more will be revealed. And if you tell the police about this, you will be throwing away your only chance to do right by Johnny. No more mysteries. No more games. It's time you learn why I did what I did. I sat there reading and rereading that letter for what felt like hours. There were two possibilities. Either the person who took Johnny 20 years ago had really sent me a letter confessing his guilt, or someone was messing with me, and I did not know which was worse. I flipped the letter over and looked at the coordinates, careful not to touch the paper too much. If this really was written by the person who took Johnny, I wanted to preserve the prints. Staring at the coordinates, my first instinct was to call the station. But then another thought came into my mind. I knew that if I showed up with other cops and guys who took Johnny was there, he'd just get arrested. If I went by myself, I knew I could give him what he really deserved. No witnesses. No one to stop me from putting a bullet in his head. Besides, I could have just said it was self-defense. This man put Johnny's parents through hell. I wasn't about to pass up the opportunity to put him in the ground. I took a picture of the coordinates and plugged them into Google Maps. It was about a 30-minute drive located deep in the woods outside of town. I threw on my coat, grabbed my gun, and raced out to my car. I'm surprised I didn't get pulled over with how fast I was going. As I sped down the interstate, the leather on my steering wheel creaked beneath my grip. My knuckles turned white, and I caught myself grinding my teeth together. I thought about what the letter said, how he bragged about seeing me in public. How many times had I walked past this guy? How many times had I passed by someone on the street corner? And that someone was him. I wasn't a cop at this point. I didn't have my badge or my lights on. I was just angry and ready to kill a man. Eventually, I turned onto an old dirt road. I followed the directions until I came upon a trail into the woods. Parking the car, I grabbed the flashlight from my glove box and stepped out. It was twilight, and the forest was quiet, blanketed beneath a thick layer of snow. Not even the birds were making a sound. It was the kind of silence you only find in the dead of winter. As I trudged through the woods, I only became more furious. I imagined what it must have been like when Johnny was brought here. A million questions raced through my mind. Was he unconscious as he was dragged through the snow? Was he even alive? Did he leave a trail of blood, or was he wrapped tightly in a garbage bag? The coordinates took me off the trail and deep into the woods. I didn't even consider if I was going to be able to find my way back. I only had one thing on my mind. Finally, I reached the coordinates, only to find nothing. It was just a small clearing, snow-covered ground, bare trees, and the dark sky hanging above. I shined my flashlight around, desperately searching for something, anything. I double-checked my phone to make sure I was at the right spot. I was. Stumbling over to a dead log laying up against a small hill, I sat down. I buried my face in my hands and wiped away a few tears as my breath disappeared into clouds of vapor. The snow came up to my ankles, and the cold seeped through my boots. I slammed my fist down into the decaying wood. I did it again, then again. I shot to my feet and spun around, screaming into the empty forest as I furiously stomped down on the log. The dry wood splintered and cracked beneath my boot as I yelled every profanity I could think of. After what must have been my 10th kick, my foot broke through the hollow log and slammed into something behind it, something metal. I stumbled back, my foot throbbing in pain, shining my light through the newly formed hole in the log. I saw a rusted metal surface hiding beneath it. I frantically rolled the log aside, the wood breaking apart as I revealed what was underneath. Brushing the snow aside, I realized that what I was staring at was the entrance to a bunker. My breathing was heavy as I tugged on the latch. To my surprise, it was unlocked. The heavy door groaned as I swung it open. I was greeted with stone steps leading down into the dark. Shining my light, I saw just how deep this bunker was. It must have gone down 10 or 15 feet before the steps finally stopped and gave way to an unlit hallway. Drawing my gun, I took a deep breath and started down the steps. Leaving a trail of snow and mud behind me, I reached the bottom of the stairs and shined my light down the hallway. At the end of the hall was a large metal door. My own breath was deafening as I approached. Against the wall, next to the door, was a dial. Holding my flashlight in the crook of my neck, I turned it. I flinched as some sort of intercom screeched on, blaring an old and grainy rendition of When Johnny Comes Marching Home. It began with deafening drums and an ear-piercing whistle before giving way to a cacophony of voices. When Johnny comes marching home again, hurrah, hurrah. Stuffing my gun into my holster, I clasped my hands over my ears as the sound of an entire choir echoed throughout the bunker. We'll give him a hearty welcome then, hurrah, hurrah. Pushing the metal door open, I stumbled into the room beyond and frantically looked for the source of the music. The men will cheer, the boys will shout, the ladies, they will all turn out, and we'll all feel gay when Johnny comes marching home. At the end of the room was a computer with multiple monitors, and of which was hooked up to a loudspeaker, and we'll all feel gay when Johnny comes marching home. I grabbed the wire and ripped it out of the speaker, abruptly stopping the music, with the song no longer playing. I looked around to get a feel for my surroundings. I was in a concrete room with low ceilings and flickering fluorescent lights. It looked like an old hospital ward. The counters were populated by scalpels, operating tools of various sizes, and syringes. In the center of the room was an operating table adorned with leather straps. The whole room smelled like rubbing alcohol. The lights in the ceiling did a poor job at illuminating things, making the whole bunker feel claustrophobic and suffocating. The wall on the left was like something you would see in a mystery film. Hundreds of pieces of paper pinned to a notice board. Some of them had notes furiously scribbled down in handwriting I could barely decipher. Others, however, looked like printed off images of star systems. A picture of the Milky Way hung next to an old newspaper clipping from 20 years ago that read, "Strange lights spotted in the night sky." The wall opposite of that was, in fact, not a wall, but rather a glass divider, separating this section from the room of whatever was beyond it. Behind the glass was a thick blue mist, so dense that I couldn't even begin to see what was on the other side. "Johnny, are you here?" I shouted, running up to the glass and trying to peer through. Stepping back, I looked around the room in search of something to break the glass. That's when I saw it. On one of the computer screens was a recording titled, "For Mathis." Approaching the screen, I moved the mouse over it and clicked play. "Hello, Detective Mathis." My grip on my gun tightened when I finally heard his voice. For 20 years I had imagined what this monster sounded like. Finally hearing it felt surreal. The voice was slightly garbled by a modulator, but I could still tell that he was around my age, mid-60s at most. If you are listening to this, then you read my letter. If you were hoping to arrest me, or maybe even kill me, I am sorry to disappoint you. I have taken exhaustive steps to cover my tracks. Even if you manage to find my identity, I will be long gone by then. I clenched my jaw, imagining how satisfying it would feel to choke him out. I am sure you have many questions, and I think that this recording will answer most of them. But before I can explain anything, I think it is best to introduce you to someone. With that, the chamber behind the glass divider began to hiss. The fog quickly dissipated, and the room beyond was revealed. I don't think I'll ever be able to forget what I saw when the mist fully cleared. I still see it. Every time I close my eyes, every time I fall asleep, I see that thing. On the other side of the glass there was I don't even know what to call it. It looked vaguely humanoid, but its limbs were more akin to an arachnid. Countless fingers with numerous joints sprawled forth from its palms like a spider web. Its skin was brown and covered in a thick layer of slime that dripped down onto the floor. Its emaciated torso was hollow, its ribs curling outward to form a central cavity that bellowed slightly as the thing quietly breathed. "Detective Mathis," said the recording. "Meet the basilisk. Whether that is its true name or simply what it has chosen to be called is beyond me." As my eyes traveled over the creature's horribly misshapen and grotesque form, I saw something that made my heart sink into my stomach. Encased within its open rib cage was a body. It was small, frail, and wrapped in a cocoon of sinew. It dripped with the strange fluid, and parts of its discolored skin seemed to be merging with the creature itself. Taking a step towards the glass, I let out a quiet gasp when I saw the strands of orange hair hanging from its scalp. "Johnny?" I whispered. To my horror, one of his green eyes fluttered open, his irises bloodshot. He looked at me for a split second before his pupil rolled back into his head, and he started to thrash about. He was alive. Through the glass, I could hear horrible, excruciating groans. I pray I never have to hear anything like that again. They reverberated off the walls of the bunker, the choked sobs of a child crying not because he is sad or because he needs attention, but because he is in pain. I pressed my hand against the glass and fought back tears as I watched Johnny, the boy I thought had been dead for 20 years, writhe in agony before my eyes. Suddenly his screams were overpowered by a low groan. A strange clicking noise filled the room as the many elongated fingers of the basilisk began to twitch. After a few seconds, Johnny's muffled screams were silenced. His eyes fluttered shut, and he went still. As he stopped moving, so did the basilisk. "Johnny? Johnny!" I screamed, pounding on the glass. Neither he nor the creature responded. "Incredible, isn't it?" The recording spoke again. "The basilisk came to me 20 years ago. Its spacecraft descended from the stars before my very eyes." I was barely listening to the recording at this point. My eyes were fixated on Johnny as he lay motionless inside the creature's chest. "Do you want to know the interesting part, Detective Mathis? When it came to me, I was a dying man. Brain cancer. Stage 4, inoperable." His voice seemed sullen before perking up as he continued. "The basilisk cured me. I should have died years ago, but it halted my tumor in its tracks." I began to look around the room, searching for some way into the chamber, but I found nothing. Johnny was completely sealed off. Can you see it? The fluid that it is secreting? In that fluid lies the cure to cancer. Can you imagine a world where we do not have to fear such a horrid fate? The enzymes in that fluid were the key. I knew that if I could isolate them, learn how to replicate it, I could make cancer a thing of the past. And the basilisk was willing to help me. The voice paused for a second, and I could hear the man let out a sigh. Except it needed something from me. It wanted a child. I replayed that part in my head more times than I care to admit. It never fails to make me sick. The basilisk is a creature of the abstract. It feeds off futures that never were, and there is no one who has more potential or imagination for the future as a child. Johnny is alive in there. The basilisk is keeping him alive, keeping his psyche trapped in the body of a child, dreaming of the future he never had. I know your first instinct will probably be to try and pull him out, but that won't save him. The basilisk has been feeding off of Johnny for 20 years. They are merged in body and mind. If you separate them, they both will die. I started to cry. I stumbled back and leaned against the operating table, unable to peel my eyes away from the glass. The voice sighed deeply. "I know you think I'm a monster, Detective Mathis, but I stand by what I've done. Do you know why?" He sounded so arrogant, so damn smug. "Because I figured out how to replicate the enzymes. In a few years, I will have a cure to every type of cancer there is. Do you know how many children die of cancer every year? Nearly 100,000. Nearly 2 million children have died in agony since I first took Johnny. Since I gave him to the basilisk. I had to do this. I have a duty to save as many as I can, and the basilisk never would have helped me if I hadn't given it a child. I sacrificed one so I could save millions. No matter how hard I tried, I could not look away from the display on the other side of the glass for more than a few seconds. The otherworldly, incomprehensibly twisted form of the basilisk, Johnny's nearly unrecognizable body trapped within. If I had gone to the government, the voice began again, they would have locked it away beneath the Pentagon. They would have tortured it, and if they ever realized the good it could do, they would have only given it to the rich, the 1% of the 1%, the corrupt, the greedy, and the perverted. I could hear the anger and bitterness in his voice. I'm going to give this cure to everyone, not just the wealthy. Soon cancer will be a distant memory. Johnny has made a necessary sacrifice. His suffering has led to an unprecedented leap in medicine. As the recording continued, I approached the glass, looking at the emaciated husk huddled within the chest cavity. His eyes opened again, only for a second. It looked around the room, seeming to follow the web of fingers clinging to the ceiling. In the seconds before he shut his eye again, I could see Johnny's pain, his fear. Now, the recording continued. The way I see it, you have a few options. You could call your precinct, but that would be foolish. If you show them the basilisk, the CIA won't be far behind. If they don't kill you, they will brainwash you into never speaking of this again. They will take both the basilisk and Johnny away for study. He will remain in his living hell, and it will be your fault. I looked down at the gun in my hand, running my thumb over the black metal. Your second option is to kill them, the recording said. Even though I knew they were coming, I felt my heart sink into my stomach as he said those words. I trust you brought your gun. The glass is not bulletproof, and neither is the basilisk. Just a few shots is all it should take. I am no fool. I know that if the basilisk is left unattended, it will eventually leave the bunker and begin searching for other children. Just like any junkie, the high will wear off and it will search for the next one. I could not bring myself to end its life. I worked with it for many years. It is practically my colleague. For the first time since the recording began, I detected a hint of compassion in his voice. So it's up to you, Detective Mathis. You can put Johnny out of his misery and walk away. You can be satisfied knowing that you ended his suffering the only way you could. Alternatively, you could notify the government. You could risk your own life and doom Johnny to who knows how many more years of agony. You are a pragmatic man, much like myself. I trust you will make the correct decision. And with that, the recording was over. I was left in the bunker with nothing but the hum of fluorescent lights and the horrible abomination on the other side of the glass. Looking up from my gun, I saw Johnny staring at me, not with one eye, but both. Tears trickled down his cheeks as he gazed at me, his eyes pleading for something. I don't know what was going through his mind. I'm not even sure if he was still capable of thought after 20 years of torment. After a few seconds, the basilisk's fingers twitched again, and Johnny was pulled back into his slumber. I looked down at my gun again. My hand was trembling. A few minutes later, I stepped out of the bunker and into the cold night. The chill nipped at my skin, and the barrel of my gun was still smoking. A light snow began to fall as I sat down on the hollow log. I began to sob. I wiped at my eyes, but the tears kept coming. Sorry, I'm sorry. I cried. As I wept, I felt my gun's weight in my hand. 2 bullets, lighter than when I had arrived. Back in 2018, I was in a difficult position. I'd lost my job working security for a local firm, and was looking for something on short notice. Add to that, I was in a difficult situation with my then girlfriend. We were on a sort of pause. It was a strange time. In short, I was looking for a job, and I found one. There's this charity, which I won't name, that handles distribution of something called the Little Miracle Chest. These have been around since the 80s, but they're very limited in scope. It's these colorful toy boxes that are sent out to first-time parents, mostly in the southern East Coast states. They usually contain a couple of goodies, some parental advice books, a Bible, and a couple other things. It's been around for a while, but I don't think a lot of people talk about it. I read online that a local chapter handling the Little Miracle chests needed permanent warehouse security, so I applied. I had one of these chests as a kid, and honestly I loved it. I thought it was a nice callback, especially at a time when I needed stability. For the sake of brevity, I'll just say this up front. I've changed a couple of names around, including my own, just to make sure my position and the location stays anonymous. I met with a guy, let's call him Jonah. Friendliest guy you'll ever meet. Early 50s, honest living kind of guy if you could look past the creepy horn-rimmed glasses. He looked like a cool dad who'd stepped out of a 70s commercial. Firm handshake, calming voice. I met him just outside the warehouse, and he had the most starched white shirt I'd ever seen. "Jonah," he said, shaking my hand. "And you must be Henry." "You got that right. Glad to be here." "It's like I know you already. Do you want the tour?" "Gotta admit," I said, "I'm a bit nervous about the interview." "Interview?" Jonah laughed. "My friend, as far as I'm concerned, the job is yours. We got your application, is all. You fit the bill just fine." "You sure?" I asked. "I figured you'd need some, I don't know, clarity." "I got a good eye for people," smiled Jonah. "But I suppose I have one question that needs answering, if you're so inclined." "Go right ahead." Jonah put a hand up to shield his eyes from the July sun. The guy was clearly an outdoorsy type, being tanned from head to toe. "Do you consider yourself a nurturing man?" he asked. It was a perfectly fair question, but it was difficult to answer. I had this girlfriend, Jill, who I'd been seeing for about 8 months. We got along great and had been talking about moving in together when she revealed something. She had a kid. I had no idea. It had been this thing she hadn't intended to hide. It just ended up that way. We got along so well, and by the time she wanted to tell me, it had gotten strange to bring it up. I don't think it was nefarious, but it became this strange sticking point in our story. 8 months, and I'd never once heard she had a 5-year-old boy at home. At that point, I didn't know if things were complicated because I didn't want to be a stepdad, or because she'd lied to me. So when Jonah asked me if I was a nurturing man, that's where my thoughts brought me. I zoned out a little and answered as well as I could. "I'd like to think I am," I said, "but I don't know. Hard to tell." "Well, at least you're honest," smiled Jonah. "That makes up for a lot." With that, he gave me a tour of the warehouse, row after row of little miracle chests, all wrapped in cellophane and ready to be shipped out. The little miracle chests are about 4 feet long, 3 feet wide, and has a rounded treasure chest kind of lid. The thing is made of some solid kind of wood, and has these metal handles bolted to the side. It's heavy, at least 30 pounds. On the side, you get all kinds of classic Americana printed. Boys and girls playing in the sun, a white church, green grass, a rainbow, happy couples leaning on one another, but also a few of adventurous motifs, like lions being ridden by young boys, or little girls feeding unicorns with blue sunflower seeds. It's probably the most sugar-coated wholesome thing you'll ever see, if you haven't seen one already. Before we could enter, Jonah gave me a tap on the back. These things come straight from the printer, so we have these industrial fans going in there to keep the prints from peeling until they settle. So it's loud in there. Alright. So we got these headphones, noise cancelling and all. Whenever you're in the main hall, you need these on at all times, or you'll hurt your hearing. We can't be held liable for that, Henry. We don't got that kind of money. Fair enough. He gave me the headphones and showed me around the warehouse. There was a definite chemical in the air. It was a prickly smell, like old lime and deep ammonia. It stuck with you immediately. Jonah showed me around the main hall, the loading dock, and the various entryways to keep an eye on. He pointed out a few cameras, all the light sources, and where the emergency buttons were in case of a fire or serious accident. Once we got out of the warehouse, we put away the headphones and put them in a locker. There was this small adjoining office with 2 desks, and an honest-to-God fax machine. Jonah explained a couple of details I needed to keep in mind. We got this place pretty cheap because the ground rests on aquifer, he explained. That's been shifting slightly over the years, causing a lot of incline. We've looked into contractors to help us compensate, but it's a steep bill. Long story short, Henry, you need to check to make sure none of the chests tumble off the shelves. We don't want them to break. Not one. Is that why you wrap them up like that? I asked. For traction? Traction and to keep the fumes in. You know. They're straight from the printer. We don't want you to get a wheezy lung. We want you around for a while. I appreciate that. Anything else I ought to know? Well, look at you, smiled Jonah, giving me a firm pat on the shoulder. Being proactive. I knew I picked the right guy. Well, since you asked, there's one last thing. He sat down on one of the desks, trying to look like a cool substitute teacher. I bet that move worked better on the younger folks. Well, 2 things, he admitted. 1, don't use the freezer. We've had to throw out a bunch of stuff because of it. And 2, do you know our motto? The motto? Yeah, the little miracle motto. Do you know it? You used to have one as a kid, right? And of course I knew it. It was written on the inside of the lid, so you saw it every time you opened it. God loves all his little miracles, I said. That's the motto. Hot diggity dog, Henry. I knew you were the perfect guy. He gave me another firm clap on the shoulder. A couple of signed papers later, and I was officially hired. There were a couple more things to keep track of, like where we stored keys, what to do at certain times, and how many hours of the day I had to stick around. I had an alternating schedule with a 3-week rotation. The pay was decent, but I had to scale back on a couple of things on account of only working 4 days out of the week. The extra pay for working the occasional weekend and night shift were more than enough to make up for it. All in all, I was only down about $100 or so from my last job, and this was both more stable and had better hours. Jonah was always around, mostly in the office. I saw him try to get that stupid freezer to work a couple of times, but they gave up and started using it for storage. Mostly charity merch like hats and cheap jackets. The people who worked there struck me as harmless, but socially awkward. They would bring in the occasional plate of cookies or wish me a blessed afternoon, but they would keep to themselves and give me a curious side-eye. Night shifts were a whole different thing. The little miracle chests look a bit strange in the dark. You have to consider, the one I used to have was beat up and torn at the edges. These things were fresh from the printer. They looked nothing like my old thing. It had been thrown out somewhere around my later high school years. I grew up in a troubled home. I didn't know it was a troubled home back then, but it was. I was an only child, and my parents were constantly complaining about their financials. Whenever the 2 of them were in the same room for more than an hour, they'd yell. There was always something. The broken lawnmower, the extra shift that ruined our weekend plans, the cheap muffler. That strange noise from the shower drain. There was always something, and someone had something to say about it, and they had to say it loudly. I used to get so tired of it that I'd lay under my bed with a pillow over my head, trying to drown the sound out. That is until I realized that the little miracle chest we had was mostly soundproof. I'd put blankets and pillows in there and make it my happy place. I would spend a lot of weekends there with a flashlight tucked under my chin, reading or playing, and whenever I ran out of batteries, I'd imagine what was written on the page and just whisper it into the dark. Or I could be an astronaut for a while, floating through space. Or maybe I was a spy, hidden in the trunk of a villain's car. It sounds sad, but I never knew it was. I loved that darkness. It was my own, and no one could take it from me. I'd whisper my little truths into the void, and I felt like it understood me, like it was a friend. I could imagine it saying, "You're our little miracle, Henry, and we'll always be here for you." And every time I looked up, there was that motto, "God loves all his little miracles." The job itself wasn't that demanding. I'd help out with the occasional loading at the dock, and I'd keep the place shut down and safe in the evenings. Most of the time I was walking around the warehouse, listening to a podcast or an audiobook. The headphones Jonah gave me were these amazing $400 industrial things that worked as radio, communication, and media player, and he was perfectly fine with me listening to something while on my own. For all his quirks, Jonah was probably the most chill boss I'd ever had. There were a couple of times I had to step in. A couple of chests had slid a bit too far, and I'd have to wrap them up in more cellophane and put them back. Other times, the smell would get so strong that I had to step out for a while. I'd get chills from the overhead fans, and there was always something sticky to get your shoe stuck on, so it wasn't perfect, but what job is? But my trouble started for real when I started using glasses. I'd been riddled with headaches for a week, and Jonah gave me a day off to check with my optician. Turns out I needed glasses. It was a pain to get used to, but even more of a pain to wear them underneath the headphones. I'd get this chafing around the edges of my ears from the constant pressure. After a while, I decided to take a break from the headphones, if only for a while, just to give my ears some time to rest. That's when I noticed something peculiar. The industrial fans weren't really that loud, barely even a hum. I asked Jonah about it, but he insisted I wear the headphones, or at least earplugs. "It's an insurance thing," he argued. "It's really important. Please take this serious, Henry." I didn't want to lie to him, but I did. Whenever no one was around, I'd put away the headphones. I'd still keep them around my neck if I needed to put them back on, but I'd keep them off most of the time. But that put another thought in my head. What about the floor tilt? Was that really a thing? The fans weren't so bad, so maybe this wasn't either. There was this water level tool in the office. I borrowed it from Jonah's desk and went into the warehouse. I checked the warehouse shelves one by one. None of them were tilted, or at an angle. They were all perfectly straight. I had the day shift the following afternoon. There was a short moment before my lunch break where there was just me and Jonah in the office. He'd kick his feet up on a chair and bask in the heat like a lizard. I'd only been with Little Miracles for a few weeks, but I'd already grown to enjoy the job. Asking questions about it felt shaky. Jonah looked up at me with a curious expression. "I got a couple of questions about the warehouse," I said. "A couple of things ain't adding up, and I need some clarity." "Well, Henry, that's what the good book is for," he smiled. "But I guess I could clear up some of the smaller stuff." "Let's start with the headphones," I continued. "The fans are barely audible. There's no way they could cause any kind of hearing damage." Jonah nodded with a slightly furrowed brow. "All right," he said. "Go on." And the shelves. You said the floor was crooked, and that the chests kept sliding. I checked the floor, and it ain't crooked. Shelves ain't either. So what are you asking me, Henry? What's this adding up to? There's something you're not telling me. If we're gonna be a team, I need to know what's going on. Jonah got up from his chair and patted me on the shoulder. His frown softened into a trained, quiet smile. He held his hand out, urging me to follow him into the warehouse. We wandered over to the closest chest, and Jonah gently placed it on the floor. He unwrapped the cellophane, talking to me as it came undone. The smell of the paint unfurled like a carpet, spilling over my senses. The ammonia could have choked me, but it was the old lime smell that stuck around the longest. I can't tell you why they slide off the shelves, Jonah said. It's just something we have to compensate for. He tapped the chest and opened it, showing me the simple wooden interior. It was empty, with the motto printed on the inside of the lid. The headphones are a courtesy, Jonah sighed. A couple of folks feel bad about asking if they can play music or listen to something while they're out there by their lonesome. We figure giving a free pass makes the time go a little faster. And, well, we already bought the things. Jonah, that can't be it. That can't be all there is. He closed the lid and wrapped the chest back up. Here's God's honest truth, he said. This entire organization is here to care for the good Lord's little miracles. And if we do what's expected of us, that's what we'll do. There wasn't a hint of a lie. I don't know what I expected. The chests were empty, and while the explanations were weak, they were at least plausible. It was enough to keep my mouth shut for a little longer. If there's anything else, you know where to find me, he said. Stick to the script and you'll do fine. And for some time, I did just that. I patrolled those halls day and night, making sure the chests didn't slide off the shelves. I listened to my audiobooks, helped load the trucks, wrapped the chests in cellophane, and that was all there was to it. I had the thought that maybe Jonah had picked a specific chest to open, so at times, I'd open others just to check, but they were always empty. For a full month I didn't think much of it. That is, until one particular night. I didn't use my headphones that evening. My glasses were chafing again. I'd gotten a text from Jill earlier that night, and I kept pacing back and forth trying to figure out what to respond. Hell, maybe I shouldn't respond at all. The message was part apology, part explanation, and a reminder that despite it all, she missed me. Part of me wanted to say I missed her back. Another part wanted to walk away. Jonah's question still stuck with me. Am I a nurturing man? As I paced, I noticed one of the chests having slid a little further than usual. A full corner of the chest was hanging off the edge of the shelf. I put my phone away, slid the chest back in place, and stepped back. As I did, I heard something. It was low, like a mumble from behind a pane of glass. Thank you. I looked back at the chest. I stared at it, dumbfounded. You're welcome? There was no response. And of course there wasn't. How could there be? It might have been the wind, but a part of me knew it wasn't. That noise brought me back to those childhood summers, hidden away in the safety of my little miracle chest, while my parents threw dinner plates and novelty mugs. In the safety of that chest, when I whispered something, I'd imagined someone listening, and that someone would sometimes whisper back. And what I heard in that warehouse was exactly like what I'd imagined that voice to sound like. From that point on, I started looking at the little miracle chests a bit different. I began questioning whether they were affecting me, or I was affecting myself. It had been such a small sound, barely audible, a whisper of a thank you. I could have misheard. I must have. The only other option was nonsensical. Chests can't talk, and I knew for a fact that these were empty. But I couldn't help it. During those long hours of the night, I had to look a little closer. listen a little longer, and when I couldn't convince myself to stop, I tried to test them, challenge them even. I'd whisper at them, knock on the lid, or pick up and shake them a bit. Of course, nothing happened, but every now and then I'd see one of them twitch or rattle. Was it one particular chest that moved, or was it all of them? One night I didn't even bother to try. I just picked a chest and stared at it, waiting for it to move. I'd looked at it for so long that the image sort of blurred, like when you hear a word too many times and it starts to sound like a noise. Then, there it was. A nudge. Just a little, but clear as day. I rushed it, tore away the cellophane and opened it, and of course it was empty, and I'd accidentally ripped off part of the print. Just a corner, where the lion was. I thought about lying to Jonah, but I knew better. Not only did he deserve the truth, but there were cameras to tell the full story. Not that I didn't think he'd believe me, but because it didn't matter. No matter if the chest moved or not, I'd messed up. I met Jonah in the parking lot on the way to the office. He carried a much too formal suitcase and a copy of today's paper. I caught up and told him flat out what I'd seen, the moving chest and the subsequent unwrapping. Jonah nodded, then wielded his newspaper like a judge's gavel. "Henry," he said, "you're still the perfect man for the job. I know you are, and I want to help you." "Then tell me what's going on," I begged. "Tell me I'm not crazy." "How about this?" he said. "You heard about the storm?" It had been the talk of the week, a storm brewing over for the weekend, with the brunt of it hitting later that evening. The sky had already darkened. We had a last-minute cancellation, and I got no one to help. If you can keep things in check this one night, I'll see what I can do. "Can do about what?" I asked. "What can you do?" "Henry, please," he said, putting his hand on my shoulder. "I'll see what I can do." I agreed. Things were gonna be a bit different that evening. I was the only one on site, and there'd be no one to call for backup. That and the storm was guaranteed trouble. We had to close the fans and lock down the shelves with plastic straps. And because the fans weren't running, I'd have to wear a mask with a gas filter, just in case the fumes got too intense. I was gonna have to make sure everything was secure, which would be an effort and a half. Not even an hour into my shift, I started getting warnings about rolling blackouts in the area due to fallen trees cutting the power lines. 30 minutes later, and it reached me. The entire warehouse turned dark with a sudden click. The silence was so palpable that I could hear my heartbeat. It's surprising how many noises are around you when it's quiet. You kinda don't notice unless the power is gone. As the power went out, I could hear the wind picking up. It was pushing into our ventilation, making the warehouse fans squeak in protest. And with a first lightning strike, I heard the shelves rattle, not because the ground shook, but because they suddenly moved. I checked the straps on the shelves with a flashlight, trying to figure out what had made them move. I noticed a particular chest on the mid-level that had slipped a bit, and I pushed it back in line. That was the one to keep an eye on, but as the second lightning strike collapsed into the woods outside, the shelves rattled again. And when thunder started to roll, I looked up. It wasn't just one peculiar chest. They were all moving. Some of them were actively fighting against the protective straps. Others seemed to shake like a leaf in the wind. It's like something had kicked them, forced them into action. A couple of lids flipped up, revealing the empty insides. I could hear the cellophane stretch and strain against some unseen force pushing the chests every which way. Then voices. "What's happening? Who's there? Is it danger?" I tried my best, I really did. I tried to ignore the movement and the whispers. I tried keeping them all still and secure, but one strap on the far end of the warehouse came undone, and one persistent gust of wind made the entire thing lean. I could see that it was about to fall long before I got there. It crashed into another shelf who bore the brunt of the weight, and luckily, it held. But one chest on the far end got loose. It collapsed to the floor and splintered on the concrete. Something leaked out of it. It looked like a water-oil mixture, and it had this intense smell of old fruit. I grabbed what remained of the lid and moved it, only to see a small, translucent hand sticking out, no bigger than my thumb. Little claws curled around the fingertips. It was so white I could see its veins, where a pulse ought to twitch, but it didn't. It lay still. I let the lid go and backed away. "We die," a chest whispered. "We're dying," said another. "Mother, call for Mother. Mother." They hissed and rattled, every chest on every shelf, and as the hissing got louder, it turned into a wail, a cry for help, drowning into the raging storm. I backed away, not knowing what to do. A couple of straps were coming undone. Some shelves were swaying in the wind, and right there on the floor lay that splintered chest like a broken egg. "I'm trying to help," I called out. "I can help. Just please stop and I'll help." "The Death Man," a chest hissed. "Fear the Death Man. Mother, Mother." The calls got louder. A chant for Mother, for something to come help them, to deal with the Death Man. I couldn't stay. Defying the storm, I rushed out of the warehouse and into the parking lot. I was drenched in seconds as the rain fell sideways, but I much preferred the howling storm to whatever was happening on those shelves. I couldn't believe it. I ran from my car. I had to call Jonah. I'd gotten about 30 feet when I noticed something on the road ahead. It looked like an oncoming flash flood. Mud and trees and bushes being swept up into a big pile, roiling its way across the road. It was far off, but there was something about it. It looked out of place. I stopped for a second to take a closer look. It had eyes. It wasn't oozing across the road. It was crawling like a massive reptile. I'd mistaken its scales for tree bark. It was a creature, an unreal reptilian thing, and it was coming straight for me. And now that I looked at it, it was fast. I never made it to my car. I turned back to the warehouse. I sprinted as fast as my legs would allow and slammed the door shut behind me. 2 seconds later, the door imploded with a metallic twang, hitting me in the shin bone and sending me sprawling to the floor. "Mother," the chests cried. "Mother comes. Mother saves. Mother eats the Death Man. Eat the Death Man." Something groaned. It sounded like a tree bending in the wind, but there was a tune to it, and it repeated like the croak of an angry frog. The living mudslide reached into the warehouse, only to reveal a 5-clawed forelimb, each claw the size of my leg. It cracked the floor like wet sand. Then, a roar. The air rippled, and the pressure made my ears pop long before I even heard its sound. It was part hiss, part croak, and part shriek, all wrapped up into one furious bellow that rattled the windows. I got back up on my feet, wobbling from the gash in my leg just as the thing reached the loading bay doors. Those are solid metal. I thought they'd hold for a while, but they bent wide open with a little effort. It was like watching a rabid dog tear into a pillow fort. The storm spilled onto the warehouse floor. The winds shook the shelves as the creature stopped in front of the broken chest. A split white tongue tasted the air, each segment the size of a grown man's thigh. It poked around the splinters and looked up with a pupil the size of a bowling ball. "Kill the Death Man," one demanded. Kill him. Kill him now. Mother. Mother. A bellow rolled out of that thing like a revving engine. I saw claws sink into the concrete as it dragged itself forward, heading my way. I hobbled into the main office. I could hear that thing thrashing around, trying to follow me. For a second, it stopped. I thought maybe the door was too small for it. Then I heard a scratching noise, like construction tools being dragged across the wall. It was gonna break the entire room. I didn't know where to go, or what to do. I could make a run for it, but that thing would be on me in seconds out in the open. I had to keep stalling it, but I didn't know how. It was protecting something young and small, hidden within the chests. I don't know what to do, I gasped. I don't know what to do. I thought about Jill and not seeing her again, about never answering her last text, only for her to see my name in the obituaries. Then, a chime, a ringtone. Jonah had an extra phone in his top desk drawer, a cheap, disposable flip phone, and it was ringing. I pulled it out and answered, gasping for air as my eyes flicked back and forth. Jonah's voice came through from the other side. "Henry," he said, "I'm sorry it came to this." "What is this?" I gasped. "What do I do?" "Where do we go when we're scared, Henry? Where are we safe?" "That's what I'm asking," I yelled back. "What do I do?" "Think, Henry. Where are you safe?" I blinked. My mind snapped to attention, and I looked around the room, and there by the window was the broken freezer. I climbed into it, hiding beneath a pile of merchandise while the storm raged outside. I could hear the wall give way to tooth and claw as a primal bellow rattled the confines of the freezer. I just lay there in the dark, clutching the phone like my childhood flashlight. I calmed my breathing, listening to Jonah's voice. "Just like back in the day," he said. "What are you talking about?" Another bellow. Something bumped the freezer, making it wobble, but it didn't tip over. "She's upset with you," Jonah said. "She hasn't been socialized like the others." I didn't say anything. I just held the phone tight, closed my eyes, and tried to breathe. "I'm sorry. I didn't think it'd be this bad. I just thought they'd get a little scared from the thunder, maybe show you something, but..." Another lightning strike in the distance. Thunder roared across the sky, and the creature outside thrashed across the room, trampling the desks and breaking the cheap metal chairs. I could hear a bookshelf crash, and seconds later something smacked into the freezer. It fell over. The freezer collapsed to the side, but the lid stayed on. I had my breath knocked out of me with a violent thud, but I stifled my wheezing behind a handful of shirts. "Stay still," Jonah whispered. "Do nothing." I heard massive lips smacking as something wet dragged across the freezer like sandpaper. "She doesn't know you're a nurturing man," Jonah said. "She's mourning." I thought about Jill, and with death staring me in the face, I knew the answer to the question Jonah had asked me on the first day. I was a nurturing man. I had been all along, and if I could get out of there in one piece, I'd show them. I kept my eyes closed just like I'd done as a child. I'd pretend the world was different as chaos reigned outside, that they were play fighting or throwing pies like circus clowns. I thought back on those moments in the dark where I'd been an astronaut, ready to set off to distant planets, or make friends with alien life, or the moments when I'd read aloud from some comic book I'd bought with my monthly allowance. A white tongue slipped through the lid of the freezer, tasting the air. A waft of warm, swamp breath swept over me as the creature snorted, looking for my scent. But that freezer smelled more like Jonah than me. "I'm sorry," I whispered. I'm sorry. I'll do better. I'm sorry. I know, Jonah whispered back. You're still God's little miracle, Henry. We both are. Another low, rumbling, bellowing. This one rippled through my body, as if softening me up for a bite. The tongue protruded again, missing the sweet spot of my head by mere inches. Then it stepped back. It dragged itself across the floor, pulling half the office along in a sudden U-turn. Order slips and receipts stuck to its scales, whipping around in the wind. Debris from broken desks and flattened chairs clung to it, floating along like a natural disaster. I lay there, tucked among the battered merchandise, listening to the howling storm. The worst had passed, and the warehouse chests were quiet. I'm so proud of you, Jonah sighed. So proud of what you've become. And I would stay there until dawn, with Jonah, waiting for the wind to stop yelling. Most of the damage was covered by insurance. This part of the county was apparently prone to floods, it seemed, which was one of the reasons it was so cheap. Of course, there was no flood, but I got the sense that they knew that. I met Jonah a couple days later on a park bench not too far from the warehouse. He was having yogurt and brought a thermos of piping hot coffee. We hadn't spoken since that night, but he seemed just as cheery as always. I wasn't. I need to know what that is, I said. All of this. He looked up at me, then back down at his yogurt. Mango flavor. I never lied to you, he said. The Tapix is God's little miracle. We just make sure they grow up to be good. They need to socialize, to listen. So you send them out to children? You hide them in chests and just let them go? It works, he said. We rarely have a problem. And what are they? In the wild, they're terrifying. Jonah shuddered. But it's like with dogs. They can be your best friend, or roam in packs looking for prey. So that big thing was a wild one? Not wild one, he corrected. A poorly socialized one. Then what do the good ones look like? Jonah finished his yogurt, putting the little plastic spoon down. He wiped his lips and rubbed the tips of his fingers together, making a strange sound. His fingertips were solid, like sanded down bone. They can look like a good friend, Jonah said. A kind uncle, a goofy aunt, or a friendly boss who don't ask too many questions. Someone who knows you very well. I looked at him, past the horn-rimmed glasses and the calming smile. There was a tint to his eyes that I hadn't seen before, and a slight protrusion along his spine. It's not without purpose, Henry, he said. We're all just trying to be better people. He got up and stretched a little, then let his demeanor sink back into a familiar expression. See you Monday? He asked. For the cleanup. I got up, looked him over, and shook his hand. See you Monday. It's been a few years since then. The first thing I did after that meeting was call Jill. It didn't take long for us to reconnect. She gave me every opportunity to back out, but I kept at it. And beyond all my insecurities and questions and worries was a life of calm and warmth, one that I could nurture into something beautiful, a place with bedtime reading and early morning car karaoke. You might be surprised to know that I still work with Little Miracles. We got one of the chests at home. The creature that lived in it slipped out last summer, having grown too large to stay in the double-bottom floor. I don't consider these things a threat any more than I do a stray dog or an outdoors cat. I get it now. I get how they work. And I don't have to wear any headphones at work. They don't mind me hearing the voices. Jonah has never said it out loud, but I think he and I both know where we first met. He's been with me for a long time, all the way back to when I read books by flashlight. Thanks to him, I guess someone listened to all those times when I whispered into the dark. It's a good reminder that God loves all his little miracles. And maybe we should too. I don't get it. I swirled my straw around in my iced pecan latte. Not the manliest drink choice, but Amaya had turned me on to them, and now I couldn't go back to whatever I had ordered before. I would never be the same. Yeah, Josh, Amaya chimed in, leaning back in her chair almost precariously, the front legs tilting off the ground. Me neither. It looks like Grinder. I snorted. It does kind of look like Grinder. How would you even know that, Cooper? I mean, I've seen what Grinder looks like. Have you never seen what Grinder looks like? My head whipped between them, searching for understanding in Josh's face and sympathy in Amaya's. I only found laughter. I crossed my arms and sulked. Guys, I know it's weird, Josh finally continued. He pinched his baseball cap by the bill and spun it around so it was backwards, leaning forward and holding out his phone for us to look at. Doing that was almost a nervous tic for him. It had to be 50 times a day that he rotated his hat like that when he was wearing one, just to rotate it back again. Sometimes I joked that he was going to make his hair curly like that. I don't even know who made this. Jackson said they found it on the dark web or something. Your cousin, Jackson? You're not really falling for that, are you? Amaya smirked at him, leaning on her elbows and chewing on her straw. He's definitely messing with you. He just glared at her and kept going. Some people think it's like promotion for a movie or something. Some people think the people on here are dead. Dead? Like ghosts or something? He shrugged loosely, his face blank. Don't know. There's just a lot of theories. They could also just be bots or something. So what's the point of using this? I chimed in, slurping loudly as the last hints of liquid in my cup. I got a couple dirty looks from some old ladies at the table next to us, and I smiled apologetically. You're just making it sound sketchy. Josh grinned, coming alive. He rotated his hat again and leaned in closer, like he was going to tell us a juicy secret. Amaya and I glanced at each other. People are finding love, apparently, he whisper-yelled. Like, on the app? With the ghosts/bots? He shook his head. No, not exactly. I think the point of the app is that it figures out your type or something, and then you just find someone exactly like that. They're drawn to you or something. So now this is some tarot card universe soulmate BS. Amaya always joked like this, but I could tell she was getting legitimately a little frustrated with him. I didn't blame her. Her emotions had been all over the place lately, since she and Sean broke up. I felt guilty for feeling a little relieved they finally ended it, considering it meant she had more time to hang out with us, because I knew she was having a horrible time with it. They had been together for 2 years. Things like that were a big deal. I, on the other hand, hadn't had a girlfriend in years. I hadn't even been on a date in longer than I wanted to admit, and even if I could get a date, I didn't think I'd know what to do with the opportunity. I thought college would be a constant party where I was meeting girls left and right, but so far I had been sorely mistaken. I couldn't lie. What Josh was saying sounded appealing in theory, if it was real that time, which it wasn't. Listen, Josh said, offering her a crooked smile. I know it sounds insane. It definitely is insane. I haven't even gotten to the weirdest part yet. What's the weirdest part then, Josh? She brushed some dark brown curls away from her eyes, scowling at her own iced latte. Spit it out. Check this out. He held out his phone again, and Amaya and I both leaned in to look. It was the same screen he'd showed us before. The one that looked a little bit like Grindr, with a black background, and the only thing on the page were a list of open chats. He tapped on a little question mark in the top right corner, and that was when the terms and conditions popped up. Terms and conditions. 1. If someone messages you that you would like to speak with, you must reply within 10 minutes of receiving the message. 2. If you do not wish to speak with someone, you must repeat this phrase word for word. Thank you for your interest, but I am not open at this time. I wish you good luck with finding what you want. 3. If you wish to stop speaking to someone, repeat the phrase above. 4. If someone continues messaging you after you have sent the phrase above, get to high ground, lock all doors and windows, and contact customer support immediately. Delete the app. Do not re-download the app. 5. Do not message anyone between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. 6. Always say goodnight before you go to sleep. 7. Always say good morning as soon as you wake up. 8. Always be polite. 9. Do not send more than one message at a time. 10. Do not offer them anything to eat. 11. Do not agree to meet up with anyone on the app. Do not tell them where you are, even if they say that they already know. Do not invite them into your home. 12. If they are near your home, get to high ground, lock all doors and windows, and contact customer support immediately. Delete the app. Do not re-download the app. 13. Do not let them trick you. They will try. 14. We are not responsible for any negative consequences of using the app. Amaya and I just stared at the page for a long time, both of our eyes skimming over the words once, twice, 3 times. Finally, Amaya leaned back, rubbing at her face with the palms of her hands. This has to be a joke. Josh shrugged, setting his phone down. It's crazy, I know. Do you agree to all of that? I asked him. I felt a little uneasy, my stomach churning. The pecan latte wasn't sitting well anymore. Have you been using this? He shrugged again, now looking a little bit embarrassed. Listen, I know it sounds insane, but it's just for fun. I just want to see if it's real. Jackson met this girl like a week after using the app for the first time, and I met her. And she's really normal and nice. I find that hard to believe. Maya's face was red, and she kept nervously tucking her hair behind her ears. Look, if you're messing with me, like, if you're both in on this is a really crappy prank to pull on me right now. No, both Josh and I cried out at the same time, getting a couple more weird looks. No, Amaya, it's not a prank, Josh finished. I promise, it's just something weird I found, and I wanted to tell you guys about it. Whatever, she huffed, pushing to her feet and slinging her bag over her shoulder. Just whatever. I don't feel good. I'll talk to you guys later. Amaya... I trailed off as she slammed her half-empty coffee cup into the trash, and briskly strode toward the door. Josh and I shared a look. Dude, I swear I wasn't trying to mess with her, he said after a while, searching my face to gauge my belief in him. I nodded, wiping my sweaty palms off on my jeans. I know, it's okay, she just isn't doing well right now. I hesitated for a long moment, chewing on my bottom lip, before I spoke again. Jackson really met someone? I downloaded the app that night. I wasn't proud of it, but my curiosity became stronger than my uneasiness, and, as embarrassing as it was to admit, I was getting desperate. I just wanted someone. I wanted to meet someone nice and pretty that I could go to places with, and I wasn't having luck anywhere else. I considered it a win-win. If this app was just some BS prank, then we could get a good laugh out of it, and if it wasn't, If it wasn't, that meant it was real. Josh had sent the link to our group chat with Amaya, and she immediately responded by reacting to the message with a thumbs down. That meant that, even if she was still a little peeved, at the very least, she wasn't upset anymore. It was a good sign. I pressed on the link and then agreed to download, crossing my fingers and praying for no horrible virus. The app really was incredibly bare bones. Nothing but a message screen, which was empty so far in my case. There wasn't anything else to look at, other than the terms and conditions, which I read again. No one to swipe on, no bios to read, nothing. I was brushing my teeth when I got my first message. My phone buzzed and I nearly choked on my toothpaste when I read the notification. Noelle. Hello, handsome. Smiley face. For some reason, the smiley emoticon unnerved me. I checked the time. 11:30 p.m., so I was fine on that rule. I pressed on the message and her profile popped up. There was no bio, just a name and a picture to look at. I studied it closely, my eyebrows cinching together. The picture was of a girl looking definitely somewhere close to my age. She had shoulder-length curly dark hair and dark skin, and she was posing in a yellow field wearing a flowery dress. It looked normal to me at first, but the closer I looked, the more off it felt. Her smile looked stiff, almost like it was painted on, and something about her eyes wasn't quite right. Her pupils looked strange, but I couldn't put my finger on exactly how. Something about that picture filled me with a sense of dread that I couldn't fully place either. I panicked, and I checked the terms and conditions again before composing my message, before the 10 minutes could pass, just in case. Cooper. Thank you for your interest, but I am not open at this time. I wish you luck in finding what you want. I waited. 3 little typing bubbles popped up, and then they disappeared. 5 minutes passed, then 10. I sighed in relief and shut my phone off. I woke up to 2 more messages from other women. One was named Alyssa, and one was named Jody. My heart began to race. They had messaged during the night, so it had been 10 minutes before I replied, right? The words scrolled across the backs of my eyes like subtitles. You must reply within 10 minutes of receiving the message. Had I broken that rule? But then again, I wasn't supposed to message back at night, so surely it didn't count. I typed my responses, not bothering to look too closely at their profiles yet, not wanting to psych myself out. Alyssa. Hi. Cooper. Hi, good morning. Jody. Hello, how are you today? Cooper. Hello, good morning. I'm doing well. How are you? I tried to match their energy. I made sure to be polite, and I also made sure to say good morning. I couldn't get my heart rate to slow down while I got ready to work, and I couldn't get over the dread I had felt when I thought I might have broken the rule. I knew it probably wasn't real, but what if it was? What would happen to me if I didn't follow the terms and conditions? At work, I got in trouble more than once for checking my phone between waiting tables. I couldn't help it. Even if it was a stupid joke, I didn't want to find out. I only got one message from someone new, someone named Sunny, and I caught it after 8 minutes had already passed since it was sent. I was anxious and restless all day, all the way until it was nearly midnight, when I could finally relax a little. The other girls had messaged me a couple of times throughout the day, and I had replied politely, asking them questions about things they liked to do and places they liked to go. Everything really seemed fairly average, besides the very slight hint of stiffness in the way they talked, and the strange qualities about all of their profile pictures. Maybe they really were just well-trained bots. The thought made me feel a little better. They probably weren't even real. The only thing out of the ordinary was one message from Alyssa. Alyssa, would you want to take me out to dinner some night this week? Get something to eat? Of course, in normal circumstances, this wouldn't have been a strange thing to say at all, but I remembered at the last second, do not offer them anything to eat. I told her I was extra busy that week, and I just wanted to get to know her first. She had typed for a long time before responding with, "Okay." Before it could get to midnight, I sent my goodnights, and let out a long, shaky breath. I called Josh. "Hey man, how's it going?" He sounded out of breath. He must have been on his nightly run. I had tried telling him it was crazy to go on runs in the middle of the night, and so had Amaya, but he didn't listen. He was a white, straight, mostly muscular man. He had nothing to be scared of. He was invincible. This app is stressful, dude. I lay back in my bed, closing my eyes. It's taking a lot out of me. I heard Josh laugh on the other end, slightly choppy and still breathless. "Don't take it too seriously. Like I was saying, it could definitely just be some movie promotion or something. Also, you get used to it. I have." "Yeah." I trailed off. "Have you talked to Amaya?" "A little. Why?" "I'm just worried about her. She's been so out of it lately." "Yeah. We should do something for her, man. Like, plan something." I couldn't help but smile. The three of us had been inseparable since freshman orientation. When we had been put in a group, I had thought it wouldn't last, that it would just be a case of freshman friend group. But it had. I felt lucky to have found both of them in such a big school in such a big area. "Yeah, we should. Let's hang out tomorrow." "Sure thing." I went to bed that night feeling a little bit better, and a little less anxious. I woke up to tons of messages. A couple of new ones, but mostly pages of ones from the girls I had already spoken to. These are a bunch of messages from Melissa. "Cooper, don't go to bed. Talk to me, Cooper. I miss you. Can I come over? I'm moving soon. Could you help me move? You could make me dinner. Cooper, wake up. I'm all alone, and I'm cold. It's so cold." I shivered. I didn't even bother reading through the other messages, just responded with a good morning and apologized for not responding the night before. I wasn't sure this app was for me. The next few days went by without much of a hitch. The girls on the app were creepy, but they seemed harmless, and I was careful to follow all of the rules. I kept telling myself that even if these girls freaked me out, they weren't even the ones I would end up with. If this app worked, I would meet someone who was perfect for me very, very soon, and then I could delete it and forget about it forever. I would give it another week or so, then I was going to give up. That was until Josh came into my job on a Wednesday. I saw him waiting outside the break room, his face pointed down, wringing his hands anxiously. The first thing I noticed was that he had no hat on. The second thing was that he was crying. "What's wrong?" I asked him, frowning and looking him over. "Is everything okay, dude?" He shook his head, finally looking up and meeting my eyes. I saw horror in them, and some other emotion that I hadn't seen from him maybe ever. "Amaya is missing. Cooper, she's gone." One thought struck me all at once. The first stupid thought I had. Did she download it too? Everything after that felt like a huge gray blur. My manager gave me the day off work, and I went with Josh, following him to the police station. I sat in their gray room. I answered their questions. I tried not to cry when they told me that her roommates had reported her missing after she hadn't seen her for over 24 hours. I tried not to panic when they told me her roommates also found the window broken that morning, and some blood staining the carpet. But there was no body down on the ground, no other traces of anything. I felt so guilty. I should have texted her more. I should have been calling and checking in on her. I had just been so distracted by work, and by this stupid app. The only thing keeping us from ruling it a suicide is the lack of a body. A female cop told me, clearly trying to be gentle. She placed a hand on my arm. Her roommate tells us she was going through a breakup. I felt myself filled with painful, searing rage. Amaya wouldn't do that. I looked the cop in the eyes, trying to make the eye contact burn. I promise. I could tell she didn't believe me. I stayed over at Josh's place. We both shuffled around like zombies, basically communicating only through either grunts of acknowledgement or shaky, quiet conversations about any updates. There were none to talk about. I completely forgot about the app. I forgot about it until about a week after she disappeared. My phone had been buzzing nonstop the entire week, but most of the time I had it entirely shut off. Some of my messages had been from my family, Amaya's family, and our classmates and friends, and some had been from the stupid app, but I couldn't bring myself to reply to many of them at all. But then I got a notification that caught my eye. Amaya. Hi, Cooper. It took me longer than I would like to admit to realize what I was looking at. At first I thought it was a text message, and my heart soared up into my throat. Then I realized it was the app. When I opened it up, I was bombarded with messages, both from new people and old ones. The old fear I'd felt about the app began to resurface, bubbling up like bile. Alyssa. Cooper, I'm coming over. I can come over now. I know where you are. Can I come over? Answer me, Cooper. I'm going to come over. Jody. Meet me. Please meet me. Please meet me. Now? Now? Sunny. Cold. I ignored all of them, despite the horrible, sick feeling in my gut. I opened the one from Amaya. I looked at her profile picture. It was her. It was a picture of her I had never seen before. It was dark outside and taken with flash. Her hair was down, falling around her face in the way that she couldn't stand. Her chin tilted a little to the side. She was smiling in the way that first girl was. Wrong. Stiff and strange and wrong. That wasn't her smile. And those weren't her eyes. They were far too dull, and very slightly pointing in different directions. Cooper. Amaya, is that really you? Are you okay? The 3 bubbles popped up, then disappeared, then popped up again. I stood up, beginning to pace. Should I call Josh? Should I call the police? Was this some sort of sick joke? Finally, my phone buzzed. Amaya. I am near your home. I started to cry. I couldn't help it. I wanted to throw my phone. I wanted to break it. Where are you? What happened to you? Amaya. 10 feet. I stared at the message. I felt like my vision was going out. 10 feet from where? Amaya. It's cold here. I swallowed hard. It felt like swallowing rocks. Then I sent. Thank you for your interest, but I am not open at this time. I wish you luck in finding what you want. Amaya. 6 feet. Cold. And dark. I knew what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to lock the doors and the windows, get to high ground and call customer support. But I couldn't. All I could do was stare at my phone, at her messages, frozen like a deer in headlights. And the headlights were coming so fast. I couldn't see or breathe or think. She was typing again. As my phone buzzed, my blood ran completely cold. It was 1:56 a.m. No one was there. No one but me and whatever it was. I wasn't even sure if I could stop shaking enough to call the police. And I definitely couldn't hide. Not then. And I had broken nearly all of the rules. Amaya. Let me in, Cooper. I have to show you where it took me. I finally managed to hide. I'm hiding now in my attic. I can hear it down there, dragging itself from room to room. My phone is going to die and none of my calls will go through. But I had to write this down. I had to tell someone. Josh, if you read this, I hope you're okay. I hope you followed the rules. I don't know where Amaya is, but that's not Amaya. And if you see me again, I'm not sure it'll be me either. I'm sorry. It's typing again. I've broken the last rule. I didn't delete the app. Wish me luck. As ridiculous as this may sound, this post might be one of my last chances. I'm sure one of you will comment that this website never actually existed in the first place before I refreshed the page to find an error code and a link to purchase the domain name, but Reddit being willed out of existence is the least of my worries right now. This is Graydon's fault. I hadn't heard from Graydon in 3 months when he showed up at my apartment just last night. He looked terrible. His usually neat brown hair was greasy and unkempt, hanging in stringy clumps around his face. Dark circles rimmed his eyes, and his clothes looked like he'd been sleeping in them for weeks. But what really bothered me was the way he kept glancing over his shoulder, like he expected someone to be following him. "Do you remember me?" he said before I could even invite him inside. I was confused. "Of course I do, Graydon. Where have you been? I've been texting you for months. Your mom said..." "Please." He grabbed my arm, and I could feel his hand shaking. "I can't explain it here. You just have to trust me. There's something I have to show you." We'd been friends since high school, and I'd never seen him like this. Graydon was the type of guy who planned everything 3 weeks in advance and color-coded his class schedules. Seeing him this frantic and desperate was genuinely unsettling. "Okay," I said, grabbing my jacket as quietly as possible. Emma was already asleep and I didn't want to wake her. I slipped my engagement ring off my finger and set it on the nightstand. No point risking losing it wherever we were going. Where are we headed? Whitmore Caverns, about an hour north of here. I knew the place. A series of limestone caves that used to offer guided tours until they shut down in the 90s after a couple of accidents. The entrance was still accessible if you knew where to look, but most people stayed away. It wasn't exactly the kind of place you'd expect to visit at 10 p.m. on a Tuesday. The drive was uncomfortable. Graydon barely spoke, just stared out the window and occasionally muttered something under his breath that I couldn't quite make out. When I tried to ask him what was going on, he'd just shake his head and say, "Not yet. You'll understand when we get there." We parked at the old visitor center, now just a crumbling concrete building covered in graffiti. Graydon pulled 2 flashlights from his backpack and handed me one. "Follow me," he said, "and don't say a word until we get deep enough." "Deep enough for what?" "Just don't talk, please. It's important." The entrance to the caves was hidden behind a cluster of overgrown bushes about 50 yards from the parking lot. Graydon moved through them like he'd done this before, leading me down a narrow stone pathway that disappeared into complete darkness. The cave was bigger than I'd expected. The main passage was wide enough for us to walk side by side, with rough limestone walls that sparkled in our flashlight beams. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, creating an echo that made it impossible to tell how deep the cave system went. We walked in silence for what felt like 20 minutes. Descending steadily into the earth, the temperature dropped with each step, and I could see my breath forming small clouds in the beam of my flashlight. Graydon seemed to know exactly where he was going. never hesitating at the various branching passages we encountered. Finally, he stopped in front of a section of wall that looked identical to every other section we'd passed, but when I got closer, I could see a small hole about the size of a baseball carved into the limestone at eye level. "Okay," Graydon said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Do you see the flame?" I aimed my flashlight at the hole. It was just empty darkness, maybe 6 inches deep before the beam hit solid rock. "Graydon, there is no—" "Stop." He grabbed my wrist. "Don't tell me what is and what isn't. Just yes or no. Do you see a flame?" His grip was tight enough to hurt, and there was something in his eyes that made me take a step back. This wasn't the Graydon I knew. This was someone on the edge of a complete breakdown. "No," I said carefully. "I don't see a flame." His face contorted with frustration. "Look again. Really look. Are you absolutely sure you don't see anything burning in there?" I looked again, even though it wouldn't change anything. The hole was empty. No flame, no light, nothing but limestone and shadow. "I'm sure, Graydon." That's when he grabbed my hand and shoved it into the hole. The pain was immediate and excruciating. It felt like I'd grabbed a red-hot coal, a searing heat that shot through my palm and up my arm. I screamed and jerked my hand back, stumbling backward until I hit the opposite wall. When I looked down at my palm, there was a perfect circular burn in the center, already starting to blister. The skin was angry red and felt like it was still on fire. "What the hell, Graydon? Why did you—" I looked back at the hole and froze. There was a flame burning inside. A small, steady flame, maybe 2 inches tall, flickering gently like a candle in a draft. It cast dancing shadows on the walls around us, and I could feel the heat radiating from the opening. "Do you see it now?" Graydon asked, his voice filled with desperate hope. Yes, I see it." That's when he lost it completely. "Yes!" he screamed, his voice echoing through the cave system. "I'm not alone anymore. I'm not crazy. Someone else can see it." He started shifting between hysterically laughing and crying within seconds of each other, spinning around in circles like a child. 3 weeks. For 3 weeks I've been living in this hell alone. But you see it now. You see the flame. I'm not alone. I was so focused on his manic celebration that I didn't notice him backing toward the cluster of rock behind him. He tripped over their jagged edges, and I watched in horror as he fell backward, his head striking the pointed tip of a limestone formation with a wet, sickening crack. The sound echoed through the cave like a gunshot. Graydon's body convulsed once, then went completely still. Blood pooled beneath his head, black in the flickering light of the flame that I could now see burning steadily in the wall. It took me 2 hours to drag his body out of the cave system. He was heavier than I'd expected, and I had to stop every few minutes to rest and figure out which passage led back to the surface. The combination of sweat and tears in my eyes only made it harder to proceed. By the time I reached the parking lot, my clothes were soaked with Graydon's blood, and my burned hand was throbbing with every heartbeat. I called 911 as soon as I had cell service. The paramedics arrived first, followed by 2 sheriff's deputies who took one look at the scene and immediately started asking questions. I told them everything. About Graydon showing up at my apartment, about the cave, about the accident. I watched them load his body into the ambulance on a stretcher covered with a white sheet. At the police station, they kept asking me the same questions over and over again. Why had we gone to the cave? What were we doing down there? How exactly had the accident happened? I answered everything honestly, even though I could see the skepticism in their eyes when I mentioned the flame. They kept looking at each other with expressions I couldn't quite read. Confusion, maybe, or suspicion. After 3 hours of questioning, the chief of police came into the interview room with a folder in his hands. "Look," he said, sitting down across from me. "I don't know what kind of game you're playing here, but we need to get this sorted out." "I'm not playing any game," I said. "I told you exactly what happened." He opened the folder and spread several photographs across the table. Crime scene photos of the cave, showing the exact spot where Graydon had fallen. But in every picture there was no body, no blood, no evidence that anyone had died there. "We found you 3 hours ago," he said, wandering around the parking lot, covered in blood and talking about your dead friend. "But here's the thing. We searched every inch of those caves. There is no body. There is no evidence that anyone else was ever down there with you." My heart started racing. "That's impossible. You put him in the ambulance. I watched you do it." "Son, there was no ambulance. There was no body. And there's no record of anyone named Graydon living in this county." I stared at the photographs, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. In the pictures, the limestone formation that had killed Graydon was clean and undamaged. No blood, no sign of impact. "I don't understand," I whispered. "He was my friend. We went to high school together." The chief leaned back in his chair. "Look, it's not illegal to report a false death, technically, but I don't understand what you're trying to accomplish here. Are you looking for money? Having some kind of mental crisis?" "No, We're going to let you go with a warning," he interrupted. "But if you come back here with any more stories about dead friends who don't exist, we're going to have a different conversation." They released me an hour later, and I took a taxi home in a daze. Everything felt wrong, like I was living in someone else's life. I kept looking at the burn on my palm, the one piece of evidence I had that any of this had really happened. When I got home, Emma was waiting up for me, curled on the couch in her pajamas. "Vince, thank God you're okay. What happened? You look terrible." I sat down next to her and tried to explain everything. Graydon showing up, the cave, the accident, the police not believing me. She listened patiently, occasionally reaching over to touch my arm or smooth my hair. "That sounds absolutely terrifying," she said when I finished. "I'm so sorry you went through that, but you're home now, and you're safe." She stood up and kissed my forehead. "I need to be up early tomorrow, so I need to go to bed. You should get some rest too." Before I knew it, I was waking up on the couch from a full night of sleep. It was unlike me to fall asleep so suddenly, but after last night, I wasn't too surprised. Sunlight was streaming through the windows, and I could hear birds chirping outside. Emma was already gone for work, but she'd left a note on the kitchen counter. I picked it up and read the front. "I love you, sleepyhead." I smiled despite everything that had happened and slipped the note into my pocket before heading out the door. I felt the need to maintain a sense of normalcy in all of this nightmare. I tried calling Graydon's phone on my way out twice, but was met with a dial tone each time. My first stop was the corner store for my usual morning coffee. I'd been buying the same large coffee there every day for 2 years. Always 99 cents, always from the same machine near the register. There was a handwritten sign that said, "Coffee, always 99 cents, in faded black marker. I put a dollar bill on the counter. This should cover it. He stared at the dollar like I'd just tried to pay with Monopoly money. Dude, you know that's not enough. Our Arabic coffee is $2.50. Good one, Mike, I said with a chuckle. This coffee has always been 99 cents. I'm here all the time. The cashier finally looked at me with irritation. Yeah, I know, Vince. You come in almost every day. He shook his head. Our coffee has always been $2.50 and always will be. Are you feeling alright, man? I looked back at the coffee stand and read the sign again. Arabic coffee, $2.50 a cup. I shook off an intense shiver down my spine. I pulled the remaining $1.50 from my wallet as I reached toward the cashier. He pointed at my hand. Hey, alright, you finally left her. Good for you. You're a free man now. Confused, I glanced down at my hand. I had forgotten to put my ring back on. I laughed awkwardly. Oh, no. I just took my ring off last night because, well, I just took it off. It felt like too much to explain at the moment, and I was already running late for work. Sure thing, buddy. He gave me an exaggerated wink as he handed me the receipt before I headed back to my car. At work, I tried to focus on my usual tasks, but I kept thinking about the strange interaction at the corner market. Around 10 a.m., my coworker Dave stopped by my cubicle. Morning, Vince. You look tired, he said, glancing at my face. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion hit me like a physical force. My eyelids felt heavy, and I had to grip my desk to keep from swaying. At least that tea will wake you up, Dave continued, nodding at the cup in my hand. It's usually coffee, I said, lifting the cup to take a sip. But when the liquid hit my tongue, it was without a doubt tea. Earl Grey, hot and strong. With just a hint of bergamot, I instinctively spit it out. I stared at the cup in confusion. I'd just bought coffee. I poured it myself. Even took a sip on the way here, but I was definitely drinking tea. Dave had already walked away, leaving me staring at my cup and questioning my own senses. The exhaustion was getting worse, making it hard to concentrate on anything. I put my head down on my desk, just for a moment. Oh man, tired already? Another coworker, Joan, was walking past with a stack of files. It's only 10 a.m. You can do this. The moment she said, "You can do this," the exhaustion vanished completely. I sat up straight, feeling more alert and energized than I had all morning. It was like someone had just injected caffeine directly into my bloodstream. I spent the rest of the day trying to focus on work, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental was wrong. The coffee becoming tea, the sudden exhaustion and equally sudden energy, it all felt connected somehow to what had happened in the cave. I sent Emma a text around lunch. Something funny happened with the clerk at the corner store today that will make you laugh. I'll tell you about it when I get home. She didn't respond. I tried again at the end of my shift. Heading home now. Want me to pick you up anything? Still no response. As I was packing up to leave, my boss, Mr. Harrison, appeared at my cubicle. He looked annoyed, which wasn't unusual, but there was something particularly hostile in his expression. Vince, we need to talk about your performance lately, he said, loud enough for half the office to hear. Your work has been sloppy, you are making careless mistakes, and frankly, your attitude has been unprofessional. I'm sorry, sir. I know I've been distracted, but I don't want to hear excuses. He cut me off. You're supposed to be a professional, but lately you've been acting like an amateur. At this rate, you're worthless at this company. The word worthless hit me like a physical blow. I felt something shift inside me, a cold emptiness that seemed to spread through my chest. My phone buzzed with a notification from my banking app, then another and another. I pulled out my phone and saw multiple overdraft alerts. My checking account was showing a negative balance of $847. My savings account, which had over $3,000 in it yesterday, was showing zero. Even my emergency fund was completely empty. Sir, I started to say, but Mr. Harrison had already walked away. I sat at my desk for several minutes, staring at my phone and trying to understand how all of my money could have just disappeared. There were no transactions listed, no withdrawals or transfers. The money was simply gone, as if it had never existed in the first place. When I got home, I knew something was wrong before I even opened the door. The apartment felt different, quieter, emptier somehow. Inside, most of our furniture was gone. The dining room table Emma and I had picked out together, the bookshelf full of our combined collection, the framed photos of us from various trips and occasions, all of it had vanished. What remained was a single couch facing a large TV, a gaming console with a stack of old pizza boxes and empty beer cans scattered across the floor. "Emma?" I called out, but there was no response. The words of the cashier echoed through my head. "You finally broke up with her." I tried calling her, my hands shaking as I dialed her number. She picked up on the third ring, but her voice sounded different, annoyed. "Hello?" "Emma, thank God. Where are you? What happened to our apartment? All our stuff is gone and..." "What are you doing?" Her voice was cold. The words hit me like a physical blow. "Emma, it's me. It's Vince." There was a long pause. I could hear children playing in the background and a man's voice saying something I couldn't make out. "Look, Vince, I know it's you," she finally said. "But this isn't funny. If this is some kind of prank..." "Emma, what are you talking about? We're engaged. We live together. We had dinner together 2 nights ago, and you made that pasta dish with the sun-dried tomatoes." "Jesus Christ, you broke up with me 3 years ago, Vince," she said, her voice rising slightly. "I don't know how you got my new number, but you're acting insane. I should have known that was you texting me earlier today." "Emma, please, I know this sounds crazy, but something is happening to me. You left me a note this morning. You wrote, 'I love you, sleepyhead.' I have it right here in my pocket." I'm hanging up now. Don't call me back or I'll call the police. "But Emma..." "Creep," she said, and the line went dead. I collapsed on the floor, the phone falling from my hand. This wasn't possible. Emma and I had been together for 2 years. We'd gotten engaged 6 months ago. I had photos of us, text messages, emails, proof that we'd built a life together. But when I looked around the apartment, there was no sign that a woman had ever lived here. No photos of us together. No second toothbrush in the bathroom. No clothes in the closet except my own. I pulled out the note she'd left this morning, desperate for some proof that I wasn't losing my mind. The front still read, "I love you, sleepyhead," in her familiar handwriting. But as I watched, the ink began to fade. The letters grew lighter and lighter until they disappeared completely, leaving only blank paper. I flipped the note over, but there was more writing on the back, words I hadn't noticed before. "You're the only one for me." The moment I finished reading those words, I heard the sound of crashing cars from outside, multiple impacts, one after another, followed by the screech of metal and the hiss of steam from radiators. But there were no screams, no shouts for help, just the mechanical sounds of accidents without any human voices. I rushed outside my front door and looked down toward the main street. Every car I could see had crashed, some into each other, some into parked vehicles. Others veered off the road entirely, but all of them were empty, their engines still running, headlights cutting through the growing darkness. The sidewalks were completely deserted. No pedestrians, no one running for help, no emergency responders. It was like every person in the city had simply vanished. I ran further down the road calling for anyone, but my voice echoed off empty buildings. Every storefront was dark, every window was empty. The only sounds were the distant hum of abandoned engines and the occasional car horn from vehicles whose drivers were no longer there to turn them off. There was one horn that stood out, though. It wasn't steady. It was hitting in bursts, as if someone was pounding on the steering wheel. I walked several blocks until I found a car that had flipped over on the side of the highway. There was someone in the passenger seat. My heart stopped when I realized who it was. Emma was strapped inside the overturned vehicle, a large shard of glass from the windshield piercing her throat. Her foot was pressed against the steering wheel, causing the horn to sound with each spasm of her body. Blood was pooling beneath her, and her eyes were wide with terror and confusion. The horn kept blaring. She just kept kicking and kicking. When she saw me approaching, her mouth moved like she was trying to speak, but only gurgling sounds came out. Blood bubbled from the wound in her neck, and her eyes, those beautiful green eyes I'd fallen in love with so many years ago, stared at me with a mixture of recognition and horror. She knew who I was. In her final moments, I think she remembered. I reached through the broken window trying to help her, but there was nothing I could do. The glass had severed something vital, and I could only watch as the life faded from her eyes. Her foot finally stopped pressing against the horn, and the sudden silence was deafening. I'm writing this now sitting in my empty apartment, surrounded by evidence of a life that apparently never existed. Everyone is gone. Not just Emma, but everyone. The entire world has become empty except for me. And I think I know why. You're the only one for me. I'm posting this in the desperate hope that someone, somewhere is still out there. That maybe there's another person who touched the flame, who understands what's happening. If you're reading this, please comment. Please let me know I'm not alone. Because if I am truly the only one left, I don't know how much longer I can handle the silence. The flame is still burning in that cave. I can feel it calling to me, promising answers, promising an end to this isolation. Maybe it's time to go back. Maybe it's time to join Graydon and let someone else carry this burden. Please, if you're reading this, just tell me you're real. Tell me I'm not the only one left. I can't eat. That's the gist of it. I can't eat. I guess to people who haven't grown up the way I have, it sounds absurd. So much of our lives revolve around eating. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. It's a social ritual and contract, and without it we lose a core pillar of being human. But I can't eat. I can't be part of that. It's complicated. I grew up to a single mother with a minimum wage. How she managed to keep a sickly kid alive through all that is beyond me. And I don't mean sickly as in getting nasty colds or ear infections. I mean with a big S. For as long as I can remember, I could never eat solid food. Some doctors called it inoperable achalasia, but my mom called it royal throat. Just like the kings and queens of old, she used to say. They were so used to having servants feed them that they stopped eating for themselves. It was just a nice way for her to make it sound like I was special, rather than cursed. The main problem is that I can't swallow, so instead I have a puree my food and slide it down my throat with a thick plastic tube. I can't really taste anything, and the whole ordeal can look uncomfortable to onlookers, so it's something I'm very private about. I can still taste and chew things, but a pleasant taste don't really outweigh the threat of choking to death. I can drink, but it takes some effort. If it gets too hot or cold, my throat just shuts down. Same if it's too sugary, too spicy, or too sweet. And since I can't swallow, I just tilt my head back and let it run down my throat. Mild apple juice is an occasional treat, but I like to stick to ordinary tap water. No fizzy stuff. Nothing that makes the muscles contract. Apart from that one thing, I was a normal kid. I still went trick-or-treating, and by the end of the night, I gave all my candy away to my friends. It made me bully-proof in a way. To them, I was weird, but it was the kind of weirdness that paid off. Whenever someone handed out candy, or fruit, or freebies. I passed mine along to those who treated me well. "You're like a truffle pig," my buddy Dawson used to say. "You get to sniff out all the good stuff, but you can't have any for yourself." And that's where the nickname started. Truffle pig. I don't know if it's some kind of myth or urban legend, but it's said that truffle pigs can never be allowed to eat the truffles they're trained to find. If they do, they're useless. They get so preoccupied with finding truffles for themselves that there's nothing left. They get a taste for it and it's all over. I got the occasional jab and mean look about the nickname, but most of them said it with love. It wasn't mean-spirited. It went from truffle pig to truffles to ruffles to just rough or ruffy. And I guess that name's stuck around ever since. I graduated from high school and got a job on a clam boat. Not a fancy job, but I've always loved the sea. I never get seasick or carsick or anything like that. Maybe a side effect from having a strange stomach. So when a spot opened, I was first in line. Did it for a summer as a practice run and got hired full-time a month later. Great pay, decent benefits. We usually worked on smaller vessels, inshore boats, smaller yields that could turn a surprising profit at the local seafood markets. Whatever we could get our hands on, we could sell at a huge markup. There wasn't a single Christmas where I didn't go home with a bonus. I'd end up being the designated driver whenever I went it out with the guys. They'd sometimes forget about my deal and bring me a beer or a scotch, and they'd end up getting an extra one. I'd stare at that bowl of spicy peanuts in the middle of the table and wonder what it'd be like to pig out on them, stuff my face full and go to town, to feel the crunch in my teeth resonating in my jaw. But that'd send me straight to the hospital, or the morgue. A yellow building just down the street. Truffle pig. Look, but don't taste. Mom passed when I was 27. It wasn't sudden or dramatic. It was the result of a lengthy battle coming to an end. I held a speech at her wake, divided her possessions among her living relatives, packed all her things in brand new cardboard from the tool shop, picking apart a careful knick-knack ecosystem where everything has a place, leaving only pale walls and dust bunnies. It's kind of funny though. There was one picture of her and I from when I was just an infant. Back then I had brown eyes and hair. I thought it was someone else at first, seeing as how I now have my mother's blonde hair with green eyes. But there was a note on the back confirming that it was, in fact, our first picture together. I was offered a few days off work to get my affairs in order, but I declined. Stepping away from your routine underlines how painful the change is. By declining it, you're robbing it of its power. That's what I thought, at least. But when it rains, it pours. And maybe I was distracted that one morning in early May when I turned on to the interstate. I'd gone down that road 1,000 times, but just this once, I didn't pay attention. Maybe the other driver didn't either. Either way, the collision was violent. No one died, at least. They had to cut me out, but the other guy walked away without a scratch. They put me in a neck brace and took me to a hospital. Ran all kinds of tests. I had a fracture in my left leg, but apart from that, it just looked bad. Most of it was surface level stuff. They still did their due diligence though. X-rays, checkups, the whole shebang. I'd have to wear a cast on my leg, but apart from that, I'd be fine. I remember the final day before they sent me home. The doctor, a middle-aged Indian woman, went through my x-rays and talked at length about how lucky I'd been. In between instructions on how to keep my cast clean, I threw in a question. "What about my neck?" I asked. "Am I gonna have to change how I eat?" "No, that should be fine," she said. "Why do you ask?" "The achalasia," I said. "It's inoperable. Should be in my file." "Achalasia?" She looked at me for a couple of seconds, then back up at the x-ray. You don't have achalasia. I went over it with her again and again. I told her I'd been diagnosed as an infant, that it had stuck with me all my life, that my throat was atrophied, and that I could only have pureed food pushed down my throat with a tube. Royal throat, like the kings and queens of old. I don't know what you're referring to, she said, but I don't know what to tell you. You don't have it. From what I can see, you've never had it. She pointed at the x-rays and explained how to recognize it, and that there were no signs of it in any way. I was perfectly fine. I just had to practice eating. If you've been doing this for so long, chances are you'll never get quite used to it, she admitted. But physically, there's nothing wrong. But it's going to take some time adjusting to. I walked out of there on crutches, but I barely even paid attention to the leg. I couldn't believe it. All this time I could have just been like all the others. Someone must have misdiagnosed me, but there was nothing in my file suggesting there'd even been a conversation about achalasia in my past. In those files, I was perfectly healthy. Always had been. I couldn't make sense of it. There had to be a reason I'd lived the way I had. I decided I would go through my mother's things to see if there was a hint. I had boxes to go through a second time. Maybe I'd miss something. I got a ride from the hospital by my buddy Stevie. 40-something, father of 3, salt of the earth kind of guy. The kind of person who has a pickup and doesn't mind helping you move. 'Cause that's just what you're supposed to do. He must have noticed I was a bit quieter than usual. Don't worry about work, Ruffy, he said. Give it a couple weeks. Thanks, but that ain't it, I said. It's my throat. Whiplash? He asked. Got an ache or something? I explained to him what the doctor had said, that I was fine and always had been. I told him about the x-rays, how nothing showed, and how there was nothing in my files. Stevie got so caught up in the story that he almost missed a green light, making the guy behind us lean on the horn. Stevie snapped out of it and stepped on the gas. That's messed up, he said, making a left turn. But I mean, that's good news too. I suppose, yeah. I was gonna have to get used to a new way of living, one where I could sit by the table and share a meal. I had a hard time wrapping my head around it. I was a bit scared. After all, what if I didn't like it? Could I just go back to pretending? But first, I had to give it a try. I couldn't just go trudging into a restaurant and order a ribeye. I had to try something small. I had Stevie drop me off at the supermarket. I bought some yogurt, cucumber, and chocolate ice cream. I asked him to join me in the kitchen. I figured it'd be best to have someone call for help if things went sideways. Like the doctor had said, even if I was physically okay, it'd take time getting used to the sensation. There aren't exactly any tutorials on how to eat. It's supposed to come naturally to us. It's not something you learn. We sat down at my kitchen table and I cracked open the yogurt. Stevie had a Coke. I didn't have any cutlery, so I had to grab a teaspoon from my mom's kitchen box. I dipped it in the yogurt, picked it up, and observed. My heart was beating out of my chest. You alright? Stevie asked. Nervous. Just try a little, he smiled. Try to enjoy it. So I tried it. I let my tongue soak in the soft vanilla and acidic tang. I took a deep breath, leaned back, and just tried. I almost choked as my throat muscles cramped up, but it went well enough. It was wildly uncomfortable, though. I coughed a little, but held up a hand to show Stevie I was okay. I tried a little more and then some ice cream. It was difficult, and I could feel an ache in my throat. I was flexing muscles I'd hardly ever used. Over a painstakingly slow hour, I tried little bits and pieces of things. I was getting used to it, slowly but surely. I had to stop when I got to the cucumber though. I cut it up and tried eating it like a mush, but part of the skin got stuck in the back of my throat. I ended up having a coughing fit. Stevie had to give me a couple back slaps. We decided to pause for the day, but it was promising. I was feeling something I hadn't felt before. It was a new experience and I was getting better at it. Give it a month, said Stevie. By the time that leg cast is off, you'll be a brand new person. Over the next few days, I was stuck at home waiting for my leg to heal. Meanwhile, I took some time going through my mom's stuff. Everything from old phone books to photo albums. There were a lot of baby pictures, but they weren't in a particular order. In most of them I had blonde hair and green eyes, but there were a couple where it was still a clear brown. I could see a couple of things change in my mom, too. Her hair getting longer, the marks under her eyes growing deeper. But there were other things, too. There was this one picture where she was breastfeeding me, and another shortly after where she used a bottle. There was also one where she'd been in some sort of accident, wearing a bandage that reached up to her shoulder. All the while I was microdosing on food, little pieces of ice cream and yogurt, mashed potatoes and gravy, a strawberry sorbet. It took some time to get my throat moving, but after just a couple of days I could swallow with little to no problem. The first solid food I ate was a salty peanut. I bit down and chewed it for so long that my jaw ached, and when I finally swallowed I could feel a tingle in my neck, like little puzzle pieces falling into place. I was so relieved I could cry. I ended up eating a whole bag, letting a rerun of Friends echo in the background, but all I could hear was the sweet crunch of peanuts breaking against my perfect enamel. It was such a filling sensation. Flavor, texture, mouthfeel. And with it all, the realization that I had so much more to experience. It was euphoric. I wanted to save the first time I had a big dinner for a special occasion with my work friends. Not just Stevie, but the whole crew. My cast was still healing, so I had some issues getting around, but that wasn't gonna stop me from having a fantastic night. A proper steak dinner, a shrimp cocktail, garlic bread. I didn't hold back. I think my colleagues could feel the change in the air as they all got equally excited to order. We had some drinks, made some jokes, and left all the pretense at the door. Just guys being guys. As soon as I dug into my shrimp cocktail, I could feel something. There was this rush of energy, like an electric surge. I could feel my pupils growing larger, and I couldn't close my eyes. My breathing grew shallow and my pulse wouldn't stop rising. It's like I was on some kind of drug or fighting for my life. I thought I might be having an allergic reaction, so I had to stop myself and do a mental check. I felt fine. I was fine. Great, actually. The moment my steak arrived, the others raised a glass. To good food, Stevie said, and good friends. The others echoed the sentiment, but before they got to good friends, I'd sunk my teeth into the steak. I could feel the juices soaking into my teeth. It's difficult to describe the sensation. It's like I didn't just eat a steak. I could hear the bovine death cry in the back of my head. I could feel myself growling as a predator, sinking my teeth in like a prowling tiger. I daydreamed with open eyes, watching the red of the meat pulse with an invisible heartbeat. And somewhere in the distance, I could hear Stevie say something, but I couldn't make out the words. I bit down hard and tore away. My teeth ached as if they were pushing themselves out of my mouth, reaching for more meat. And with every passing second, the restaurant faded away, until something cold splashed across my face. I was lying on the floor. My work friends were standing in a circle around me. One of the waiters called an ambulance. My hands were covered in grease. I'd grabbed the steak right off the plate with my bare hands. There were bite marks on my forearm, deep ones, still bleeding. I had to get my arm stitched up. According to Stevie, I'd gone completely feral. I'd torn that steak up, reached across to Luke's pork chop and grabbed that too. When I couldn't immediately grab more meat, I'd fallen to the floor, biting my own arm like I was trying to subdue a prey animal. They'd never seen anything like it. Some kind of episode, Stevie said. We're worried about you. Doctors didn't know what to make of it. Some kind of chemical imbalance from a sudden shift in diet, combined with stress and physical recovery. It didn't help that I'd been drinking. Not much, mind you, but enough for it to affect me. They couldn't point to a single instigating factor, and instead prescribed me a kind of anti-anxiety medication. They were just throwing darts at the wall at that point. Coming home, I noticed something peculiar. There was a crack in the side of my cast. I'd just been at the hospital, and it had been fine, so it must have happened recently. I thought about going back there, but I flexed my leg a little, and it felt fine, and in a couple of minutes the whole cast peeled off. My leg was healed. Now, I'm no doctor, but I couldn't feel anything wrong with it. I could put pressure on it, walk, flex my foot. Not even a hint of pain. The only thing I could point out as being unusual was a strange skin growth on the left side of my thigh. At first I thought it was a long strand of hair, but it was too thick and covered in skin. Touching it didn't hurt, so I just broke it off and held it up. I got a little spot of blood from it, but nothing major. The thing was moving when I held it up, contracting over and over, like a dying insect. Or like the leg of a shrimp. I got a call from my boss the following morning. They insisted I took some time off, in accordance with my doctor. They were eager to have me back, but I had clearly not adapted to the new circumstances. It was a very diplomatic way of saying I was making people uncomfortable, and that they needed some time before they could forget that mental image of me gnawing on myself like a wild animal. But that just gave me more time to experience things on my own. I made a long list of things I was going to eat. Pork, chicken, turkey, maybe something a bit more unusual like alligator. At least 3 kinds of fish, crab, and every kind of fruits I could find at the supermarket. Then again, fruit didn't excite me as much. There was just something about biting into meat that was way more satisfying. I enjoyed the taste of fruit and veggies, but there was something about the texture of meat that I couldn't make sense of. Then again, this was my first time experiencing food. There was no way for me to know this wasn't normal. When I got back from my shopping spree, I went to the bathroom to wash my hands. I noticed something in the bathroom mirror. My eyes looked different. The pupil looked rectangular. I figured it was a trick of the light, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to change. But I was too excited to care. I was gonna have a field day, so I washed my hands, splashed some water on my face, and hurried into the kitchen. At first, I was systematic, putting out little samples of things, bite-sized nuggets of meat, ready to be plopped down in a single gulp. I prepped a couple in the frying pan, others in the oven. I'd bought a new air fryer to try out some combos. I put on some music and had a blast. Everything was so rich, so succulent. Different textures, different flavors, and a world to discover. I could imagine the salty sea running between my fingers as I bit down on the crab meat. I could feel the texture of the feathers as I slurped up a slice of turkey. I adored it. Every last second of it. I spent close to 13 hours that way, just eating, eating, eating. The shops closed and opened, and I was first in line to get more. I must have looked like hell. That's what the look on the cashier's face said, at least. I would fall asleep at the dinner table, still holding my next piece of meat. A chicken wing, a tomahawk steak, an honest-to-God cheeseburger. I'd close my eyes and keep eating, dozing off between bites. It was heaven. Well, I didn't know it at the time. I kept that up for 49 hours total. I was in this meat-stained daze, not knowing what was happening around me. I'd missed calls and appointments, emails, bills to pay. I hadn't paid attention to any of it, and my systematic approach had completely fallen out the window. It was a marathon. When my kitchen ran empty, I lumbered to the bathroom. My stomach felt like wearing a backpack on the front, like an imbalance. I had to lean my arms against the wall to keep myself from tipping forward. I was scared to look in the bathroom mirror, but I did it anyway. The pupils of my eyes had gone horizontal. The skin of my left leg had hardened into a kind of shell. My teeth had grown long and jagged. My nails curled into claws, and throughout my hair I could find these long hollow tubes, like the growing feathers of a baby bird. My tongue was thick and discolored, my skin turning a reddish brown, with white milk-like spots. I just stared at myself, not grasping that this was a mirror. It showed me, but it wasn't me anymore. And when that realization hit, two thoughts struck me at once. One, that I was destroying myself, that this whole ordeal was what my mother had tried to avoid. Two, that I didn't want to stop. I needed to keep going. I went through my mother's things in between meals. It is hard to piece together a life after it's gone, but it's even harder when you think you already know what it looks like. But my mother's life was very different from what I imagined. Sure, my father was a mystery. There was no mention of him anywhere, except that they met at a punk concert back in the 90s. But she'd lived a very full life since then. She'd had friends, lovers, and plans of her own. But one thing stood out in particular: how I'd lost my brown hair and eyes. From what I could tell, she'd hurt herself in some way, and after that, I'd changed. It was around that time where I'd gone from breastfeeding to being bottle-fed. A thought hit me, an uncomfortable one. I thought back on what I'd done with that steak, and the way I'd torn into it. Could I have done something similar to my mother? Had I always been like this? I tried to find more answers, more pictures, more anything. All the while, I ate. When I ran out of meat, I had the fruit. When I ran out of fruit, I had the veggies. Then the butter, the yogurt, the ice cubes in the back of the freezer. At one point, it was 3 in the morning, and I was feverishly going through a photo album from my high school years. Nothing interesting, but I realized I didn't have anything left to eat. And yet, I was still chewing, looking down. I had started pulling out the buttons from the remote control and crunched them up like they were plastic cashews. I didn't care. I just had to eat. I gnawed on anything and everything. The leg of the kitchen table, the copper wire going to my bedside lamp. I smashed a wine glass on my cutting board and ground it up into something resembling salt and ate that too. I didn't feel a thing. It was just more texture. Wonderful, filling texture. I was in a daze. And the next time I looked myself in the mirror, I could barely comprehend it. When change happens rapidly and naturally, it is hard to notice. You don't really see it until you slow down long enough to care. If you've been running a marathon, you don't stop halfway through to weigh yourself. You wait until you're done. It was the same for me. I didn't realize the changes until I'd slowed down long enough to reflect on them. I wasn't human anymore. My hands had turned into this amalgamation of hoof and claw. My back was bent over with a fish-like ridge running along my spine. My eyes had 3 different colors. and one of them were coming out of the socket. If I concentrated, I could move it in and out, like the eye stalk of a crab. A couple of my teeth had turned to glass and ceramic. I could spot copper cables running under parts of my right bicep. Anything and everything I'd consumed with gusto had integrated into me, one way or another. I couldn't call for help. My fingerprint didn't register on my phone lock. I couldn't make words in my mouth to speak. I'd turned into a flesh prison. You are what you eat. I'd lose track of time. One day I'd have a tail dragging after me. Another I'd have a wing instead of an arm. My whole body was bubbling, like a boiling cauldron, shifting with every bite. But with nothing left to eat, it was devouring itself, eating the last parts of me that were human. I'd awakened a process that couldn't be stopped, and it would turn on itself instead of letting me starve. There was no one to call for help. I could barely close the blinds to my windows. I spent most of the time in the shower, drinking water straight from a busted pipe. I'd spend hours there, drinking, watching myself mutate. I could even affect it, in a way. Another finger, I'd think, and there'd be another finger. But it was getting harder to think, to comprehend, to put thoughts together in a way that made sense. Perhaps more things changed than I realized. After all, the brain is as much an organ as the heart, the throat, and the tongue. I'd lose long periods of time to a hazy blur. I remember snatching a bird off the windowsill and eating it whole, like popping a grape. I'd walk around gnawing on the curtains like they were long strands of spaghetti. But in a way, I knew I was losing myself. Whenever I had a moment of clarity, I could feel my heart sink into that empty pit in my stomach. I'm going away, I'd think. I'm losing myself. So with every fiber of my being, I grabbed a piece of paper, bit my finger and wrote in blood, "Stay human." It's difficult to describe the mind of an animal. A part of you disappears. You don't think about inconvenience or what ifs. You think about your next meal, where to sleep and where to get water. You don't care if you knock over a lamp or pull out a cable. It's just noise. I remember watching that paper, knowing it said something, but the symbols didn't mean anything. It turned from words to scribbles. At one point I mistook them for droppings and started to look for mice. Didn't find any. I didn't consider myself lost. I didn't consider anything. And for days I lumbered back and forth, turning my home into a nest. Then at some point the symbols made sense. A rare moment of clarity. Stay human. I knew it was temporary. A matter of minutes, maybe an hour. I had to think of a plan. Something. Anything that would make me stay human. Everything pointed to me taking on the properties of what I ate. So if I wanted to make myself human, there was only one solution. One grotesque, unthinkable solution. Now, I could find something tasteful in everything I ate. Anything from glass to copper to wood and bone. But having to eat human meat to find myself, that was a line too far. But what choice did I have? I made a plan. It was a long shot, but it was the only one I could think of. I could feel myself slipping, so I tried to remember 3 things. The color of the building I had to go to, the direction I had to move, and that there was meat there. Color, direction, meat. I repeated it like a mantra. I remember standing by the front door, pressing my head against the wood. I could hear someone taking their sweet time to lock up and leave in the hallway outside. "Please just go," I prayed. "You have to go." By the time they were gone, so was my mind. All that remained was color, direction, and meat. I made it outside. I followed the direction, looking for the color. A yellow building just down the street. I would run through the dense woods on all fours, thundering like a hoofed gorilla. I could feel my body changing to sustain the momentum. my arms growing heavy. I had to force myself to keep going, to stay focused on the task at hand. There were so many distractions. Cars in the distance, voices, bright lights casting shadows of potential prey. But I followed the direction in my mind and I saw the building with the color, and I knew there'd be meat. I didn't even notice the locked door. I walked straight through it like it was made of paper. There was no guard there, thankfully. If I'd had the mind to read, I would have noticed the sign of County Morgue. I would know what the smell from the metal boxes meant. But in the mind of an animal, you don't care about the name of your prey. You don't give meaning to your actions. You just take what you want and make it your own. So that's what I did. I'm not gonna go into detail. I can't. I remember every bite, but I can't bring myself to put it into words. A man who died from a heart attack. An older woman who'd broken her neck. I pulled them out and did what animals do. Meat, bone, organ. Later, the papers would say it was a bear. They weren't entirely wrong, I suppose. I lumbered home, dragging my bloated stomach through the woods. I'd feel my senses returning to me, a mind becoming human. But with that realization came understanding in what I'd done, and the searing emotional pain that ensued. I lay there among the berry bushes and the blue sunflowers outside my apartment complex, hoping no one would see me, as I waited for an opportunity to go home. But honestly, at that moment, I think I rather would have died. So here we are, back at the start. Can't eat. My hair has grown out into a mix of black and gray, a combination of the two people missing from the morgue. My face still looks like my own. I guess that part was still buried somewhere deep in me. I'm a little taller, and a little heavier, but my colleagues have chalked that up to a change in diet. I've gone back to an all-puree lifestyle. That same old bottle pushing straight into my gut. I can't allow myself to be lost to sensation again. I treat myself to some fruit every now and then, and the occasional drink, but I don't eat full meals. I don't want to tempt fate any more than I already have. I'm back at my job, and I think I'm doing all right. People are looking at me like they always have. No one questions that I've gone back to what works for me. They could see for themselves that something didn't quite sit right when I started eating. They didn't want to see that roughie again, and that's fine with me. Of course I want to know more, but the only person who could tell me for sure has passed on. There are no more leads, no more signs. The only thing I could find was a curiosity among my mom's old letters. I'd missed it once because it was stuck in her collection of birthday cards. But there was a handwritten note from an anonymous sender. I told you not to breastfeed him. No name, no signature, just messy handwriting on a crumpled up piece of yellow paper. All in all, life goes on. I know I'll never really be like everyone else, but I think that's okay. I can pretend for as long as I need to. Maybe it's okay to be a tainted truffle pig, as long as I don't go looking for something to eat. But if I'm honest, sometimes I wonder, if I gave in fully and let myself run loose, if I consumed anything and everything, what would that make me? If I put it all into a single package, what would I become? Truffle pig, truffle pig. Look, but don't taste. I'm always so tired after going home. The fluorescent scream of the office lights still echoes behind my eyes, even here in the blessed dimness of the stairwell. I climb 3 flights, each step feeling like I'm dragging an anvil chained to my ankle. My key finds the lock on apartment 3B. My lock. The deadbolt thunks open. I shoulder the door in, smelling the faint, comforting ghost of last night's cheap instant noodles, and the dusty warmth trapped inside. I don't even make it to the bedroom. The sagging, familiar embrace of my old couch in the living room calls out. I sink into it, the springs groaning their familiar complaint beneath my weight. The fabric smells faintly of dust and me as sleep drags me under. A few hours later, I jolt awake in terror as a hand grabs my shoulder and shakes me violently. "Hey, hey," someone shouts. I jerk awake, gasping, disoriented. Silver moonlight cuts the room into sharp shapes and deep, pooling shadows. A man leans over me, his face gaunt with sweat in the gloom. His eyes are wide, wild marbles reflecting the weak light. "Get up! What the hell are you doing in my apartment?" His voice is a harsh rasp, cutting straight through whatever dream I was trapped in. Panic surges through me. I lurch upright, heart pounding. "You what?" I blink hard, trying to steady my vision. No, this is my apartment. This is 3B. I live here." The man takes a step back, just enough to half merge with the shadows by the doorway. "Are you out of your damn mind? I live in 3B. What are you even doing here?" "I don't know who you are," I say, trying to sound firm, authoritative, anything but panicked. "But you need to leave before I call the police." "Oh, I need to leave? That's rich. You broke into my place and you're threatening me?" I run a hand through my hair, eyes flicking to the hallway. Could I shove him out and lock the door? Could I grab my phone? Where is my phone? And call someone? I take a cautious step toward him, hands half raised. "Look, I don't know what this is. Maybe you got the wrong floor or something. Or maybe you're confused, but this is my apartment, all right? You don't live here." He stares at me. Then with sharp, jerking movements, he points towards the kitchenette. "Oh yeah? Then tell me that's your owl mug." I follow his finger. A chipped blue owl mug sits on the coffee table like a trap. I blink. I don't know. That's not mine." "Damn right it's not," he snaps. "That's my mug. And where's my sailboat painting? I had it right here." He jabs a finger toward the wall above the TV. "Are you a thief?" I turn. My faded Swiss Alps poster is gone. In its place, a garish print of a sailboat on water so blue it looks fake. Wait, I had a poster there. Mountains, Swiss Alps. I swear it was there. The man just stares at me, chest rising and falling fast. I hold up my hands like I'm warding off a wild animal. "Okay, maybe I screwed up." My voice wavers, half swallowed by the silence. "Maybe I'm wrong. I must have come in the wrong door. I didn't mean to. Shit, I'm so sorry." I take a step back, knees weak. "I'll go, all right? I'll just get my stuff and go." But something stops me. I glance back at the coffee table, at the blue owl mug. It's not just unfamiliar. It's wrong. The eyes aren't painted right. They're uneven. One stares forward, the other's cocked sideways, like it's watching the hallway behind me. The man hasn't moved. His expression has changed, less angry now, more uncertain. His eyes flick from the wall to the table to me. "I don't remember this table being glass," he says quietly. I look down. The table's wood. It's always been wood. "What are you talking about?" I ask, but my voice is too soft to sound confrontational. "No, it was glass," he mutters. "Round, had a chip on the edge from when I dropped the takeout. This one's wood, square. And that lamp?" He turns slowly. "That's not my lamp." Something creaks in the bedroom. Neither of us move. "I think," he says, breath fogging lightly in the suddenly cold air. I think this isn't your apartment. Or mine. The frantic anger is gone, replaced by a mirror of my own icy fear. Keys, he rasps, digging into his pocket with trembling fingers. He pulls out a key ring. We need to get out of here. We'll figure out what the hell's going on outside. My own keys are cold, heavy lumps in my hand. We don't speak again. The silence is a suffocating presence, thick with the smell of decay and the unnerving feeling of being watched by the very shadows that clings to the walls. The hallway to the door seems longer than it should be. I take a step and the carpet squelches faintly beneath my foot. I glance down. The floor looks the same. Beige, ugly, a little stained. But now I don't trust it. Behind us, the bedroom door creaks again, only this time it doesn't stop. It opens slowly with the hush of breath sliding between teeth. He doesn't turn, neither do I. Don't look back, he whispers. His voice shakes. Just walk. We move, inching forward. Every object in the living room seems shifted. The couch leans ever so slightly toward the wall. Cushions caved in like something heavy just rose from them. The bookshelf is missing a shelf. My hand tightens around the key ring. The keys rattle too loudly, like they're trying to call attention to us, like they want something else to hear. We're almost there, I murmur, not sure who I'm trying to reassure, him or myself. The front door is 10 feet away. 8. A soft knock echoes from inside the bedroom. The man beside me flinches. I don't dare look. The temperature drops. My breath fogs the air, hangs there, then drifts backward against the laws of physics. I choke on it. This place, this thing, it's copying us. Badly. The front door looms closer now, but the handle seems off. Longer than I remember. He reaches the door first, his hand trembling violently as he tries to jam his key into the deadbolt. It scrapes uselessly against the plate. It won't fit. Panic edges back into his voice. It should just unlock from inside, I hiss, my hand closing over the cold knob. I twist. It turns freely. Thank God. With a surge of desperate hope, I yank the door open. We stumble out together into the hallway, gasping lungfuls of stagnant, unmoving air. It tastes thick with dust, and that same underlying damp decay. The hallway light fixture is shattered, glass shards glittering dully on the floor below. Weak, gray, pre-drawn light filters from the grimy window at the far end, revealing a scene that stops us dead. The hallway is a ruin. Wallpaper hangs in long, moldering strips, revealing crumbling plaster underneath. The carpet is threadbare, stained with dark, unidentifiable patches, pulled up in places to show warped floorboards. Doors to other apartments hang askew on broken hinges, revealing glimpses of darkness within. Cobwebs thick as gauze drape the corners and ceiling. The air is frigid, smelling overwhelmingly of damp rot, mildew, and neglect. Utter, absolute desolation. This, the man beside me whispers, his voice cracking. This building, it's condemned. Look. He points a shaking finger towards a large, official notice nailed crookedly to the wall opposite my door. Our door, apartment 3B. The notice is faded, water-stained, and the bold red letters are unmistakable. Condemned. Structurally unsound. Entry prohibited. My blood turns to ice. We both slowly turn to look back at the door we just emerged from. Apartment 3B. The wood is warped, the paint blistered and peeling. A thick layer of grime coats the surface, thick as old moss. The number 3B is barely visible beneath it, the brass digits green with corrosion. The keyhole looks rusted shut. It looks like it hadn't been used in years. The man raises his hand, slowly, like shifting the keys costs him something. I look down at mine, both identical, both for 3B, both seemingly useless against the decayed reality before us, yet they worked moments ago. He meets my eyes. Our keys hang limp in our hands. The only sound is the frantic hammering of our hearts and the silence, and then the shadows behind the door shift. At first I almost miss it. Just a flicker of movement in the dark, a smudge of black deeper than the shadows. But then it pushes forward, slow and deliberate. It isn't a person, not quite. The shape doesn't hold together right. Limbs bend where they shouldn't, joints jutting at broken angles. Where a face should be, there's only a hollowed-out suggestion of one, like a mask left too close to a flame. And the worst part? The hallway isn't big enough for it. The ceiling should scrape its skull. The walls should press against its shoulders, but it keeps coming anyway, folding itself into the space like it's bending the apartment around it. The shape tilts its head. My ribs clamp tight, breath trapped like a live thing in my throat. The man beside me makes a sound, not quite a whimper, maybe a prayer. A wet crack splits the silence. The door frame splinters. Just a hairline fracture, but it sounds like a gunshot in the still air. We run, stairs blur underfoot. We don't stop until concrete turns to asphalt, until the sky bleeds dawn. Our eyes meet, a silent scream passing between us. My stomach drops as reality rearranges itself in my mind. This isn't right. The street signs are unfamiliar. The buildings wear strange colors. And that terrible, clawing realization. I don't live in an apartment. I own a house, a blue colonial. A mailbox with mine and Olivia's names painted on the side. A garage where my daughter's bike leans against the wall. Cold sweat trickles down my back. How did we get inside that place? Who let us in? But the most chilling question lingers between us, unspoken. What in God's name did we just escape from? I was broke as shit, flatlined financially, emotionally, existentially, whether by poor choices in my youth or plain old shit luck. Life spat me out straight from high school and onto the streets. Drugs followed, rehab, the relapse. I drifted from couches to shelters to squatting in abandoned homes. Steady income? Never heard of it. So when I saw the email, I almost deleted it without reading. I figured it was just another rejection for one of my poorly written job applications until the header caught my attention. Dinner with me for $50,000. I'm not exactly attractive. Even before addiction wrecked the few good features I had, I didn't have much going for me. My eyes had sunk into my skull like they wanted to disappear. My skin had forgotten what hydration felt like. So this email? Ridiculous. I had no looks, no resume, no justification for being chosen. But I'd just left a shelter, and 50 grand was a dream bigger than anything I'd ever held. So I read on. It was from a domain I'd never seen before. Shepard K at SNKCompunctionFirm.com. The message read, Dear recipient, I trust this message finds you well. I invite you to join me for dinner at... This is not a romantic offer. You will be compensated handsomely for your time, provided you adhere to the following terms. Remain for the full meal until I pay the bill and escort you out. Do not pay for anything yourself. Wear formal attire. If you don't own a suit, One will be provided at the entrance. It will fit. Any breach will void all compensation. To accept, reply. A time and date will be sent. To decline, disregard this message. Did it seem insane? Absolutely. But desperation makes fool of us all. The kind of fool that doesn't ask for explanation. Just a fork and a seat. So I replied, "Hello, Shepherd. Thank you for your generous offer. I accept your terms and will be there. May I ask a few questions about this proposition? Again, thank you." I didn't expect a response. Maybe a phishing scam, maybe nothing, but seconds later a reply came. Monday at 6 p.m. at... Questions may be asked at dinner. Thank you for your cooperation. More cryptic BS. That's when I gained the smallest amount of common sense and decided to look into whoever this guy was. This was clearly his business email, so I googled the domain. S&K Compunction Firm. I was expecting some big group of lawyers off the name alone, but nope. No law firm. Just a single office tucked in a strip mall. No products, no services. Just a photo of the branch manager, despite the fact that the office barely looked big enough for 2 people, and the title implied multiple locations, yet I couldn't even find a second one. What did they do? Solutions? No specifics, just that one word. I thought about backing out, probably should've, but when you've got nothing left, hesitance starts looking like a luxury. I had nothing to lose, so I took the chance. Between drug-filled stupors and getting my butt kicked once or twice, Monday crept up on me like bruises do. Slow, unseen, then sudden. I didn't have anything formal, so I threw on the only white button-up shirt I owned and some gray slacks. Both had stains I couldn't explain, and no iron had graced their surfaces in years. Still, they were the fanciest clothes I had. None of it mattered. The second I hobbled into the restaurant, the greeter, if you could even call them that, handed me a dry-cleaned suit without a word and pointed to the bathrooms. I took the hint. The suit seemed expensive, real Men's Warehouse type stuff. It fit perfectly, just like the email said. Too perfectly, actually. The cuffs landed exactly at my wrist bone. The collar rested like it knew my neck's shape already. I didn't have the time or money to question it. I walked back out. The place had a strange charm. Soft lighting spilled across tablecloths and smooth pools of warmth. Ornate picture frames lined the walls, filled with abstract paintings that felt a bit too familiar. Wood trim hugged every surface. Big, glittery curtains hung heavy like a wedding reception. It smelled like artificial plants and faded fabric. Soft jazz floated through the air and brushed against my ears. As I scanned the room, I realized something unsettling. When I first walked in, there were at least 4 tables of people laughing and enjoying themselves. It had been noisy and lively, but now, silent, empty, like a bell had rung that only I hadn't heard. Just a few bartenders, the mute greeter, the one bald man in a suit eerily similar to mine. I already knew who he was. His photo was the only thing of note I'd found when looking up the domain. The branch manager. I approached his table and, before I could ask if he was expecting me, he gestured to the chair across from him. He was an older man, maybe 50, with sad, droopy eyes. His nose was so thin and pointy it looked like a shark's fin. He seemed to have no nostrils at all. His jowls fluttered slightly as he spoke in a soft, low tone. "Thank you for coming, young man. It's good to finally see you," he said, extending an arm for a handshake. I tried my best to sound steady and firm, despite my rising anxiety. "Thank you, sir." The conversation that followed was surprisingly pleasant. The food was better than almost anything I had ever had, decadent and strangely nostalgic, as if it had been made just for me. He asked about my childhood, my current working conditions, and my family life. Most of these memories weren't pleasant, but it felt good to have someone simply listen. I reached a point where I started letting my guard down. He never interrupted, never judged, just watched. Then he got serious. He grabbed my wrist just as I lifted my fork. His grip was ice cold but steady, and his tone dropped. "What is something you wish you had never done?" "What?" I was shocked by his sudden seriousness. He didn't respond. He just stared, still and waiting. I swallowed. "I stole from my mom when she was dying. I was supposed to take care of her and protect her, but I spent her money on the stuff she told me to quit." A waitress appeared silently, depositing a small porcelain bowl before me. Inside sat a single seared scallop resting on a streak of bright red pepper collies, its color staining the white plate like the shame I carried. The scallop's tender flesh gave way to a flash of heat, a reminder that some wounds never fully heal. A whisper of lemon zest lifted the flavors. He nodded, no judgment in his eyes, only something quietly accepting, then stood and excused himself to the restroom. As he left, I took a breath and tried to shake off the moment. Then I noticed it. The chandelier above us had one more bulb, just one. The light it cast bent slightly at the edges, stretching the shadows under our plates. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. Back to normal. Mostly. The jazz had slowed by a fraction. Notes now lingered a second longer than they should. He returned, looking subtly altered. His right side appeared younger and tighter. The left side remained unchanged. A crease near his mouth had vanished, and his smile felt less weighted. He asked again gently, "What's the kindest thing you've ever done?" I told him about a homeless kid I had let sleep in my car on a freezing night. I didn't know his name and didn't want anything from him. I just locked the doors and stayed up until morning in case someone tried anything. While his gaze lingered, another course arrived. A hollowed apple cradled a warm, butternut squash soup, its sweetness tempered by sage oil. The apple's crisp rim framed the velvety broth, echoing the way I had sheltered that boy from the cold. Each spoonful felt like a soft promise of safety in a world so devoid of it. This time, as he listened, something in his face responded. His left eye seemed brighter, and the left side softened. He looked younger, somehow. Maybe the light was playing tricks, or maybe the room had grown darker. He asked another question. "What's the worst lie you've ever told?" I hesitated. I had promised myself I would never recall this memory, yet I felt compelled to tell the old man. "When someone close to me overdosed, I could have saved them. I saw them but was frozen in fear, thinking I could be just like them. When the police came, I told them he was already gone when I got there." He nodded again. Still no judgment, just listening. I'm not sure how, but as I spoke, a new course appeared. A translucent steamed dumpling sat alone, its skin almost too delicate to touch. The moment I pierced it, a smoky chili broth gushed out, scorching my tongue with the sting of my lies. The gentle wrapper dissolved into nothing, leaving only the burn of a secret I thought I'd buried permanently. Then he stood and walked away, slower this time. His chair creaked slightly as he rose, and the floor beneath it curved outward in a way that made no physical sense. As I waited, I saw the wallpaper behind the bar begin to bubble faintly, like heat was pressing against it from inside. The curtains seemed heavier. The picture frames on the wall had begun to tilt, each at a different angle. Not much, but enough to notice. Enough to make you wonder. The waitstaff didn't change plates. The glasses refilled themselves, and I started noticing something impossible. Everyone in the room had his face. Not exactly, but similar. Like a family of clones degraded with each repetition. The bartender blinked with one bulging eye, and the hostess's smile sagged like melting wax. When he came back, the distortion had grown wider. His jaw was uneven, one side shriveled, the other taut as barbed wire. The contrast on his face was more than physical now. It radiated something deeper, like halves of a personality that couldn't agree. He sat, scanning me as if measuring the weights behind my silence. I wasn't sure if he was evaluating my soul or just admiring the way panic settled into the corners of my posture. His voice arrived softly, almost reverent. What memory do you miss the most? It took me a moment, not because I didn't know, but because I was afraid to admit how fragile the truth had become. I used to swim in Lake Michigan every summer, I said slowly, with friends. We'd throw ourselves off docks and scream about sea monsters and cold sandwiches. It was stupid, but I felt safe, like I didn't owe anything to anyone. Shepard's good eye glistened. A tear formed and trailed down the brighter side of his face. It lingered at his chin and disappeared into the folds. The darker side remained unflinching, its socket almost hollow now. I stared at him, unsure whether to thank him or run. He didn't speak. He just stood, his movements slower this time, calculated, weighty. The chair creaked like it hated being left alone. The bathroom break felt longer. The silence thickened, and the music was barely audible. The overhead lights dimmed again, and this time they pulsed faintly. One of the picture frames fell sideways. The bartender wiped the same spot over and over, face devoid of emotion, eye bulging slightly. The wallpaper near the entrance was peeling, tiny tendrils reaching outward like roots. A fly circled the wine glass beside my plate but never landed, looping endlessly. I felt my chest tighten. Shepard returned. This time he didn't sit. He loomed. His face was wrong. The symmetry had given up. One eye bulged fully, twitching in quick spasms. The other was practically sunken. His mouth hung slightly open, but no breath escaped. He said nothing for several seconds, just watched me, then finally, "Would you like dessert?" I stood almost instinctively. "I think I need the bathroom," I said. He nodded slowly. "Take your time." The restroom was too quiet, the mirror too clean. I leaned forward expecting to see my own ruin reflected, but instead behind me in the mirror, Shepard waited. Not in the room, but in the reflection. His body was stretched, taller than before, suit shimmering like the surface of a pond. He smiled, both eyes twitching violently. I didn't scream or move. I just stepped back out, numb. The dining room was nearly gone. The walls had peeled upward toward the ceiling. Tables melted into spiraled masses of dark wood and cloth. The floor rippled like liquid stone. The curtains had vanished entirely, leaving a strange static haze where windows had once been. Shepard stood at the center, calm. "You've done well, young man," he said. "Repentance is never easy. The hardest part is accepting that you are no longer part of the world you knew." My knees threatened to give out. I wanted to argue, to scream, to run, but nothing in my body responded the way it used to. Everything had slowed except him. "What do you mean?" I managed to ask. He smiled gently like a father comforting a child who had just asked the final fated question. "This meal," he said, "is not payment. its passage. No, I whispered. I walked here. I remember the shelter, the email. You remember the drug, he said, cutting gently across my denial. And the stall in the diner. You remember how cold the tile was. You remember how long it took for someone to find you. I shook my head as if it might rattle the truth loose, but it didn't help. My legs wouldn't move. All we offer, he continued, is a moment, one last conversation, one last taste, one last confession. The last of the room flaked away like ash in the wind. The table in front of us dissolved into nothing. Steam hissed upward from cracks in the floor that hadn't been there seconds before. Shepard extended his hand again. The suit he wore shimmered strangely, colors shifting like moonlight on ocean currents. Patterns swirled across the threads. Faces, maybe, or shadows. I couldn't be sure. You did well, he said quietly. You were honest. That's all we ask. I felt tears on my cheek, though I didn't know how they got there. What happens now? Shepard looked over his shoulder. Behind him, the restaurant was finally gone. In its place, a hallway of shifting doors. Some open, some pulsing with warm light. Others dimmed and sealed. Now, he said, you choose. It all started in 5th grade when I was 11 years old. It was a pretty normal Monday afternoon after school. My older brother and I were raised by a single mother, so she was often working late into the evenings. We lived in rural northeast Tennessee, and our backyard bordered the Cherokee National Forest. It's a valley community deep in the mountains, and there's not much to do there that doesn't involve the outdoors. A creek ran through our yard, and my brother and I would follow the creek up the mountain. If you followed it long enough, probably about 1.5 miles, you came to the source, which was a natural spring coming right out of the rock. There was a little waterfall that fed into a big swimming hole that we would frequently visit to swim in the crystal clear water. Many days were spent splashing around, or turning over rocks and catching crawdads, frogs, and snakes. On this particular day, we decided to climb to the top of the waterfall, where the mouth of the spring was. We didn't normally go up there because we were afraid of falling, but I guess we were just extra adventurous that day. I was laying on my back in the shallow water ahead of the drop. Not floating, it was too shallow, just laying on the smooth river rocks and looking at the clouds. My brother dared me to get closer to the edge. He called me a chicken and said I was too scared. He went and sat on the edge with the water flowing around him, looking down at the swimming hole. Well, I'm not a chicken, and I took his challenge. I went and sat right next to him on the ledge. I knew my brother was pretty mean, and I also knew he was probably going to pretend to push me to scare me. I decided I would flip the switch on him and jump off when he did. I don't know what possessed me to finally make the jump, but it's something we had talked about before. It wasn't a particularly tall waterfall, maybe 15 feet, possibly less because I was a lot shorter back then. It probably seemed much taller than it really was. The water, likewise, wasn't some rushing river rapids, just a calm little creek. Like I suspected, he gave me a light, playful little shove, and without thinking I let myself slip off. I knew the swimming hole was very deep. We'd never been able to reach the bottom by swimming down, and we'd done all manner of things to try and gauge the depth. We had tied a rock to a rope and thrown it in, but the rope completely disappeared in the water. I don't know exactly how long the rope was, but it had to have been at least 20 to 30 feet. So, I wasn't worried about hitting any rocks or breaking my bones at the bottom. I dove in plenty of times from the ground, and I'm a good swimmer. While I was falling, I felt so alive. I laughed and screamed as I fell, and it felt like some of the rides at Dollywood, where we'd gone on vacation to before. I hit the cold water and felt myself plummet. I went farther down than I'd ever gone before, and just as I began to swim back up to the top, I felt a force pulling on my legs. It was suction, and I started getting pulled back down. Immediately I knew what was happening. I'd heard stories of this before. There is another swimming hole similar to this called the Blue Hole in nearby Carter County. There are underwater caves that have sucked in swimmers who dove too deeply that drowned and whose bodies were never recovered. It had never occurred to me before that there could be underwater caves here too, so when I felt myself getting sucked down, I panicked. I let out a scream, which is the worst thing I could have done, and watched my precious oxygen rise through the blue-green waters and massive air bubbles. I breathed in water and began choking, all while seeing the light at the top get farther and farther away. Then blackness. I was pulled into the cave and I felt myself get smashed around algae-covered rocks. The cave grew so narrow that I could feel it squeezing my sides, and I knew that I was going to die. I remember my whole life flashing in front of my eyes like in the movies. I thought about my mom and became very sad that she would never find me. I thought about my brother who's probably going to blame himself for my death even though it was my decision to jump. I think that I died. Or at least, I lost consciousness. Because the next thing I remember, I was waking up on the sand, coughing up and puking creek water. My brother had saved me. Apparently he jumped in after me but couldn't find me. He says I was underwater for at least 5 minutes, until I suddenly resurfaced looking blue and cold. He said he thought I was dead, and he pulled me out and pressed on my chest and belly until I spit up water. I was shaking uncontrollably, and I was very cold despite the warm weather. It was September, but here in the south, we were still shaking off the 100-degree heat of August. My brother was leaning over me asking if I'm okay. I couldn't really talk because my throat and lungs were burning, but there was something off about him that I couldn't place. He looked me in the eyes and that's when it hit me. His eyes were green, but they'd always been brown before. I know they were brown because I had green eyes like our mother, and she always said he had our father's eyes, who passed away when I was an infant. I was pretty weirded out by that, but in my current state it was the least of my concern. Wordlessly I got up and started walking downhill back towards our house, my brother following close behind me. He was begging me not to tell our mom that he pushed me, and even though I wanted to tell him this was my fault, that I decided to jump, I just couldn't find the energy to speak. I was dead tired, and I had this awful, squirmy feeling in my belly that made me want to cry. As we got closer and closer to the house, my eyes started watering up, and I started feeling very sad. Like, hopelessly sad. Sad in a way an 11-year-old boy rarely ever feels. I also felt very afraid, like something really bad was about to happen. When we got to the little clearing we used to enter the woods, I saw my mom's car parked in the gravel driveway and I began bawling. I took off running. I don't know why. My body was acting entirely on its own at that point. All I know is that I was screaming and crying like a toddler and running as fast as I could towards the house. To put it frankly, I had a bad day and now I wanted my mommy. I sprinted up to the door, leaving my brother far behind, and ran inside and immediately into the arms of my mother who was sitting on the couch. I buried my face in her lap, covering her jeans with wet sand and tears. She put her hands around me and squeezed, asking what's wrong. Through sobs and sniffles, I told her everything. I told her that my brother, from here referred to as James, had pretended to push me, but that I jumped on my own to scare him. I told her about sinking to the bottom and everything going black, and how James had rescued me. By the time my brother came inside, I had calmed down a lot, and was sat on the carpet watching Dragon Ball Z. My mom scolded us both and reminded us that we weren't supposed to be going up there to the swimming hole without an adult. She grounded my older brother but decided my experience was punishment enough for me, so he was sent off to his room while I got to keep watching TV. Later that night, my mom was helping me with some homework and kept giving me these weird looks. I asked her what was wrong and finally she said, "Your eyes are green." She said it like it was a question. I said, "Duh, Mom, they've always been green." She said she swore they were brown. She even got out old pictures of me, and sure enough I had brown eyes in all of the pictures. But they were green now. It's kind of funny because she was freaking out that my eyes were green while I was freaking out that they had never been brown. This caused a bit of a stir in the house. She called my grandma, who also confirmed I had always had brown eyes up until now. She made an appointment for me to go to the doctor the next week, and I guess I tried to just put it out of my mind until then. The next day I went to school like usual, and a few kids commented on my eyes and how they didn't realize they were green up until now. I was, and still am, of the opinion that they've always been green, and I insisted as much. Everything else was like a normal day until just before recess. There was an emergency staff meeting called. Our teacher returned from the meeting with the AV cart and started plugging up the TV. We all cheered because we thought we were watching a movie. But when she turned it on, we were watching the news. A plane had just flown into the World Trade Center in New York City. It was Tuesday, September 11th, 2001. I remember very vividly when the second plane hit on live TV. I remember the collective gasp of 25th graders seeing mass murder for the first time. I don't think that I fully understood really what was going on, because initially they were reporting it as an accident, but after the second plane, it was clear that this was an actual attack. Right away I thought, it must be the Soviets. To my knowledge, up to that point, the Soviet Union was still around and the Cold War was still raging. I even asked the teacher if she thought it was the Soviets, and she gave me a weird look and told the Soviet Union was gone, and had been gone since before I was born. I told her she was wrong. I distinctly remember learning about the Soviet Union in social studies class, and that it was still our country's greatest enemy. She shut me down pretty quickly, and I checked my social studies book, which confirmed what she said. The Soviets were gone. Now I can chalk that up to my dumb little kid brain just mixing things up. But what I'm positive I didn't mix up was the movie Rambo 3. I loved all 80s action movies growing up. RoboCop, Terminator, Aliens, and yes, Rambo. I'd seen them all, and I knew that Rambo 3 was my favorite. It involved Rambo going into space and destroying a Soviet space station that was able to launch nukes from orbit. But when I watched it now, it was about Rambo in Afghanistan, fighting the Soviets there. I thought that Afghanistan was actually part of the Soviet Union. I swore I remembered hearing about them taking it over in the 90s. I'm not exaggerating when I say I had to have watched Rambo 3 dozens of times by then. It played on TV all the time, and I'd always watched it if I could because it was my favorite. I can quote lines from the movie, and I very distinctly remember Rambo's sweaty face as he blew up the space station while he was still in it. He died at the end of the movie. I kept thinking, this new Rambo 3 must be a remake, or a prequel, or something. We didn't have the internet back then, so I couldn't just look it up, but I do remember asking about it at Blockbuster's video, and the guy there having no idea what I was talking about. He suggested I was thinking of the James Bond movie Moonraker, but no. I'd seen that one too, and this was different, and a lot better. I digress. They sent us all home from school early that day, and my mom had to leave work to come pick me and James up. She had stopped on the way to get lunch from a diner we often visited. She wanted to surprise us with a quick lunch. When we got home, she handed me my food, a club sandwich and fries. She called it my favorite, and was clearly expecting to see me get excited when I saw it. I was more of a chicken nuggets kind of kid, and had, to my knowledge, never eaten a club sandwich in my life. I told her I'd never had it before, and she told me to stop being silly because it's what I got every time. I tried it, and hated it. The toast was too dark, and cut the roof of my mouth. The fries were good, though. On TV, every single channel was showing news footage of the attack. James was still grounded, so going outside and finding something to do with him was off the table. I ended up just laying in my bed playing Pokemon Red on my Game Boy until I drifted off to sleep. I dreamed of pitch black cold water and I felt like I was drowning again. I woke up, but I couldn't move. This was to be the first of many sleep paralysis episodes, which would continue to plague me up to this day. I didn't understand what was happening. All I knew was that I couldn't move anything besides my eyes. I tried to yell, but I couldn't make any noise. I started to feel very afraid, and the corners of my vision grew dark. I felt like I was falling, although I could see that I wasn't moving. It felt like I was being pulled out of my body, and I heard a rushing noise like water, like I was drowning. I looked to my right towards my bedroom door, and I saw someone peeking around the door frame. The person looked just like me, only he had brown eyes, like I did in the pictures. He looked furious. There was rage in his eyes that I can't describe. I'll never forget his one brown eye. The other side of his face hidden by the door frame, gazing at me with pure, spiteful hatred. It scared me so bad, and I began desperately trying to move. Eventually, I managed to move my leg enough that it hung off the bed, and this snapped me out of it. I blinked and I was gone. It was over. I gasped as I sat up on the bed and immediately began to scream for my mom. I probably sound like a huge baby, having cried for my mommy twice in this story already. But give me a break. I was 11. Mom consoled me and assured me it was just a nightmare. I slept with her that night because I was too afraid to be alone. I know I wasn't asleep. It would be years later, when we got the internet, after dozens of episodes, that I finally learned what sleep paralysis was. After that day, life just kind of went on like usual. I went to the doctor and my mom asked about my eyes. He told her that they probably just look brown in the old pictures due to the light or the camera, because there's no way my eyes would have just changed color like that out of the blue. My mom brought up that on my birth certificate, it says that I have brown eyes. Doctor couldn't explain that, and I honestly don't think he even believed her. My mom never truly accepted this, but decided to let the matter rest. After all, there was nothing to be done about it anyway. We all just took it as one of those weird things that nobody can explain. Fast forward a few years to my freshman year of high school. Over the years, I had pretty regular sleep paralysis episodes, but I still didn't fully understand it. I had become extremely religious. My family are Orthodox Christians, and our priest was the only adult in my life that took me seriously when I described my sleep paralysis episodes. I told him that I thought I was being possessed when it happened, because that's what it felt like. It felt like my soul was being pulled out of my body. Well, our priest, Father Tikhon, didn't want to scare me. It was clear he was also concerned that I was experiencing could be demonic in nature. I don't think that I believe that now. Not quite, but at the same time, an adult validating my fears and offering solutions was a godsend. No pun intended. He told me when it happens to repeat the prayer we use with our prayer ropes, sort of like a Catholic rosary. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner. So that's what I did. Every time it would happen, I would say in my head, since I couldn't speak, the prayer over and over until it stopped. This seemed to work, and as long as I said the prayer, I didn't see the version of me with the brown eyes. That version never grew up, by the way. He remained 11 as I continued to get older. The attacks were much shorter and less scary. Eventually, after I'd been through it hundreds of times, I wasn't even really scared by it anymore. I just said my prayers and that was that. I followed the full Orthodox prayer schedule. For the Orthodox reading this, you know what a task that can be. I said the full Trisagion, plus all the extra morning prayers in the little red prayer book. If you know, you know. Then the midday prayers and finally the nighttime prayers. If you recite all of them out of the book, word for word, that comes out to about an hour of prayer each time. So 3 hours of prayer a day that way. Plus I would do my prayer rope at least once per day, which was 100 knots. So 100 times every day. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner. When I slipped and didn't say my prayers, I would have a bad episode. This enforced my belief that something demonic, or at least supernatural, was happening. One such day, I hadn't said my midday prayers or done my prayer rope. I was too busy focusing on a crush I had on a girl at school. I'd asked her out, and she said no. I was so upset that I let my prayers slip. I took a nap when I got home from school, not remembering my prayers at all, just thinking about the girl. I woke up from 3 loud, distinct knocks on my headboard. Bang, bang, bang. Very loud and clear. When I woke up, I was staring the child version of me in the face. The big brown eyes staring into my skull with pure venom. Immediately I started reciting the prayer in my head. Lord Jesus Christ. What? I couldn't remember. What was the next word? Lord Jesus Christ, Son of... Come on. Lord Jesus... He was slowly putting his face closer and closer to mine. His eyes locked onto me. Every time I caught his gaze, my mind would blank, and I couldn't say the words. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God... I stuttered. In my brain I stuttered. Something I didn't even think was possible. I kept trying to say it in my mind, but I just couldn't get it out. Now he was right up against my face, his little cold nose pressed against mine. I could smell his breath, and it smelled like creek water. He said without moving his lips, "He doesn't care about you anymore." I shut my eyes tight. I could still feel and smell him. Jesus Christ, Son of God. I heard laughing. I opened my eyes and he was still staring me down, still furious looking. His mouth was open, but his lips weren't moving. My ears became very hot, and I could hear awful laughter all around me. Jesus Christ, Son of God, God, have... I was trying to choke it out. Almost there. Don't look at him. I heard the boy's voice again. He's not listening. Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy. I was stopped by the feeling of cold water rushing over my face. I opened my eyes and my younger self had a dirty-looking bottle of creek water. He was pouring it over me, choking me, drowning me. I screamed verbally, gurgling through the water. I screamed, "Oh God, please save me." And it was over. I sat up in a gasp like I always do and caught my breath. I dropped to my knees on the floor and pulled the prayer rope from around my neck. I started chanting and I completed the rope twice before I stopped. When I put the rope away, I realized that my bed was wet. I went over to the neighbor's house and stayed there until my mom and brother got home later that day. I didn't bother telling them about it because at this point, they didn't believe me anymore about the sleep paralysis. They were convinced they were just normal nightmares. Tennessee in the early 2000s, at least where I lived, didn't have stellar mental health care. Therapists were something that rich people had, not families like ours. I didn't have anyone to talk to about it besides my priest. To his credit, he advocated for me. He tried to talk to my mom about a potential exorcism. Well, my mom was an Orthodox Christian. She wasn't superstitious, and for her, it was more of a cultural thing than an actually supernatural one. She wouldn't let him do the exorcism, but agreed to let him bless our house. which is normally only done once per year. This blessing made me feel safer, but it didn't stop the attacks. Nothing as bad as that one would happen for a long time, so things kind of went back to normal. I'd have an attack, say my prayers, and get through it. It always felt like it set me apart from the rest of my family. They were all normal, happy people. Meanwhile, 2 to 3 times a week, I believed I was embroiled in spiritual warfare with my very soul. It continued like that for another 2 years, until when I was a junior I discovered something that stopped the attacks even better than religion. Drugs. I tried smoking pot for the first time with my friends and one of their older brothers. I loved it immediately. I felt so free and light and happy and giggly and hungry. That night when I slept, I didn't dream. No nightmares, no sleep paralysis, nothing. I hadn't slept like that in years, not since the incident at the swimming hole. By now, we didn't live in the sticks anymore. We'd moved into town and were living in a government housing project. The call center my mom worked at had closed down, and now she worked at McDonald's trying her best to make ends meet. We couldn't afford the house I grew up in anymore, so we had to move. I missed living in the country, but being in a town allowed me a lot of freedom I never had before. I could walk to my friends' houses and would regularly stop on the way home from school to hang out. I started smoking pot every chance I got because I knew they kept the attacks at bay. My brother and I had figured out how to connect to a neighbor's Wi-Fi, and so we had reliable internet for the first time. He showed me how to pirate movies and music, and I started downloading them, burning them to discs and selling them at school for a few dollars a pop. I used this money to buy pot, which I would secretly smoke every night before bed. I'm not lying when I say I never felt better. Getting a full night's sleep every night changed everything for me. Ironically, my grades actually improved once I became a certified pothead. Life kept going, and between pot, my goofball friends, and my desperate attempts to get a girl to like me, I fell away from the church. I gradually stopped my 3 hours of daily prayer, and eventually stopped going to church altogether. Life was good. I felt like a normal kid for the first time in years. I graduated high school and got my first job, and eventually my own apartment, which I rented with 2 of my friends. However, all good things must come to an end, and one day my weed dealer stopped answering his phone. Found out through the grapevine that he'd been arrested. I wouldn't be getting any weed anytime soon. It took about a month, but once all the THC was gone from my system, the nightmares came back. They soon turned to sleep paralysis, and just like that I was praying again. Only this time it didn't work. It didn't stop the attacks. I would have nightmares where the kid version of me would talk to me. He would tell me that God has abandoned me because I abandoned him. He said that when I prayed, God would simply laugh and turn away from me. He said that one day he would kill me. I believe him because it still happens. He's never poured the water on me like he did that one day, but the choking continues. When it happens, I can't breathe. I can't think. I feel like I'm being sucked from my body and going somewhere far away, somewhere dark, cold, and wet. I know that this is how I'm going to die. I still pray, I struggle, I fight, and I get through it each time. Eventually I got married. Now I don't sleep alone much anymore, and when I have my attacks, my wife wakes me up. She can hear me softly crying out in my sleep. Sometimes when I'm home alone, I will suddenly feel as though all the energy is drained out of me and I become very, very tired out of nowhere. I'll want to lay down for a nap, but I know in these times that if I do, I will assuredly have an attack, and I'm deathly afraid that one day I won't wake up from it. Sometimes I accidentally fall asleep on the couch, and each time it gets harder and harder to get myself out of it. He visits me every time. He wants me dead. More than dead. He wants my actual soul to be destroyed. I believe that he wants my soul gone, so that he can inhabit my body and pick up where he left off. I believe that when I drowned that day, I entered an alternate universe and took his place, and he wants his life back. I don't know what will happen if he ever succeeds. I don't know what he will do to my wife or my friends. I hope I never have to find out. I have a plan. This weekend, I'm going to go back to my childhood home. I'm going to follow the creek up the mountain, and I'm going to jump off that waterfall again. I'm either going to die, or I'm going to wake back up where I belong, with my brother and his brown eyes. And maybe when I do, the brown-eyed version of me will wake up to see his brother's green eyes, looking back at him. This morning, I pulled a tiny monitoring pin from my tooth. Now my wife is gone, and so is every trace of our life together. I have to provide a tiny bit of context before I dive in. Stick with me. I'd lost both of my parents by high school graduation, so when I was offered an out-of-state scholarship, I took it, moved from Tennessee to Oklahoma, and made real fast friends with the guy they roomed me with. A week or two in, my friend let me know that he was about to earn $800 and get a free letter of recommendation for this clinical trial that he was gonna do. Well, I was broke, and he also promised that this girl I had my eye on was taking part too. I was obviously on board. It really wasn't even that memorable. The highlight was meeting her. Lara was taking part in the trial too, and we spent hours and hours in the waiting room sharing stories and getting close. The only other memory I have of the trial was sitting for 2 to 3 hours once a week in a very gray room, where I had to talk to a therapist type dude who asked a million questions covering every topic you can think of. If memory serves, I'm pretty sure that it had something to do with studying the process that go into a person's moral choices. It was purely therapist sessions too. No needles or pins. It was easy. It was over after 6 weeks, and my only symptoms at the end were a little extra pocket money, and I'd grown completely attached to Lara. Other than using my small fortune to buy Lara a ring and a pretty white dress, nothing worth noting happened between finishing the trial and now. So the real story starts about 3 weeks ago. On the second to last Friday in May, I got into an accident on my way home from work. Standard stuff. I got T-boned at an intersection. My car needed a new door and some internal stuff that insurance took care of, but I was fine. Whiplash, but that comes with any accident. Poor guy in the car that hit me hadn't been wearing his seatbelt though. Broke the windscreen with his own face. I saw the ambulance take him in a body bag. This is where I'm gonna lose you now, and you're going to resign me to the cuckoo's nest, but please, stick with me. I'm not crazy. 3 weeks later, we're on the second Friday in June now. I'm on my way home from work in the crappy sedan my insurance sent me up with. Well, my car's in the shop. Well, I'm honestly still a little on edge on this journey given the recent accident. I'm keeping an extra eye on the road, and I get to the intersection where the poor dude T-boned me, and I can see from my lane that he is fast approaching in the same car he died in 3 weeks ago. Hallucination? Maybe, but it felt just as real as anything else. Just like last time, other drivers were honking and interacting with this dude because he was moving way too fast for the speed limit. And next thing I hear my radio tune out and then a voice. I know how this sounds. The radio said, "You don't have to make the same choice." I don't know if I was subconsciously obeying the radio or if this would have been my course of action either way, but I braked. Hard. He kept going and sped right past me this time, but he made sure his eyes met mine for just a second. It was him. It was his car. I don't know. As soon as he was out of sight, the radio started up again like normal, and I had to just make my way home. It shook me, but what can I do? How can I explain this to Lara? I didn't. I wouldn't be posting if it was just that, though. We'll skip all of the boring crap in between, and I'll cut to this morning. I've been having some trouble with one of my teeth for a few weeks. The pain was sorta just my whole jaw for the first 2 weeks, so I put it down to the accident at first. I did get whiplash, and Google told me that could cause jaw pain, so that was that for a while, until the pain got more localized, and it was clear that the issue was a specific tooth. I've been taking OTCs and warming up Lara's microwave heating pad and holding it to my jaw, but this morning I'd had enough. I know you're not meant to touch your teeth with your grubby digits, especially when you think that there is a problem, so I hadn't. Makes me feel kinda dumb now, really. I took myself to the bathroom mirror about 8:30 in the morning, washed my hands, and got to work. It felt as if something foreign, like a toothpick or a floss remnant, had wedged itself somehow inside my tooth, and after 4 to 5 minutes of yanking and scraping, I felt something cold hit my tongue. I spat it into my hand to see what had been bugging me, and I was immediately confused. I've had 34 years on this planet. It's not too often that I come across something new. It looked like a pin, but it wasn't a pin. I knew that I needed to find a way to inspect this tiny tooth inhabitant, so I took a few photos with my phone to try and pick up the details that my eyes couldn't. What I was holding did resemble a pin. The part that was directly inside my tooth was no thicker than a staple, and no longer than an eyelash, and it had a tiny round base that I assume was to keep it in place. There was enamel residue on the base part, so I think that there was some kind of veneer adhesive or something ensuring it stayed stuck. On the inside of the base was the only tangible clue. The letters NOS had been engraved in tiny letters. So I took to Google. I tried a few searches like NOS toothpin, NOS device, but nothing yielded anything useful until I tried NOS dental implant. The AI overview at the top of the page said, in some instances, the phrase NOS tooth implant can be used to refer to the minuscule pin-like devices used by psychologists to carry out neural observation studies. My eyes were pulled from the words I was trying to understand down to a search link result. It was purple, not blue though. That usually means that my browser has accessed this page in the past, but I certainly had never seen it before. The search result was titled, Controversial Clinic Trial Shut Down in 2009 May Have Continued Without Consent. And when I tell you that I've never clicked a link so fast in my life, I mean it. As the page loaded, I was already hovering my fingers over Command and P on the keyboard, so that I'd have a hard copy of whatever this was to look at. You've got to understand how quickly my paranoia was escalating in those moments. I'm not sure why. It just felt important. When it finally loaded, my eyes bounced from one disturbing keyword to another before settling on a line that read, and even though the study was shut down due to the concerns surrounding ethical standards, evidence has come to light that suggests that a good number of the participants from the 2009 study are completely unaware that the clinical trial never came to a close. My brain rattled as it tried to process the words. Nothing made sense. I have never pressed print so fast. I don't know. I thought it might feel a little more real if I could hold it in my hands, you know? I made way to my printer to find that it had only printed the header of the newspaper it had been clipped from. That's it. None of the article content had printed, so I switched back round to send it to print again. But the article was gone. Properly gone. I refreshed the page and got 404'd. I pressed back and got a different error, so I retyped the Google search to get it back that way, and this time, Google had no results. The AI overview was gone. My search history? completely intact, other than the searches that pertained to what I'd found in my tooth. I was about to go and find Lara. I'd been spiraling for nearly an hour, but as I looked up from my computer, there she was, stood, watching me from the doorway. Ethan? The homely warmth in her eyes, the singy-songy bounce in her voice that only comes out when she's talking to me, her signature hyper-energized sway while she stands. It was all gone. She looked like Lara, but she felt different. This thought seemingly fell straight out of my head. Hey babe, you seem off this morning. Everything alright? What followed really did sound like her. The intonation in her voice was off, but she sounded otherwise just like my Lara. Ethan, you look aghast. Can I get you anything? Her voice was so flat. She sounded like a subpar actor who hadn't memorized her lines. I couldn't concentrate on her words. Lara, I'm not sure what's going on. My tooth, She cut me off. Oh, Ethan, you've done it, haven't you? A fleeting sigh being the only display of emotion from Lara so far, but even that felt inauthentic and weird. It felt like a movie. I couldn't understand what was unfolding in front of me. I still don't understand. That's why I'm here. I need someone to help me make sense of this. The world seemed to seize for a brief moment, and all I could hear was the subtle click that I knew to be my front door, and I felt my morning coffee curdle in my gut. I tried to stand at my desk, but my leg muscles turned to spaghetti and I didn't have the strength. Lara didn't move a muscle. She didn't even flinch. The Lara I knew was apprehensive and jumpy at an unexpected knock at the door. Her resolute stance in the doorway at this moment was more frightening to me than whatever I could hear now progressing up my staircase. Now that I have a little bit of hindsight, I think I understand why the threat levels seem so mismatched. Think of someone who you know really well, someone you're close to, your best friend, your brother, maybe your wife. You know their routines, what they do and don't like, and you've seen them in enough situations to have a general idea of how they'll react in most circumstances. Do you think you'd find it frightening if at a time when you were at your most vulnerable, they suddenly became cold, altered, and unpredictable? As I opened my mouth to speak, two large men emerged from behind Lara, with her still unaffected. My tongue dried up in an instant. I had no words. She moved now, just slightly forward to allow the two men into my office. Her movement after so much standstill rekindled my adrenaline and mended the frayed wiring that connects my mouth to my brain. I managed 2 words. Done what? The men were now on either side of me, neither one of them speaking a word. I already knew I couldn't fight them. For starters, there were 2 of them, but even if it were a fairer fight, my nervous system had already chosen freeze rather than either of the more useful fight or flight. Lara? I sounded desperate, like a fearful child seeking comfort from a parent. My growing panic and state of desperation made no impact on Lara. This wasn't the Lara who was so overran with sympathy and compassion after my accident not long ago, and she took 2 weeks off work and refused to leave my side for a moment because she was so concerned that I'd need her help, and she wouldn't be there. This Lara was not that Lara. Not my Lara. My arms were restrained behind my back by one man as the other one retrieved something from an internal pocket in his jacket. This was all happening in my peripheral vision as I kept my gaze locked on Lara. I've done what? My attention was pulled toward an intense piercing in my upper thigh that was imminently followed by a strange sort of disconnected warmth radiating through my body. My spaghetti muscles now a toxic blended sludge. My vision was trying to betray me, but I put every ounce of my energy into focusing on Lara's face. Oh, Ethan. Laura echoed the same performative sigh. You've pulled the pin, haven't you? That's the last thing I remember. I woke up in my bed around 10:30 p.m. No Laura, no men, no pin, all gone. I've spent the last 3 hours tearing my house apart to find any scraps of Laura, but there's nothing. We've lived here 9 years. There's nothing. My phone is wrong. It is my phone, but there's no trace of Laura, no texts between us, no photos, no Laura. Not only that, no anyone. My contacts now consist of my barber, a couple restaurants, and some old work contacts. No people, no friends, no Laura. My memory feels like one of those jigsaws that you might pick up secondhand at a charity shop, the kind that came to you without all of the pieces, the kind that you never had a chance to make whole. I don't know what to do. I'm just so stuck on one thought. If I could redo one thing in my life, I would never have pulled the pin. I don't know who I am without her. I need answers. If anyone has any information about NOS, about the trial or similar trials, please reach out. I need to remember. I've been thinking a lot about what I went through that night a couple of years back. I've never had the chance to process it. I think when you go through something traumatic or unusual, you compartmentalize it to the point where it feels like it happened to somebody else. That's what it feels like to me. Back when I was living in a suburb near Pittsburgh, I was making ends meet, but margins were slim and the notion of owning my own house felt like a dream at best. I'd been dating a girl for 2 years, looking for the perfect time to propose, but I just couldn't find the right time and place. But my fortunes were about to change. I got offered a promotion at my job. I'd be a shift manager at a large chemical plant in a couple of weeks. But even better, I got an email about something that might be the perfect time and place for me to finally propose. I was subscribed to a newsletter for a particular singer/songwriter that my girlfriend and I both enjoyed. The first thing we'd ever bonded over was music. There was a promotional campaign where there would be a sneak release of tickets to an upcoming tour, and the first 30 in line would be offered backstage passes. I couldn't imagine a better place to pop the question. Maybe I could get a chance to do it on stage if I asked nicely, but it had to be a surprise, so I kept it to myself. I made up an excuse about going to see my brother and packed a camp-out kit to get in line well and early. The newsletter recommended all of those interested to be in line at least 24 hours ahead of the ticket release. Please be patient and understanding, the email read, and please wait in line. I drove out there early Saturday morning. They'd arranged it as a sort of pop-up store. It was gonna have all kinds of merch, and by opening day, there'd be plenty of people dropping by to get ordinary tickets. But I'd be one of those 30 who got the good ones, come hell or high water. It was awkward getting there, though. They'd shut down 3 of the roads for maintenance, making the zigzag between cones and waiting for traffic in opposing lanes to take a turn. There was an apartment complex nearby, but that had been tented up for fumigation. A couple of nearby stores were shut down after health inspections. All in all, it was just bad timing, and there would be no comforts. But I got a bunch of gear packed. I'd be fine. I had an audiobook, some TV shows, and a lawn chair with a slot for an attachable umbrella. I could sit out there for days if need be. As with most pop-up events, there was no big sign, and the location was closed with metal shutters out front. The only thing that showed that this was the place was a discreet little poster on the side of the door that read, "You made it." The newsletter had mentioned that particular poster. It was all designed in a way to make the release feel exclusive. I got there about 23 hours early, and my heart sank. There were already people in line. Luckily, I only counted 27. But for a short moment, I was ready to throw in the towel. I got to the back of the line, did a second and third count, and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no one cut in line, I was in the green. So I set up my chair, attached an umbrella to my chair, and got started on the first season of Monk. After a couple of hours, the line had grown to about 50 people before slowing down. Maybe those in the back were hoping people up front would either drop out, or maybe they hoped there'd be extra tickets. The email had mentioned that there might be a couple of extras, but it couldn't be guaranteed. But I was still in the green, so I didn't have to worry all that much. It wasn't an unpleasant place to stay. The building was facing away from the sun, and there wasn't any traffic nearby because all the maintenance. I think the crews had stopped working for the weekend, because there was little to no machine noise. I didn't hear a single jackhammer or concrete mixer, just the ambience of the city and the murmur of the people in line. There was a bit of a tussle up front. This one woman was getting up and talking to people. She was hard to miss. She had this neon green band shirt and blue-colored hair. You could see her from a mile away. She went down the line asking if anyone had any antihistamines. Allergy pills. She was having some sort of reaction. Turns out no one had any, so she had to head off to find some. There was a drugstore a couple of blocks away, and the guy next to her promised she could keep her spot. So she walked away, thanking those around her for being so understanding. Thing is, she never came back. Hours later, her spot was still vacant. By dinner time, I kicked up a conversation with a guy next to me. He'd arrived just after I did, so he was still among the first 30. His name was Rodney, and he had this lean metalhead kind of build, arms covered in tattoos, and those kinds of pants with zippers that you can turn into shorts. It didn't look like his kind of venue. "I'm surprising my girl," Rodney smiled. "She loves this stuff." "Same here," I said. I think I might pop the question. "Congrats, love to see it." He offered me a Coke and I took it. He hadn't prepared himself quite like I had, so I offered him a pad to watch some shows while I listened to my audiobook. We shared a couple of stories, some snacks, and added one another to our socials. I chomped down on a cold burrito for dinner and took a nap. Rodney was on his phone talking to a friend for a bit. The people ahead of me were having a conversation of their own, and I only caught parts of it. They were discussing if there were 30 available tickets in total, or if there were more tickets given out to the first 30 people. Was there only one ticket per person? Because if all in line wanted 2 or more, that'd be over 60 in total. The email hadn't specified it, so they were a bit worried. I had no idea, but there was no point in arguing about it. We'd see in about a day. There was this one guy who was a couple of spots ahead of me that had to step out of line. He had a friend coming by to drop off some stuff, so he asked if they could hold his spot for a bit. It'd just be a couple of minutes. I saw him disappear around the corner, doing that I'm in a bit of a hurry kind of jog that polite people do. A couple of minutes passed, then half an hour. After a full hour, he still wasn't back. "Isn't that strange?" I said to Rodney. "2 people have gone to get something, and none came back." "Sure, yeah, strange," he nodded. "But some people just say those things to get an excuse to leave. It's embarrassing to say you're bored, you know?" "I guess. It's just strange." "I work at the hospital," he said. "As an anesthesiologist, I know what people who crack under pressure looks like. They always shuffle away with a convenient excuse." "You sure that's it?" I asked. "Nah, but I got no other explanation." "Fair enough." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sounds of the city lowered to a mumble. Cars gave way to people walking their dogs, and in this particular neighborhood, there was a lot of those. There were a couple more people who got out of line and walked away, not to return. We were still well over 40 though, but I think some got cold feet as the city got dark. A couple of light posts from a nearby street cast long shadows across the pavement. I was having a nap when Rodney poked me. He looked confused. Some folks in the back are saying we're in the wrong line. They're opening some name brand store. There ain't no ticket sales. You're kidding, I scoffed. You can't be serious. A guy 3 steps ahead looked back. This ain't no store opening, he called back. It's an autograph signing. That kicked up a murmur. All of a sudden the entire line was talking. There was some confusion about what we were actually doing out there. A lot of people were there for tickets, but for different artists. Some were there for a shop opening, an autograph signing, or a giveaway. A couple of phones were passed around and shown so we could compare emails. All emails were from different accounts, seemingly official enough to get past the spam filters. They all advertised different things, but they ended with the same line. Please be patient and understanding, and please wait in line. It became readily apparent that no one had the faintest idea what this opening actually was. A couple of folks just got up and left. Finally, the guy at the very front stepped out of line. I'm not sticking around for some scam, he spat. I'm going home. You should too. A couple more people packed up, but hadn't decided what to do. I was a bit on the fence about it, but as I watched that first man round the corner, I figured there'd be some kind of misunderstanding. Maybe they were doing several promotions at once. I heard his voice. He sounded surprised and a little angry. What is this? Then he screamed, a blood-curdling, ear-bleeding scream. It got quiet. Everyone looked at one another, trying to find an answer to what was going on. I got out of my chair to get a better look, but Rodney put his hand on my arm. Hold on, he said, lowering his voice. Don't go. We should call someone. He agreed, but we could see other people were already calling for help. The man from the front of the line never returned. There was someone in the back who called for help. A few people walked down the road to see if everyone was okay, but they never returned either. A patrol vehicle came by about 20 minutes later. 2 police officers walked up, asking questions. Everyone said the same thing. A man had stepped away, and it sounded like he got hurt. The officers did a sweep of the road, and when they came back around, they shrugged it off. There's nothing here, they said. You sure he didn't just call out to a friend? There were a lot of voices raised at that. But what could we say? It wasn't illegal to step out of line and not come back. There was no blood, or sign of a struggle. Maybe we hadn't heard what we thought we heard, but people were raising other issues. Like the emails we'd been sent. It all seemed like a plot to trick us. That, the officers had something to say about. No, it's legit, one said. We were informed that there'd be people waiting in line for some kind of event. They had no idea what the promotion was for, though, and even if they did, they couldn't disclose it. It was all arranged by an event promoter, who'd in turn been hired by someone else. All in all, there was nothing they could do but wish us the best of luck and be on their way. As they left, I noticed them meeting up with someone walking their dog at the end of the street. They shook hands, looked at us, and went their separate ways. Rodney and I stayed up late. We decided we'd take turns sleeping just to make sure no one took our things. I took the first shift. The line had whittled down to about 30 people by then. There'd been a lot of people trickling out after the uncertainty of what this was supposed to be. Of course, none of them came back. I didn't hear anything else, but there was this rising unease that there was something inherently dangerous about stepping away. I could hear a couple of people talking about it. That is, until a woman further back had enough. She'd been sitting quietly for a while, listening to people talk over her. "It's not a big deal," she groaned. "Look, I'll walk one lap around the building. I'll leave my purse here so you know I'll be back. All right?" Maybe she was tired or frustrated. Maybe she wanted to prove a point. She stepped out of line and rounded the corner with a huff. Judging by the size of the building, it ought to take her a couple of minutes at a brisk walking speed. But as those minutes dragged on into half an hour, it was clear she wasn't coming back. She'd left everything behind, so it was clear this wasn't voluntary. Something had kept her from coming back. No one would willingly leave behind their identification, credit cards, or phone. A couple of people discussed leaving as a group. Someone mentioned leaving while being on a phone call to report back as they went, but no one wanted to take the risk. We didn't know what was going on, and no one was eager to put themselves on the line. Instead, we waited, speculated, and murmured back and forth about what might be going on. Was it a trafficking thing, gang-related? Or was this whole thing just a big misunderstanding? I woke up Rodney around midnight and leaned back in my chair. I told him about the woman leaving her things behind, and I could see something settle on his brow. It was a strange position to be in. We were either completely fine or in incredible danger. But which was it? Which made more sense? I had a nervous sleep. No dreams, just a stream of thoughts. I kept waking up for the dumbest reasons. A car playing loud music a couple streets down, a barking dog, someone throwing away a bunch of glass bottles, just everyday city noise. Rodney had slumped against the wall chewing on some licorice. When he noticed me watching, he pointed down the street. "They keep coming back around." "Who?" I asked. "Not sure. Some guy walking his dog every 30 minutes or so." "The same guy?" "I don't know. Maybe." We kept our eyes on the street, and just like he said, a man with a dog passed by. He was wearing a large coat and a baseball cap, and the dog was one of the larger breeds, possibly a Saint Bernard or some kind of sheepdog. "Every 30 minutes," Rodney reiterated. "I don't think he's walking his dog." "So what's he doing then?" Rodney shook his head and took another bite of licorice. "Patrolling." It was the middle of the night when the police came back. 2 officers, same as before, walked down the line with an audible sigh. "Someone called again," they said. "What's going on?" A young man got up and pointed at the woman who'd left her things behind. The police scooped it up, checked it, and promised to take it back to the station. As they were about to leave, the young man asked if they could escort him to his car. They agreed. As he left, he looked back at the rest of us, holding up his phone. A woman he'd been sitting next to held up her phone in response. "I'll stay on the line till I get home," he called out. "I'll keep you updated." It seemed to go well enough, but as they rounded the corner at the end of the street, I noticed one of the officers looking to the left and raising his hand, as if waving at someone just off to the side. We all looked at the woman with the phone. She was hunched over, cradling it with both hands, listening through wireless earpieces. She'd say something occasionally, like a quiet, "Yes, I'm still here," or "Are you okay?" Then, after a couple of minutes, her eyes went wide. "Hello?" she said. "Dan? Dan, are you there?" There was no response. I could see the tears pool in her eyes as her hand started to shake. He'd promised to stay on the line. Something must have gone wrong. "They're picking us off," muttered Rodney. "Someone is picking us off." "But why?" I whispered back. "What's the point?" "Think about it," he said. "This whole block is basically shut down. Roadwork, maintenance, fumigation, renovations. It's just us out here." "But why us? Why now?" "There's gotta be a reason." Everyone was awake by then. We tried to figure out if we all had something in common. We all looked different, and we were all different ages. We were there for different reasons, and we lived in different parts of town. There was nothing readily apparent that we had in common. Dan works at a bottling plant. The woman with the phone added, I'm in retail. Others joined in. One was an airline pilot, another was a bodyguard, a firefighter, a translator. All very different people in very different lines of work. However, we had one thing in common. We all had access to something. Rodney had access to pretty much whatever at the hospital. The woman working retail had access to influential private clients. The firefighter had control over who had what shift, and who would respond to what call. The translator could listen in on privileged information. I was no different. I was about to become shift manager at the plant. I could choose what and who went where and when. Is that it? Rodney said. Is that what we're here for? But what's the point of taking us out? I asked. This isn't hurting anyone but us. The man walking his dog was back for another round, but now it looked like he'd slowed down a bit. As Rodney talked, I saw him stop at the end of the street, giving us a long look, and his dog looked too. Somewhere around 3 a.m., a whole group of people got up from the back of the line. The idea was clear. They were going to rush out of there. Others protested, saying they could call people over to come help. If we all call someone, we can make a crowd. A man called out. We can leave as a crowd, and we'll be fine. No, we have to spread out, someone else said. We go different ways and we go fast. Some of us are bound to get out. Rodney got up too, but his voice drowned in the crowd. Things were getting heated, and people were pushing one another. Angry fingers were being pointed. Phrases were repeated over and over and over. The argument was quickly turning into a shouting contest. There's at least 8 people patrolling, Rodney tried to say. I've counted. There's at least 8. At least 8. But no one listened. And as push came to shove, a group from the back of the line spread out and ran into the night. Rodney slouched back down against the wall, breathing heavily. We all held our breaths, listening. We could hear footsteps running down different alleyways. It started with a crash, like someone taking a tumble into a trash container. Then one pair of footsteps stopped. Not long after, another stopped, and from a far-off corner I heard this barking. A loud, growling bark. No, someone pleaded. No, no, no. There was no screaming, no gunshots. All the sounds just stopped, and no one came back. A guy from the back of the line called out to them, but got no answer. We were down to about 20 people. Some were calling home, others were calling the police. But they weren't about to come back here for a third time. One called a taxi, but they couldn't find a place to park. So they had to stop at an adjacent street, which we couldn't get to. There was also this one woman with a face tattoo that asked to borrow a phone. Rodney handed over his. I'm getting my guys down here, she said. You'll see. I'm done. She made a call, shouting angrily for a couple of minutes. After the person on the other end finally seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, Rodney got his phone back. About 20 or so minutes later, 6 very tired men came wandering down the street. I could see the outline of holsters inside their cheap jackets. We're going, the tattooed woman called out. Y'all can come if you want. A couple of people got up. I looked at Rodney, but he shook his head. Suit yourself, she continued. We're leaving. We watched them walk away and round the corner. I heard them starting a car and putting it in gear. There was music playing, something loud with a thumping bass. It sounded like they were about to drive away when I heard a bark. But it wasn't just a bark. It was more like a growling cough. Then a gunshot. Then another. The sound bounced against the walls, ringing out over the city. I saw a couple of lights turn on in distant buildings. Then all was quiet again. No one wanted to go look. Some people screamed at nearby houses, hoping for someone to open a window and look our way. No one did. The line itself was in complete disarray by then. People were packing and unpacking, pacing back and forth, hoping some opportunity would show itself. I wasn't immune to it, but I tried to stay calm. Rodney helped a lot. He was a lot more calculated than I'd imagined when I first saw him. He counted the people walking by. He measured the dogs. He listened for repeating sounds. My mind was tired, but my heart kept my eyes open and frantic. "I don't get this one thing," I said. "There's a timeline." "What do you mean?" he asked. "They gave us a time this would open," I continued. "If they're just gonna keep us here until they've picked us off, why would they give us an endpoint?" "There's gotta be something to it," he said. "Some reason for this specific place and this time. And what happens when it opens?" We looked at one another. Whatever was going on, there couldn't be anything good in there. Rodney brought up the idea of breaking into the place we'd been lining up for. A couple of folks were on board, but the front gates were barred shut, and the personal entrance was on the back of the building. That kicked up all previous arguments about calling for help, or moving as a group, or running like panicked animals into the night. We tried to bend a piece of rebar into a makeshift crowbar, but we couldn't get it to work. The place was locked down hard, and we hadn't brought anything to break through. We couldn't do it. A couple of people thought about collecting jackets and making a line so we could pull them back if need be. The problem was, no one wanted to volunteer. "Nothing happens until we're out of sight," someone said. "As long as we're within view, nothing happens. So someone can go to the end of the street, look around the corner, and come back." We had a volunteer for that. A large guy in his early 40s. He brushed off our worries, grabbed his backpack, and went to the end of the street. We could see him the whole time as he called back to us. "There's a car here," he yelled. "The door's open. There's no one here." "Can you see anything?" Rodney called out. "Nothing," he said. "Not a soul." He turned to go back to us when he stopped. He looked to the side. There was a hint of doubt there. Rodney peered up at me, then back at the man. "I think the patrol's coming around," he said. "Any moment now." Suddenly the man started running back to us. By the time he reached us, 3 of us were up on their feet to catch him and slow him down. He was panting like he was having an episode. We looked back towards the street, where a person walking his dog had stopped to look at us. "That's no dog," the man wheezed. "I don't know what that is, but it's no dog." For a couple of seconds, we all just stared at the stranger. There really was something unusual about the dog. Its back legs had a curious shape, and there was a shine to the eyes that I hadn't noticed before. Almost blue. A couple more people would crack in the following hour. One just straight rushed down the road. Another tried to leave but was held back by the others. A couple tried to call people for help, or to have someone escort them to their car, but nothing came of it. One guy kept spamming the police over and over, yelling at the operator that if they were that upset with him, they were free to come down and arrest him at any time. By dawn, there were less than 20 of us still waiting in line. It was about 6 a.m. when I saw someone coming down the street, a woman with blue-colored hair and a neon green band shirt. I poked Rodney. We recognized her. She'd been the first one to leave, the one who went to get allergy medication. "She came back," I said. "You sure?" Rodney asked. "You sure that's her?" "Positive," I said. "Same clothes and everything." She waved at us. She was smiling and a bit bouncy, like she'd had a good night's sleep. In comparison, The rest of us were nervous wrecks. "I heard there was trouble," she said. "I'm sure it was a misunderstanding." "What happened?" I asked. "Nothing happened," she insisted. "Pills made me sleepy, so I went home. I just came to get my things, see what's going on." I wasn't buying it, and by the looks of Rodney, he wasn't either. Others didn't seem all that sure, but a couple seemed to relax their shoulders a bit. Despite my reservations, she got a lot of people up on their feet. Maybe they really wanted to believe that it was all just a big misunderstanding. And yeah, it was convincing. She'd come back after all, but maybe she was some kind of plant. Or maybe it was just someone who sort of looked like her. About half of all the people who remained joined her. They left together, giving the rest of us a tired wave goodbye. Some broke down in tears. There was this one woman whose face had burned into my mind. She was completely beside herself, shaking like a dry leaf in the wind. "I'm scared, okay?" she cried. "I'm scared. I don't understand what's going on. I just want to go home." She was assured and hugged and led by the hand. And slowly but surely, they all wandered off down the streets, and none would return. About an hour later, there were less than 10 of us left. Rodney shook his head as he looked from side to side. "No patrols," he said. "They've missed it 2 times. "You think we can go?" I asked. "No," he said. "Something's up." He shook his head as we looked down the road, only to see someone approaching. It was one of the people who'd been walking their dog, except now they weren't just passing by. They were stopping at the end of the street. A couple more joined, blocking off the other exits. One by one, they bent down and let their dogs off their leash. I looked at Rodney. For the first time, he looked scared. I could see his chest rising and falling with little claustrophobic breaths. We were being closed in on from all sides. "They've fanned us out," he whispered. "They outnumbered us." "What do we do?" I whispered back. He got up and I followed. Others were taking notice as well, but as we began to spread out, we could see the approaching people moving to intercept. Then, the barking. I'll never forget the moment the dogs stepped out of the shade of the surrounding buildings. They looked almost completely black in the shadows, but they remained equally black when they stepped into the morning light. They had this ink-black, slick skin. Their back feet looked like something from a bird, and the entire body was hunched over on all fours. It was more humanoid than I'd thought, and as they got closer, they stretched out. The smaller of them, at full length, was at least 6'7". One of them looked my way with a shark-like grin, scratching the pavement like an eager dog with long, pointed claws. I looked back at Rodney a final time, and in a split-second realization, all hell broke loose. Someone made a run for it, only to be tackled to the ground. One of the dogs got them by the neck and bit down hard with a sickening snap. One guy tried to climb a light post, hoping he could get up to a window of a nearby building. 2 more creatures tore down the light post, breaking it with a snap as he came tumbling to the ground. They were picking us off one by one, killing us, feeding on us. A couple had time to scream for help, but the creatures targeted whoever made noise first. The 40-something-year-old man who'd gone out of the streets earlier was tackled face first into the pavement and had those razor-sharp teeth dug into the back of his neck. My mouth tasted salt as morbid death smells crept up my nose. We didn't stand a chance. There were at least 12 of them, and they knew what they were doing. Rodney and I stayed by the wall, trying to make ourselves as small as possible. I got a good look at some of the dog walkers. A couple of them were complete strangers, but a couple of them I recognized from earlier. They'd been in line just like me and Rodney. Maybe they'd been plants, or something else entirely. The creatures were feasting. One of the handlers went up to the locked building and rolled it open as one of them walked up to me and Rodney. He looked us up and down as one of the creatures settled down by his side, snarling and drooling, starved and ready to pounce. The man adjusted his glasses, peering out from under his baseball cap. "We got any hatchers left?" he called out. The building opened. I couldn't see what was inside from my angle, being pushed up against the wall. "All done," someone responded. "Got them all." The man looked at me and Rodney, was maybe 30 years old, with a fashionable beard. Simple square glasses. I couldn't have picked him out of a crowd. He looked down at the dark creature and adjusted his nondescript baseball cap. "Which one you want?" he asked. "Which did you dream of?" I felt something to my right. Rodney reached out and grabbed my hand, not because we were making a break for it, or to try some last-minute master plan. He was just scared. And when you're scared, you want to hold someone's hand, so he held mine. The creature looked us over, a hint of blue reflected at us from its deep eyes. We fumbled for the right words to say. Some plea, some brilliant last-minute monologue, something to appeal to their sense of kindness and humanity. But the stranger with the glasses didn't move a muscle. He might as well have been shopping for groceries. And with that, the creature growled. It had decided. It pounced on Rodney. I held his hand for as long as I could. I didn't look. I remember the sensation of screaming, but I don't remember the sound. My throat turned raw. The muscles in Rodney's hand tightened, then fell limp. The man with the glasses took a step forward, shushing the creature. There, he said. "It's okay. Dream well. Eat." Bone crunching, sinew snapping, meat and the smell of hot iron. I closed my eyes so hard my skull ached. There was noise all around me. I didn't hear most of it, as I could barely make out anything over the sound of my own heart. There was biting and ripping, interlaced with the most casual-sounding conversation. "You got the shells?" someone asked. "No need. We're torching." "You sure?" "It's clear. We got a firefighter." I looked up. A couple creatures began to look different as they ate. Some had brighter skin. Some were shorter, fatter. I heard clattering as their claws fell off their fingers, bones snapping as their legs straightened. Then the man with the glasses clapped his hands at me. "Hey," he said. "You can go." "What?" "You can go," he repeated. "We're done." I got up off the ground and cleared my eyes. A couple of people looked my way, and I could tell they weren't entirely convinced. Some were armed. I recognized one of them as the woman with the face tattoo. "You're letting me go?" "Sure," he said. "We got a full brood. We don't need you." "You can't kill people and walk away," I whispered. You can't do that." He shrugged at me like I'd asked him what the time was. I stepped back and no one followed me. I glanced at the creature gnawing on Rodney, only to see that it had started to gain his features, his face, his gangly arms. And all the while, the man with the glasses calmly shushed it and stroked its back. The others were setting fire to the building, using a can of gasoline and a strip of newspaper. I only saw a brief glance of the inside. Black rock-like fragments littered the floor. Strange organic formations stuck to the wall in batches of 3 to 6. When he noticed I wasn't leaving, the man with the glasses casually waved a pistol at me. Not to shoot me, but to show that he had it. "Go on now," he said. And as the fire flared up, I stepped around the corner and I didn't return. I came home in tears. I remember breaking down in the hallway, trying to explain everything all at once to my girlfriend. I told her about the tickets, and the plans I'd made, and the people I'd met, and the dogs and the handlers. All of it. I tried to show her Rodney's socials, and as I did, I noticed he was posting. My heart skipped a beat. "Long night," the post said. It was just a selfie posted 10 minutes earlier. He looked fine, healthy even, but there was a little blue tint to his eyes that wasn't there before. No people went missing that night. Everyone came home eventually, and from what I've heard, there haven't been any incidents. Everything just keeps going like normal, like nothing happened. So who can I call? What can I even say? You can't report a person not being properly killed to the police. I even texted Rodney once and he responded like it was no big deal. "I just went home," he said. "I'm fine. We should hang out sometime." I haven't agreed to it. I don't think I can. I don't even know what to think anymore. About a week or so after all this went down, I got a card. An apology card with a sad blue sunflower on the front. Inside was a handwritten note. "Sorry for the inconvenience," it read. There were 2 tickets to the concert, backstage passes. I ended up going. I proposed. I think I recognized a couple of people in the crowd, but I'm not sure. Now, years down the line, it all feels like a nightmare. I can't point to a single thing and say, "Hey, look, it really happened." There are no witnesses, and in the eyes of the law, no crime has been committed. But I know what I lived through that night. That'll stay with me forever. And I know this was violent, and ugly, and sick. But that email asked me to wait patiently, and maybe that's what saved my life in the end. Maybe I'm still waiting. But for what? Matthew 7:15. Sat in my attic typing this post, and I've cried all the tears I can cry. I feel sick. I feel terrified. He's downstairs right now, crawling around the house on all fours. I need advice. I need help. Dale was so funny. His smile was so infectious. His laugh that could brighten even the darkest of days. All of this complemented by his gorgeous green eyes and his thick brown hair. He loved the outdoors too, ever since we were knee-high childhood friends. Dale was always the one out from sunrise to sunset, racing around on his bike with the rest of the kids from the neighborhood. Water fights in the summer, snowball fights in the winter. As we both got older into our adolescence, he consistently had a sports meet to attend or some practice he was late for, always armed with a racket, a ball, or even a frisbee in his ultimate frisbee phase. Then we began dating right after university. His degree was in sports science, naturally, and mine was in psychology. When we ended up attending universities on opposite sides of the country, I thought mine and Dale's paths permanently split, going in different directions that the inevitability of time ensures with many friendships. Not us, though. I'd just turned 21. He was 22, and he sent me a message on July 24th. The date is significant, as 2 days prior was my birthday. Dale always jokes how he innocently got the dates mixed up. I have my suspicions he tactically waited to ensure his message didn't get the generic "thanks, means a lot" reply that I was pumping out to all the other friends, sending me birthday wishes after Facebook had prompted them to. Dale thought he was so clever. I suppose it did work. To this day, he keeps up the recurring joke that my true birthday is July 24th. He'll put out his social media posts then. He circles that date on calendars and annotates it with a big Ellie's birthday. Hell, One year he even organized a birthday shout-out on the radio for me. On the 24th. Anyway, I'm rambling. After he slid into my DMs, we began dating. We both fortunately bagged some pretty decent jobs in Edinburgh, Scotland. I work as a criminal profiler, and him as a PE teacher. Edinburgh was the natural pick. We both love the old Scottish folklore, tales of kelpies and sprites, and of course the Loch Ness Monster. Scotland has some of the best camping laws in the world. If you can walk around there, you can essentially camp there. The public have ramblers' rights, with mountains, moors, and forests all within legality to explore and camp. Naturally, dating the man I do, a camping trip within our first couple of months living here was a must. We waited for the warm, or as much as Scotland can offer, May weather, and began planning our route. We'd leave Edinburgh and head west, before driving north. This would take us directly to Galloway Forest, the biggest in the country, spanning over 300 miles. The forest is also a dark sky region, with the country limiting the light in this area to provide more starry nights. This of course creates some beautiful, but dark nights. This might be one of the reasons for the countless stories of mythical creatures and silly monsters that spew out of the region. We disregard this. Dale already had all the camping gear, a tent for us to share, a blow-up mattress, 2 sleeping bags, camp chairs. I wasn't joking when I said my man lived for the outdoors. I looked at myself in the mirror and smiled, my reflection smiling back. Life really does have its way of working itself out. I head out the door with my reflection mirroring my behavior. I got you a wee surprise as well, my love, he said with a grin on his face as he loaded the second chair into the back of the car. And what would that be? Well, you'll just have to wait and see, won't you? I smiled and gently punched his arm jokingly. He knew I hated surprises. The drive there was long, but the walk after we parked the car up was even longer. Dale insisted on going as deep into the woods as we could, away from the pesky civilization he constantly claimed was such a nuisance. We finally settled on a small clearing amongst the towering oak trees that surrounded us for miles. Dale sat his bag down immediately, unloading the equipment we'd hauled for miles. I also took a seat, but purely to admire the scenery, the peace, the silence. The silence that was broken by a deafening scream. The scream ripped through the air like a knife through butter, the acoustics of the forest making it seem endless, echoing around, making its point of origin or its proximity to us undeterminable. The only sound I could compare it to would be nails on a chalkboard, but with the volume of a sonic boom. I stood up from my perch on the floor immediately, looking at Dale in horror. I could see the slight panic on his face too, a juxtaposition of his typical calmness in stressful situations. "Babe, what was that?" I asked him with a mix of fear and anger. He paused, his eyes still scanning around the trees surrounding us hopelessly. I'm sure maybe a fox, or something." A fox? Dale, that sound did not come from a fox. It could be some sort of big cat. I mean, I read reports that they get brought over illegally and let out into the wild. I mean, in certain conditions they can. You're telling me we could be sharing the woods with a mountain lion in Scotland? Dale met my eyes, giving me a look of uncertainty. Dale, we're leaving. We can't. Sun sets in less than 45 minutes. The walk back to anywhere remotely civilized will take at least 2 hours. We can't do the walk in the dark. That'd be far more dangerous than anything that could have produced that sound. I looked at him with my mouth agape. I could see the uncertainty in his eyes, but he corrected this quickly, his concern easing and a wry smile beginning to break the tension. "You'll be alright, El. You were with me after all." I couldn't help but giggle. We soon forgot about the scream. After we set up the tent and got a small fire going, it soon began to get dark. We took this as our sign to crack open the bottle of wine we'd brought with us. Dale pulled the red from his bag along with 2 wine glasses. He filled them up and handed me mine. "I propose a toast," he said gallantly, "to my gorgeous Elle, who without whom I don't know what I would do, to this beautiful forest we found ourselves at the heart of, and to God." "Cheers, my love," I replied, clinking our glasses together. After that, we just chatted the night away, watching the fire dance in front of us, holding hands, listening to the crackle of the kindling. "Think we're gonna need a wee top-up on firewood," Dale said. "Okay, babe, be careful." He rose from his perch on the log and marched off into the forest, a slight sway in his step from the alcohol. I giggled like a little girl, so in love, so happy at that moment. We went beyond the tree line into the darkness, and I heard him begin to break branches. Snap, 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 crack. An unusually loud, slightly different crack came from the darkness. I heard Dale gasp and then nothing. "Babe?" I said as I got up. "Babe?" I shouted with more urgency, running into the trees. I was immediately engulfed by darkness. The illumination of the campfire soon shrouded out by the trees. I kept shouting Dale's name, in a panic, scouring the dark forest floor as best as I could, searching for his potentially incapacitated body. The tears began to roll down my face, and my heart pounded through my chest as every second that passed with no sign of him. Then I heard it. "Elle?" It was just a whisper, one that could have been mistaken for a gust of wind amongst the trees, but my heightened senses in this stressful environment urged me to pursue it. I looked in the direction I heard the whisper from. Up. I swore up and down it came from above me, in the dark branches of the trees that covered me from the night sky. As my eyes adjusted more to the dark, I saw it, the silhouette of a figure up in the trees. It looked to be reaching towards me, reaching out its hand, and then... "Ellie," a voice called from back at the campsite. "Dale?" I cried. I raced back to the campsite and saw Dale stood there. I ran up and embraced him, jumping into his arms with relief. "You're freezing," I told him, pulling my arms back away from his ice-cold skin. "Where's the firewood? How are you gonna warm up now?" I continued. "Something dropped down from the trees. A bat, maybe," Dale replied. I thought back to the silhouette I'd seen in the tree, much larger than a bat. I kept it to myself, though, not wanting to stress Dale more. "I think we'll just go to sleep now anyway. I don't really want to go back out there." "Oh, okay, my love. Let me get ready for bed." I began getting changed in the tent, watching as Dale just looked out into the woods. He was frozen, just staring into the same spot in the tree line he'd entered before, staring into the same dark abyss. "Are you coming to bed, babe?" I called. "Yes." "All right then," I thought. He was probably just spooked. We got wrapped up in our sleeping bags in silence before turning off the small light illuminating the tent. I nodded off fairly fast, considering the circumstances. That's when it happened. Something woke me. I'm not sure what, or at what time, but my body instantly felt in a state of panic. I knew something was watching me. I opened my eyes ever so slightly, my long eyelashes covering the small slither of pupil in between my eyelids, enough to see without giving away that I was awake. Dale was sat up still in the dark. His legs were crossed and up very high, his knees uncomfortably close to his chest. His eyes were wide open, wider than I'd ever seen them, and he was staring right at me. My palms immediately started sweating and my heart raced once again. He was looking at me like some piece of meat, not blinking, no discernible emotion. just staring. I closed my eyes again, not moving, paralyzed in fear. I pretended to start waking up, stretching my arms. I heard his sleeping bag rustle, and when I turned over, he was sleeping again. I was stunned, lying there awake for the rest of the night until the comfort of the sunrise saved me. The next morning, Dale said he wasn't feeling well and wanted to go home. Odd. The man spends every minute of his life outdoors and all of a sudden wants to pack up and leave. I didn't argue, instead beginning to pack up the stuff with him. The walk back to the car was silent, so awkward. Occasionally I'd turn around to catch Dale lagging behind, staring at me again. Every time he saw me look, he'd avert his gaze to somewhere else. Once we got back in the car, Dale complained he was too tired to drive, that he just wanted to rest in the back. I reluctantly agreed. He knew how much I hated long drives, but I suppose if he wasn't feeling well, I should probably cater to him. "What's wrong?" I asked him. "I just want to get out of the sun. I hate being outdoors," he replied. This was odd. I hate being outdoors. He must really not be feeling well. The whole drive he maintained his newfound unnerving stare. I could feel it now, burning into the back of my head. I could almost sense a feeling of danger. Every muscle in my body screamed at me for the entire car ride to pull over and run, but I didn't. And nothing happened. Yet. We got back this morning, with Dale taking himself off to bed almost immediately. I sat downstairs worrying about him. What happened to him out in the woods? Did he really just get ill? Why has he been staring so much? I decided I had to confront him. I marched up the stairs and placed my hand on the doorknob, preparing myself to open it, but I heard him scurry on the other side, as if he was hurriedly getting out of a compromising position. I opened the door to see Dale sat on the floor, his legs crossed and his knees uncomfortably close to his body once again. "Is everything okay, Ellie?" he asked. "What's going on with you? You've been acting so strange since the camping trip. Did I say something? Babe, please just be honest with me." "I'm fine, babe. I'm just tired." He smiled and chuckled. I looked at him closely. His smile was so hideous. His teeth stained a muddy brown. His laugh that made me feel nauseous with fear and intimidation. All of this exacerbated by his widened pale blue eyes. Pale blue eyes. It was also at this moment I noticed he'd drawn all of the curtains closed to keep out the sun, an apparent hatred of the outdoors that my man loved so much. "When's my birthday, Dale?" I asked. His smile faded. His stare widened. "July 24th, of course." "My real birthday," I replied, noticing his eyes locked onto the calendar on the wall behind me. "That is your real birthday. It says it on the wall behind you. Ellie's birthday. You are Ellie." My heart dropped and a pit of terror opened up in my stomach. I felt tears begin to well in my eyes and a fear so primal I didn't know what to do. That man was not my boyfriend. Dale noticed my realization and stood to his feet in a singular, smooth, almost impossible motion. I looked at what he was holding, grasping a handful of dirt from the now empty plant pot on the bedside table. He maintained his stare, never breaking eye contact, as he slowly raised the dirt to his mouth, before hurriedly shoving it in there. He munched on it ferociously, like a ravenous beast, swallowing it without even a glimpse of discomfort. He licked the dirt surrounding his lips, savoring every morsel. "Go to the attic," he pointed up. The tears were now streaming down my face. I opened my mouth to speak, but the words almost refused to come out. I slowly turned and obliged, feeling his stare piercing the back of my head as I pulled down the stairs to the dark attic and climbed up. I barely reached the top when I felt them slam behind me. Darkness. I sat there for a moment, just thinking about what had transpired. Had I really just seen that? I felt a buzz in my pocket. Oh my god, my phone. I hurriedly reached my trembling hands into my pocket, pulling it out, the screen illuminated by a Snapchat notification. I had Wi-Fi, but this attic had no signal. I raced to type a Snapchat message to one of my friends, loading the app up, the waiting time taking almost an eternity. The message was from Grace, my best friend. I opened the chat. Grace. WTF. That's so horrible. You can be such a B-word sometimes. What? What was she even referring to? I scrolled to the message above that. A voice message sent only 3 minutes ago. Sent from me. My work phone's downstairs. Logged into Snapchat too. But what could it be? I tapped the message, and the sound that played was the worst sound I could imagine. Worse than that scream the other night. The sound of my own voice. I don't even want to repeat the things said on that voice message. And before I even had a chance to justify myself, Grace had blocked me. That was when I noticed more and more of these messages being sent. Sent to all my friends, to my work colleagues. It was only when I put my ear to the floor of the basement that I heard him, or should I call him it, recording these messages with an uncanny resemblance of my voice. That brings me here. I can hear it moving furniture around the house. I can hear it scuttling around. By the sounds of it, on all fours. I'm at a loss. I don't know what to do. I'm terrified for my life, for Dale's life, for all of yours. I turned my head to the mountain of boxes in the attic. Posters, paintings, and anonymous stuff sprawling out of them. There was one in particular that caught my eye. One of Dale's posters, labeled with a biblical passage. One that seemed to taunt me. Matthew 7:15. Beware of false prophets, who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravenous wolves. Three years ago, my friend group decided to go on a camping trip. Not just going to an RV park and chilling kind of camping, but a proper tent and campfire trip. See, I'm a chronic glamper. If given the choice between roughing it out in the wild and chilling in an air-conditioned RV, I'm picking the RV every time. I enjoy my creature comforts, and I always have. Jake, one of the guys that runs in our little group, prides himself on being a true outdoorsman, as our group usually ends up taking trips to nearby lakes and national parks. It's become a bit of a strain between the two of us. It'd be one thing if he could respect that I'm not here to have the authentic experience and just want to have fun, but he can't. He needles and mutters about how they could be going to cooler places if only we didn't have to always glamp to get out of the damn house. I think that's why I accepted his trip proposal. Normally I'd shut it down without question, but he'd been getting on my nerves for years. I accepted, thinking I'd proven once and for all that I can do it the rough and tough way. Maybe then he'd leave me the hell alone. Jake planned out a trip for us and our other two friends to a nearby lake on his family's property. When we arrived, I tried to ask where exactly in there we were going, but he'd just smirk. Relax, Maddie. The trail's marked. Even you won't get lost. Behind me, Chris and Luke, the other two coming with us, started up a conversation about s'mores and the supposed lake at the place we're going to. I felt my shoulders relax. Jake pulled out a compass and let us due north. According to him, we had to follow the compass a little ways until we found some trees he and his family had marked with red triangles. From there, you follow the path. The sun was going down by the time we spotted the first red triangle. I checked my phone, which said it was about 7:30. I also checked my signal. Nothing. The pack straps were digging into my shoulders, and Luke was huffing as he trudged behind Chris and me. Funny, despite the fact that Luke was obviously the least capable of us, it's still me that Jake liked to piss on. "Jake," I called. He paused and turned to me, a familiar, irritated expression on his face. "Can we pause for a minute? I gotta take a piss." I didn't mention that Luke looked ready to puke, but he seemed to see it anyway when he looked at him. Jake huffed. "Don't get lost. I want to get to our site so we can get set up." I dropped my pack to the ground and started walking off the trail some. I could hear Luke wheezing behind me, obviously tired from the trek. The woods were quiet as I broke from the trail. I listened around for the birds or crickets, but it was dead silent. I glanced over my shoulder, making sure I was far enough away, and relieved myself. I zipped up and began to turn back when a branch cracked behind me. My head snapped back in the direction of the noise, but there was nothing. I turned and began walking again, and the crunching of leaves started behind me. I stopped, and so did the noise. It was my own footsteps. It had to be. But I started again, faster this time, and nearly broke into a run when the crunching just seemed to get louder and louder. I busted through the tree line, hitting the trail and whirling around to see what had been on my heels. Nothing. I stared out at the forest waiting. There wasn't even a rustle of leaves from the wind. Just silence. "Matt, let's go," Chris called, breaking my staring contest with the empty trees. I turned and jogged up the trail to catch up with them. As I picked my pack up off the ground, I couldn't stop myself from asking, "Did you guys hear that?" They all turned around to look at me. "Hear what?" Luke answered. I couldn't quite bring myself to spit it out. After all, what had I heard? Leaves crunching when I walked? I shook my head. Jake continued to lead us towards the campsite, the red triangles leading us ever onwards. I looked at them closer as we passed. They were spray painted on, with each tree being marked on both sides, so that they could be seen no matter the direction you were coming from. Each marker was about 5 meters apart, and at any given time, you could see the next few up ahead. The sun was nearly set when we broke through the spot by the lake. I had to hand it to the bastard. The sight was beautiful. The trees all stood in glorious formation, shades of green mottled with the golden light of the sunset. The water shined a slightly muddy blue-gray, peppered with the same golden light stretched through the trees. We each picked a spot to pitch our tents. Luke and I got put on the tent duty while Chris and Jake, our 2 more experienced outdoorsmen, went out to get some good sticks and firewood. As I finished getting my tent up, I glanced over at Luke. He was struggling to get the stakes in the ground. I sighed, turning to help. We got his tent pitched and together worked to get the other 2 up. As we were finishing up with Chris's tent, the other 2 came back. I could see Jake looking over his tent, probably ready to find something to criticize me on. I was proud when he couldn't find anything. Chris and Jake threw some of the wood into the spot we designated as our fire pit, putting the rest of it close by for later use. They got the fire started, and we all idly chatted as the sun sank between the hills. Luke got up and brought his backpack over. As he unzipped the pack and reached in, I smiled. Hershey's chocolate bars, a box of graham crackers, giant fluffy marshmallows. I glanced over and saw my grin mirrored on Chris's face. Jake rolled his eyes, but obligingly got up to grab some sticks to roast the marshmallows on. We gorged ourselves on granola bars and s'mores as the world around us turned dark. "Hey Matt," Chris started. I looked at him, mouth and hands sticky with melted sugar. "Earlier today when you ran off to take a piss, what was that all about?" I looked at him puzzled. "You ran out there like a bat out of hell, and then you were all, did you guys hear that?" He pitched his voice up and my eye twitched. He grinned goofily at me. I didn't quite know what to say. I didn't want to scare Luke, who was looking a bit nervous, and I still wasn't convinced I hadn't made the whole thing up. I thought I heard something behind me. I settled on. Branch snapped kinda loud and it freaked me out. Jake snorted. "Really? All that fuss over a branch cracking? In the woods?" Yeah, I know. That's why I dropped it. It wasn't much." Chris and Luke exchanged a look, seeming to sense that wasn't quite it, but Jake was snickering at my foolishness and neither quite seemed like they wanted to press. We all went to bed after putting the fire out. I tossed and turned some, but overall the night passed on without incident. In the morning, we all woke up to the sound of Jake hollering that if we wanted to fish, now was the time before it got too hot. The lake was a blast. We sat around fishing for a while, chatting as the sun rose up in the sky. The fish were particularly hesitant to bite, but as Chris launched into a story, I found myself having a good time anyways. We scrambled some eggs we'd brought along in Jake's fancy cooler over the fire when we got too hungry. I considered asking him if bringing food in was cheating, but it wasn't worth the fight. At about noon, we started swimming. The water was nice and warm from the summer heat, and I spent a good chunk of time just floating and soaking up the sun. That, of course, was ruined when Luke snuck up on me underwater and grabbed me around the gut, flipping me over and giving me a nose full of lake water. We splashed around for a good long while. The thing that drove us back to the shore was our crumbling stomachs. Luke and I were chatting excitedly about finding some good sticks for roasting the hot dogs we'd brought along when I ran straight into Chris's back. "Whoa, Chris. Dude, what's..." I paused. Chris and Jake were just staring towards our campsite. I followed their gaze. Plastic littered the ground. All the meat we had brought with us had been torn out of its packages and was gone, leaving only the wrappers behind. Luke's tent, which had the marshmallows and chocolate, had its flap shredded. The flap was still zipped up closed, but the middle was gaping like an open wound. My blood ran cold. Luke had caught up and was looking as nervous as me. Even Jake looked shaken. "I mean, we are in bear territory." I tried to reason. "Guess we should have locked down the food a bit better." Jake looked pissed. "You think I didn't plan for that? No bear is getting into these containers. I don't even know why they would. The meat's all packaged." "They say bears are pretty smart. Maybe they..." Luke tried. "That cooler had a lock on it. No bear could undo. It'd have to bust the damn thing open." Silence weighed heavily on us as we looked at the cooler. The nice, shiny, pristine cooler. "Maybe we should head back. I mean, we don't have any food left," Luke suggested nervously. I looked up at the sky. The sun was still relatively high, but it was rapidly sinking down. It'd be dark by the time we made it back to our cars. Then I looked over at Luke's tent. I stared at the shredded door, the carefully opened backpack. What was worse? Risking getting lost in the woods or risking staying? That wasn't a real choice and I knew it. "Let's get our stuff packed up and let's go. We have our heavy-duty flashlights," I said. Chris and Luke didn't need any convincing. They hustled to get their tents taken down and their stuff ready. Jake looked hesitant. "I don't think leaving now is a good idea. It's..." He checked his watch. "Already 5:30. By the time we get back..." "It'll be dark, I know," I agreed. "But it's either that or staying here for another night." He huffed and started getting his stuff together. My tent came down easy enough, and I had all my stuff packed quick. When I shrugged on my pack and turned to the other guys, I could see Jake stomping out the fire embers and grabbing his compass. "Everyone got their lights?" he said, bad mood evident. Chris and Luke nodded, although Luke looked vaguely ill at the thought of navigating by flashlight. I wasn't faring much better. We all started back the way we came in. Jake took the lead, following the trail markers. Luke followed close behind him. Chris and I took up the rear, keeping pace beside one another. "You think it was a bear?" he asked. I shrugged. "Don't know. Never actually had an encounter with one." "I have," he said. "Dad and I went camping when I was a kid. Family next to us on the grounds didn't properly store up their trash." "You saw it?" "Sure did. Black bear. Ugly thing. Spawned a whole lecture from my dad about how to properly store food and trash so you don't attract them." He paused. "Not gonna lie to you, Matt. I don't think this was a bear." I waited for him to elaborate, but he just looked at the cooler Jake was carrying. "We followed all the safety precautions." "Not just that. We were pretty close to the shore, splashing and running around. Just lots of noise. Bears don't like noise." "Jake, what way do we go?" Luke called, interrupting our silent musing. I looked up from my feet, confused. The spray-painted red triangle was visible on the tree ahead of us. Jake paused. "What way do we—" He glanced around. I took the opportunity to do the same. Luke was practically bouncing from foot to foot on his eagerness to go. "Where's the other path go off to? Another part of the lake?" he asked, giving a nervous laugh. Jake wasn't laughing, though. In fact, he was turning an alarming shade of white. I could feel his sudden fear radiating off of him. I was starting to match it. Beyond the tree with our marker, I could distinctly see two paths marked in the same fashion. One veered off slightly to the left, and the other veered off slightly to the right. The marker was dead center. We'd have to choose a path. "Jake, which one goes to our cars?" I asked. It was a testament to see how stunned he was that he didn't tear me a new one over for questioning him. There'd only been one path coming up, and it was straight as an arrow. We haven't even taken a little sidestep, had just marched straight through the woods. Neither of these paths went straight forward like we had when we came up. So what was this? A whole new split, complete with a line of markers for a path that wouldn't take us back to our cars? "Jake, you and your family put these markers up, right? Which way do we go?" I asked, urgency creeping into my voice. I don't know," he said, his voice cracking. "We never really went out from the path. We definitely didn't mark a new path, and we wouldn't mark with the same damn markers." I looked up again. The sun had crept further down, painting the sky with a faint shade of orange. We were getting closer and closer to sunset. "Jake, are you sure we're going the right way?" Chris asked. I turned to see him and Luke huddled together behind us. "Yes, we go right. Ignore the markers on the left. We go right." "How do we know, though? I mean, those aren't the same markers we followed, right? There was only one path coming up," Chris nervously asked. Jake let out a frustrated huff. He slung his pack to the ground and walked over to a tree with some low-hanging branches. "I'll come up here and find the clearing we parked near. That way, we can ignore the markers and go to the road. Happy?" He snarled before grabbing the branch and beginning to climb. We watched him climb till about halfway up when the leaves began to obscure him. I could hear the branches rustling as he continued his climb. "Well?" Chris hollered. "I see the road," Jake yelled back. We all let out a sigh of relief. "This whole trip has been a bit of a nightmare," I commented. Chris and Luke both nodded. I waited to hear the crackling of the branches as Jake climbed down. They never came. We waited there at the bottom for what felt like an eternity. Jake, buddy, you coming down from there? Chris called. No answer. I frowned, trying to see through the thick canopy. Suddenly I heard the sound of something hurtling through the branches. The crashing was fast, a free fall as whatever it was collided with everything in its path. I jumped back in time to avoid being knocked over the head with whatever it was that had fallen. I looked down. A hiking boot lay sideways on the ground, its ties unlaced. I looked back up into the canopy. The wind blew a little harder, shuffling the leaves just enough for me to see higher up the tree. Jake was gone. I blinked once, twice before turning back to the others. Chris and Luke both were staring at the shoe. Luke had Chris's arm in a vice grip, his breathing beginning to speed up in a telltale sign of panic. Chris looked back up. Jake, where the hell are you? This ain't funny. Still silent. We waited 5 minutes, then 10. The only noise around us was the wind rustling through the leaves and the sound of Luke getting more and more antsy. When 15 had passed, I turned to Chris. Left or right? He looked at me startled. What path? Left or right? Dude, what are you talking about? We can't leave Jake. Jake's gone. I don't know how or why he seems to think it's funny to leave us here, scaring us half to death. I took a deep breath. We gotta get back to our cars. Leave his pack there. When he wants to stop scaring the crap out of us, he can catch up. Chris paused for a long, tense moment before sighing. Yeah, okay. He looked over at the two paths in front of us. Look down the left and see if it looks familiar. I'll look down the right. I nodded and walked towards the left path. Chris and Luke began towards the right, looking down it to try and find some indication that was the right path. I walked to the first marker on the left. I couldn't understand why there were suddenly two paths. It didn't make any... I stilled. In front of me, a line of wet red had dripped down from the triangle. I watched it gleam, wet, in the setting sun. This marker was new, and now that I was closer to it, I could smell the tang of copper. My heart seized in my chest as I quickly cut across the paths to Chris and Luke, who were discussing their trail. They turned to me as I approached. I think this might be it. Both sides of the tree are marked the same way it was when we... It's this one, the other. I sucked in a ragged breath. The other one's fresh. Fresh? The hell you mean? Chris started. I cut him off. It wasn't paint. The red is wet. It's fresh. Someone painted a new path with the same marker? That's so messed up. Why the hell would... Chris, it's not paint. Luke, who had been watching the exchange, cut in. What do you mean it's not paint? What else would it... I could see the moment it clicked for him. Chris, too, tensed in realization. Is this some kind of joke? You and Jake? He asked, voice dangerously low. I whirled on him, almost hissing in rage. You think I'd plan something like this? With him of all people? The guy can't even look at me without a comment on how crap I am at everything. The only reason he even lowered himself enough to pass me an invite is because he knew the two of you would want me to come along. And you think of what? Plan some scary haunted trail? Even as I said it, I knew he didn't. Neither of them did. They both just wanted some rational explanation for all of this. I pushed past Chris to check the trail marker. I got close and checked it. My heart about stopped. It was wet. I turned back towards the clearing we were in before, charging across towards the markers we had been following. Wet, wet, wet. All tinged with a coppery smell we'd been marching by too quickly to notice. I turned back towards Chris and Luke, and saw Chris was right behind me. They're all wet? he asked, wrinkling his nose as the smell hit him. We shared a glance, looking at the triangle nearest to us. Now what? I couldn't help but wonder. Here we were, in a rapidly darkening forest, lost without anyone who was even slightly familiar with the area. I've got a compass in my pack, Chris answered. He set his pack on the ground and rummaged through it for a while before triumphantly pulling out the instrument. Jake had his on him when he went up that tree, but I have my own. He pointed in a direction off to our right. South is that way. We go that direction. We should get close to the road. As long as you and me and Luke stay close together, we'll be fine. I nodded and turned towards where Luke was. You hear that? We'll be fine. We just stick together and... Luke was gone. Nausea slammed into me, turning my limbs into goo. Chris wildly looked around, calling for Luke. I grabbed into his sleeve, terrified. Chris, I said, keeping my voice low. He stopped his frantic yelling and looked at me. Chris, we need to get to the road and get back to our cars. Matt, we can't just leave Luke here. Jake knows this place, but Luke? Chris, we get to the car and we go somewhere with signal and call the cops. They can come out here with dogs and search and rescue teams. But for right now, we have to go. I could see him internally fighting a battle, but in the end he nodded. I kept a hold of his sleeve as he led us south. The woods finally got dark enough that I grabbed the flashlight with my free hand. Chris went to grab his too, but I stopped him. I've got the light. You keep leading us straight. He didn't fight me. He just nodded and continued leading us. Finally, I could see something between the trees. The road. I could hear Chris give a little sigh of relief, and we both started walking a little faster. Where's the other path go off to? Another part of the lake? A voice called behind us. We stopped. Dread crawled up my spine as Luke's voice washed over me. Chris was about to turn and call when I let go of his arm and covered his mouth. He looked at me angry when the voice came again. Jake, what way do we go? I felt a whimper crawl up my throat. I met Chris's eyes and jerked my head in the direction of the road. He nodded. We crept forward, taking care to keep our steps as light as possible. Behind us, sounding like he was wandering the forest, Luke's voice continued. The nausea increased tenfold as I realized it was just repetitions of things he had said earlier. The road ahead of us was clearer than ever, and as if heaven itself was lighting the way, it was lit in a soft golden glow. Chris broke free of my grasp and ran forward. The crunching of leaves and sticks beneath him caused the voice to stop, and suddenly the sound of something barreling through the trees made its way to my ears. I sprinted after Chris, unwilling to turn and see what was behind us. We broke from the tree line scared to death. The noise behind us didn't slow down. Run across the road. Run, I called, not even slightly slowing. I vaguely noticed that the light seemed to be getting brighter, but I ignored it in favor of sprinting harder. Chris cleared the road, and I was right behind him. I heard an odd noise, almost like brakes squealing. I spun around in time to see something big behind us get thrown forward across the road as a car slammed into it. My jaw dropped as everything seemed to come to a stop. The car was dented on the hood, and its driver stumbled out, confused. I didn't hesitate. Neither did Chris. We ran up to her, urging her back into the car. I think she caught sight of what it was she hit, because she just faintly told us to get in the back. We clambered in as she put the car in reverse and turned the car around. She started the car back towards town, and I couldn't help but stare out the back window. As the driver took a turn and the thing was going out of view, I saw a twitch and begin to rise up. The driver's name was Eve, and she was trying to head home from a work trip in another city. She'd been passing through by happenstance. and was grilling us on what the hell that thing was. A deer, an elk, a moose. It's awful far down south for moose. But damn if that sucker wasn't big. I just asked her to drop us off at the police station. She looked back at us confused, but said that was fine. I closed my eyes. When we got there, we told them the whole story. They obviously had some questions, and I knew they didn't believe us on multiple parts. They told us not to leave town and that they'll have more questions for us later. They took us up in the morning to get our cars. When we got to the spot we'd parked, the cops just looked as baffled as Chris and I had felt this whole trip. Every window of all 4 cars was shattered. The tires were slashed, with big, great gashes, and the trunks had been ripped open by force. Luke's car even had a door ripped off its hinges. The offending piece of metal bent out of shape a few yards away. The cops just took us home. They never found Jake or Luke. Chris and I still keep in touch every now and again. I think that trip put a strain on our friendship. Eve and I, meanwhile, we got a whole lot closer. So close, in fact, she's right here beside me as I type this. I don't know what's prompting me to recall this. Maybe some form of exposure therapy, or a way to get it off my chest. I'm not sure. All I know is that I'm never going camping again. You've seen my books. No, I'm not going to tell you which books, nor who I am, so don't ask. I assure you, though, if you're a big reader, or even a sort of reader, then you've probably read or at least heard of some of my stuff. My stuff in the hypothetical sense of the phrase. As the title says, I was never actually the one who wrote my books. Again, don't ask me who really did. Not because of privacy or theft laws or anything. I just don't know. I used to be a plumber of all things. Not the most glamorous of professions, but it paid pretty well. Seeing how almost nobody wanted to do it. My dad trained me right out of high school, and pretty soon I'd saved enough to move to my own apartment. A few years later, I decided I may as well sell my soul and get locked into a mortgage, because at least then the rent money wouldn't be going to waste. The idea was to get a few roommates and have them pay for my house instead. But I'm a private person. It's not that I liked living alone per se, but I never had many friends growing up. I didn't know who to invite to the other rooms, and the idea of strangers moving in with me. I read. That's what you do when you're 26 and you don't have friends. You read books and pretend you do have friends. And when you finish one book and realize you're still alone, you pick up the next one. It's a bit like alcohol. You have to drink another glass in the morning to recover from the damage of the glass from the night before. Except, nobody ever applauds you for getting drunk as a hobby the way they do for reading. If that all sounds like a terribly depressed way to view life, well, it's probably because I was. However you want to say it. I was in what you might call a drought period, one of those times when you read something exceptional the month before and now you can't find anything that compares to it. I tried a few series, but nothing piqued my interest, and I'd all but given up, resorted to watching Friends for the 30th time instead. That's when I found the basement. Basement is a strong word. Crawl space is more accurate. I was pulling up the carpeting in one of the guest rooms during some renovations, and there it was. A flat door with a brass handle on the closet floor. Like any new homeowner, I opened it and hopped down. Rot and mildew and something metallic, all bundled into one scent. Maybe a cat had died here. It was 4, possibly 4.5 feet tall. I had to stoop all the way over to shuffle forwards. I was barely 10 steps in when it appeared on the ground. A stack of papers. They weren't in any sort of an envelope. No rubber band holding them together or even a staple. About 20 sheets were stacked one on top of another, perfectly white as if they'd just come from the printer, even though nobody had been down there for years judging from the age of the carpet. The passage ended a little after that, so I grabbed the papers, climbed out, and closed the trap door. It wasn't until that night, when I'd finished tearing out the carpet and the emptiness of the house was getting to me, that I actually stopped to read the papers. The story on them. I was enthralled. I didn't move until I'd finished them, but each word, each sentence gripped me and dragged me in. It was real. That's what it felt like. The story on the paper was reality, and my life was the fake thing made of ink. If only I could keep reading. I could keep living, and... I turned the last page. The story stopped mid-sentence. I flipped through the pages over and over, hoping somehow I'd missed a page, that there was more. I reread the entire thing. Then again, then again. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning I called in sick. I paced the house. I tried watching TV. I tried reading, but nothing worked. I was obsessed. I had to finish the story, but the ending didn't even exist. After 2 days of this, I'd had enough. I'll bury it, I thought. I'll bury it, and my mind will accept it's over. Instead of digging a hole, though, I went back to the crawl space. I would leave it where I found it, and try to forget the story. When I went back down, a fresh stack of pages awaited me. That's how it started. New pages wouldn't appear until the old ones were read. But that was no problem. I read them with a savage hunger, chapter after chapter. I called in sick to work again, but when my dad tried to come visit, I told him not to, that he'd only get sick. I read for hours and hours, taking trips back down to the crawl space where new pages would await me each time, until finally it was finished. The end. I popped down one more time, just to see if there was some sort of an epilogue, but the crawl space was empty. The story was over. For weeks I searched online for clues about who had written the story. Nothing came up. I reached out to the past owner of the house. "There's a crawl space?" they asked me. We never knew. I sat on the books for weeks and weeks, obsessed but resolved to give it up, to put it past me. Eventually I reached out to some literary agents. One more sip of alcohol to cure the hangover. From what I hear, it takes months and months of waiting to hear back after you reach out to agents. The ones I reached out to took days. Each of them requested to read the whole book, and each one of them offered me contracts within the weeks. "You're the best writer I've ever signed," said the agent I went with. I didn't correct her. Publishing went much the same. It should have taken months. Within weeks I had signed with a major publishing house. The editing process that should have taken months took days. "I can't imagine changing a word of this," my editor told me. "You're an amazing writer." I said nothing. Most authors face mediocre success at best. The ones you hear about, those are the exceptions. For every career author, there's 100 authors that never make back their advance. That should have been my expectation, but even then I knew. I knew something was different about this book. Not just the way I'd found it, but the things it did to me. To others. It was enthralling in the way a blind kitten crawling towards a cliff is enthralling. Once you glance at it, you can't look away. Sure enough, it was a bestseller. It won awards. I earned back my advance in weeks. They invited me to talk shows and conventions, but I declined them all. "Don't get used to this," I told myself. It was one book. It wasn't even yours. The inflow of money was great. Fantastic, really, but I didn't quit my regular job. It wasn't like I'd be writing another book and eventually everybody would calm down. They'd forget about my book and I'd be forgotten. The friends would stop calling. Things would go back to normal. And then one night when I couldn't sleep, After I'd spent hours staring up at the ceiling of my lonely bedroom, I went back down. Some deep, slumbering part of me had already known they'd be there. The new pages. That was how it had worked the first time, after all. I had to read the pages for new ones to appear. It made sense. I would have to publish the last book for a new one to appear. I read the new chapters. I visited the crawlspace 10 more times that night until I'd finished the whole thing. The next day I quit my job, and so began my new life. I timed it purposefully. Every 6 to 8 months I would submit my new manuscript. Every 6 months I would take a trip back down to the cellar. Each book release shot me back up to the top of the bestseller list. Money rolled in steadily, more than I knew what to do with. It wasn't like I was going to buy a new house. No, that much was obvious. I would live where I did until I died because I needed to. For my career, I told myself, I have to stay here for my career. Even then, though, I think I knew. I wasn't staying there to support my lifestyle. It was a nice perk. Being rich certainly had its benefits, but it was about the books. It was always about the books. I reread them constantly. What else was there to do? The hours most writers take to write was free time for me. Might as well read, reread, consume. At first, I would see how long I could go without picking one of my books. 1 day, 2, 3. That was the limit, I discovered. By day 3, my palms would get sweaty and my stomach would start cramping. Eventually, I stopped resisting. Reading was all I did with my time. I quit all other books. I did try to read them, but none of them satisfied me. They were flat, like the 2D version of the 3D stories that Crawlspace gave me. They were the lotus flowers from the Greek myths. Once you try one, regular food could never taste the same. At least it's just me, I told myself, my one small comfort. I could fade away, give in, and that was all right. Nobody else would be harmed. Besides my dad, nobody cared about me. I wasn't hurting anybody. I convinced myself that was the truth. I really believed the books were just affecting me, until my first book signing. I'm not entirely sure what convinced me to do it. Maybe it was my agent or publisher who'd both pestered me to do one for years. Partially, it was due to one of the rare recovery periods where I actively trying to stop reading. Always to little success. But I did one. My very first book signing. The bookstore filled up. Literally. They were turning people away. Hundreds showed up to meet me. The false author of these best-selling books. They were so excited to meet me. I saw the anticipation as I did a reading. I was almost looking forward to the book signing, despite the hours-long line. "Yours are my favorite books," one woman told me. "These are what got me into reading," said another. "They're the only thing I read now." "Glad to hear it," I said, chuckling as I signed. I looked up. The man wasn't smiling. "I'm not," he said. He walked away. I started noticing it then. The jittery look in the eyes. The way people desperately clutched their copies of my books. Not in a loving way. Not like a child clinging to a teddy bear. More like victims of the Titanic hanging from the rails as it tipped. "What else do you read?" I asked a teenager and her father. The teenager shook her head. "Nothing. Why would I?" To another fan holding a battered copy, I asked, "How many times have you read it?" She laughed nervously. I don't know. I can't remember." She burst into tears. "I can't stop. Why can't I stop?" Almost nobody reacted as she tore out of the bookstore sobbing. It was in all of them, that frantic obsession in me, their simultaneous loathing and love for the books. Some of them outright scowled at me, like they hadn't wanted to come, but hadn't been able to resist. It was the very last woman in line who scared me the most. She didn't even look up at me. She stared down at the book in her hands. The very first one I'd ever published. She never responded to my questions. She never put it down. I recognized the cover. It was the first edition of my first book, which meant she'd been one of the earliest people ever to pick me up. Her eyes were bloodshot. Her teeth were falling out like she couldn't spare the time to brush them, and her skin was a sickly yellow. I never did another book signing. It gets worse as time goes on. That's what I've realized. The longer you read them, the more dependent you are on them. I've tried to stop publishing. Of course I have. 12 times. Look at what my books are doing to people. Look at what they'll continue to do. Even if I could stop, though, it wouldn't matter. Once you've tasted the lotus petal, you can never go back. No one I've talked to has been able to quit once they've read something from the crawl space. All those people at the book signing, all my thousands and thousands of readers, it's too late for them, the way it's too late for me. My hair falls off in clumps now. My skin is yellow and my teeth, nearly all of them are gone. Even so, I continue. Year after year climbing down through that trap door, sending off my manuscripts to the publisher. I can't stop. I don't want to anymore. It's easier to just give in. Sip by sip by sip. It's almost a relief to grab the pages the crawl space gives me and pump them out into the world. That's the only way I get more of them. And it's not like I can write my own stories. This entire time I've never written a word myself. Not one. Not even these ones. Airports make my skin crawl. Not anything about the building itself, but everything that comes with it. The constant squeaking of shoes against newly polished tile, the sound of crying babies, and the murmured apologies of their parents. And the smell, too. The airport in general was a mess of various scents, some pleasant, like freshly baked pretzels, and some not so pleasant, like the stench of body odor. It was a sensory nightmare, and I avoided it whenever I could. I was content with living the rest of my life in my little town, in the same country. However, fate had other plans. One of my friends, Julian, told my mom he was heading across the country for school. She saw it as the perfect opportunity to get me out of the house. I applied thinking my grades were too low to matter. But since God hates me, I got in. The plan was set. Julian would have already arrived at New York before I even left, meaning he would pick me up the moment my flight landed. Before I knew it, the day arrived and Mom was dropping me off at the airport. "It's time to grow up, Marin," Mom said, placing a hand on my shoulder. After one final hug and goodbye, she left, leaving me utterly alone, gazing up at the sterile edifice towering over me. Before I entered, the smell of sanitation spray and coffee wafted through the automatic doors. I checked my watch. 3:30 a.m. With a sigh, I entered the airport, my suitcase rolling behind me. I weaved through families, businessmen, and employees alike until I finally reached a respite, a large screen with some dated software, displaying flight times. Scanning the list, I found mine. Gate 5, 5 a.m., New York. I was granted a short amount of relief that was instantly dashed when I saw the flight below mine. Everything matched. Same gate, same flight, same time. Except for one thing. NWE, York. I frowned, squinting in the dim light. I couldn't be right. I knew the airport was old, but surely they wouldn't miss such an obvious mistake, right? It was something so trivial, but it bothered me to no end. I hobbled over to a worker and alerted her of the error. She just blinked twice before snorting. "First time?" she asked, and I nodded sheepishly. "Yeah, I thought so. Don't worry, I'm sure it's just a glitch. Nothing for you to worry about." Her tone was nonchalant, and I felt myself relax just a little bit. She was right. What was I worrying about? The technology looked like it was made in the 90s, and the airport was built in the 50s, and I was worried about a simple misspell. It was just the nerves talking, and yet, despite repeating the same mantra in my head countless times, I couldn't get rid of the feeling of dread looming over me. I sat at the terminal for around 20 minutes, just watching the people around me and thinking about nothing. Eventually, the PA system came on, and the automated voice announced my flight's boarding time. Now boarding Group A for Flight 5B to JFK International, departing from Gate 5. I looked up and saw a large gathering of people at a gate nearby. The crowd moved as one, shuffling forward like a line of ants. I grabbed my bag, took a deep breath, and walked into the mob. There was a woman who was taking the tickets. She wore the traditional uniform for most workers at the airport and wore a stoic expression. "Ticket?" she said, holding out a hand. I handed her mine, and she checked it. Her eyebrows furrowed for a moment. My heart stopped. Were there problems with my ticket? Was she going to ask me to step aside? She checked the screen again, then at me, before nodding once and stamping my ticket. I breathed a sigh of relief. The line progressed slowly until finally I was on the plane. It was not what I was expecting. I've heard many stories from my friends about airplanes being noisy, with people chatting away, or the sound of children playing with toys. It was dead silent. Not in a peaceful way, though. It was a foreboding silence, like the kind you'd expect from a funeral home. I was sat beside an older woman who, from what I could tell by my peripheral vision, was staring directly at the back of the seat in front of her. I know this doesn't sound weird, but when I say staring ahead, I mean she didn't move at all, not even to blink. The entire time. And it wasn't just her. It was everyone on the plane, too. I couldn't see much because the seats were in the way, but I could tell that they were all just sitting there not moving a muscle. Out of fear of drawing attention, I sat just as stiffly, my shoulders hunched. My other neighbor, a businessman, settled into his seat with a sigh. He took out his laptop and opened it, the screen lighting up the area around us in an unnatural glow. Now being able to compare what a normal person looked like on the plane to everyone else, the oddities of the others were even more apparent. As I redirected my attention back to my surroundings, my heart stopped. The older woman was now glaring at the businessman. Her gaze was intense, as if she were trying to burn holes in the side of his head. The passengers in front had also turned around and were watching him work. My breath quickened as I glanced around the cabin. Everyone was doing the same thing, watching this man type away on his laptop, who was completely oblivious to the attention he was getting. When he lifted his head to stretch and saw the dozens of eyes staring at him, his face paled. He didn't say anything, but I could see the panic in his eyes. He shifted in his chair, head darting from one passenger to another, before finally settling on me. I could see the question in his gaze, the silent plea for help, but I had no answers. I didn't know the rules, but at that moment I knew he had broken one. I just shrank in my seat, clamping my eyes shut. I didn't dare open them again, not even when the man's typing had stopped. All I could hear was the soft hum of the engine, nothing that indicated there was anything living or breathing on this plane. When I did open my eyes, The seat to my left was empty, not even an indent of where he sat. Now, I wasn't really the superstitious type, nor was I the type to believe in the supernatural or paranormal, but I also couldn't deny what had just happened before my eyes. Whatever the explanation was, something was seriously wrong. My mind was racing with questions, but I couldn't focus on any of them. All I could do was try to keep calm and remain still, careful not to let my breath get too loud or uneven, as it seemed like the smallest disturbance could draw unwanted attention to myself. Suddenly, the screens that were embedded into each seat turned on, and I just barely managed to fight off the urge to gasp. However, I did flinch, prompting my neighbor to turn her head ever so slightly towards me. I froze, stared straight forward, and waited until she had returned her gaze back to the screen. Once she had done so, I let out the breath I was holding in. A safety video started playing, which was strange since we had already taken off, but this was far from the strangest thing about the plane, so I didn't question it. It was a rather standard video, the type that you would see on any other commercial airline, with gray animated characters showing how to fasten the seatbelt. I followed along with the animation and strapped myself in. Click. All at once, however many people were on this plane also strapped themselves in with a unified click. I was off by a few milliseconds, but either those things didn't notice, or were too distracted by the few stragglers who were off by several seconds. Others like me and the businessman, I assumed. Once again, the attention of the old woman and assumedly all the other passengers were focused on the latecomers. I didn't need to see to know that they too disappeared without a trace, just like the man next to me. The video continued and text appeared on the screen. I couldn't even read it on account of how many letters were mixed up. It was like a keyboard mash, and I couldn't make out a single word. But somehow, I still got the general message. Follow the instructions or face the consequences. At that point, I was pretty sure the consequences were death, so for the rest of the video, I followed along with whatever it instructed, making sure I did everything exactly right, down to the second. But it just kept going, odd request after odd request, with no rhyme or reason. Press the call button 3 times. Hold your breath for 10 seconds. Close your eyes for 5. The list just went on. One by one, the remaining humans on the plane were picked off. A man coughed during the 10-second holding session. He was gone. Another person forgot to put their phones on silent. They were gone. A baby started wailing in the back while the mother tried desperately to calm it. I shut my eyes and willed the tears forming in them to stay, the lump in my throat to go down, and my heart to stop its rapid thumping. No rhythm that might set me apart. The crying ceased instantly. They were gone. Soon I was the only human left on the plane. I like to think that maybe someone else was as good as me at following the instructions, and maybe they made it through unscathed, but I had no way of knowing. After around an hour, the video finally ended, leaving me with nothing but the faint droning of the plane's engine. For hours I was slick with sweat, and my heart hammered at a pace a hair's breadth away from bursting. My lungs ached, desperate for a deep breath, and my muscles burned from tensing up. But I dared not move. The plane was just supposed to travel across the country, maybe an hour or two, but the flight had long passed that. Fear subsided, replaced with a numbing, all-consuming sense of monotony. The boredom was unbearable, so I tried to distract myself by counting the number of breaths I took, or how many times the lights above my head flickered. It was the only way to keep me sane. That boredom gave way to exhaustion, gradually wearing down my body until I felt like I could barely keep myself upright. My eyelids became heavy, and it became harder to focus on anything around me. I couldn't even tell if I was still on the same plane or not. Everything was starting to blur together. I concluded that, if I were to die, then having it happen in my sleep wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. So with that thought in mind, I let my eyes close and cast myself into the void of unconsciousness. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank you for choosing as your preferred airline. We hope that you choose to fly with us again. Local time is 9 p.m. and the temperature is a nice 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Please enjoy your visit to NWE York. I was jolted awake by a voice crackling through the speakers, announcing our arrival to New York. I had finally arrived. I forced the memories of the trip out of my head, forced myself to ignore the empty seats around me and the blank stares of the passengers, and walked out of the plane, rolling my luggage behind me. My heart nearly leaped out of my chest when I saw Julian's form standing in the lobby, holding a sign. I was nearly about to sprint towards him and give him the biggest hug of his life when I noticed something off about him. That big, dopey smile was gone. His face was a blank page, and his eyes didn't spark with life, even as they met mine. And the sign he was holding read, WLECOME to NWE York. MAIRN. It started as a stupid accident. I was slicing chicken late at night, half watching some YouTube video when the knife slipped. A deep, clean slice across my left palm. I remember the sound before the pain, a sickening shk through skin and tendon. I swore, dropped the knife, and clutched my hand. Blood poured out fast. I wrapped it in a towel, called urgent care, and drove myself with one hand. They stitched it up, 10 tight black threads, and the doctor said it would heal fine. Come back in a week. Keep it clean. That was 3 weeks ago. It still hasn't closed. Worse, it's wider now. I kept it clean, washed it carefully, applied antibiotic cream, but every time I unwrapped the bandage, the wound looked wrong. Not infected, just open, like the skin had forgotten how to grow. I went back to urgent care. A different doctor this time. He looked at the wound, frowned. Strange. Did you reopen it? No, I said. It just won't close. He restitched it tighter this time and gave me stronger antibiotics. I followed every instruction. 5 days later, I woke up to my bed sheets sticky with blood. The stitches had burst. The wound looked hungry, the skin on either side pulling apart, like it wanted to gape open. The meat inside looked darker, not infected, different, like something was moving just below the surface. I didn't go back. Something about the way the doctors touched it, how quickly they backed away, how they exchanged glances, told me they didn't want to see it again either. Instead, I kept it covered, started filming it, watching it. Every night, same setup, lights off, infrared camera from my job. I do AV installs. Lens fixed on my hand while I slept. I didn't expect to catch anything. The first night, nothing happened. The second night, I twitched and turned, scratched at it in my sleep. The third night, something came out. It was just a frame or two. Had to go frame by frame to see it. A dark, thin shape almost like a spider leg poked out of the wound. Then another. Then they slipped back in. The video ended with me mumbling in my sleep and rolling over. I watched it 10 times. That wasn't a dream. The wound pulsed around the edges, like it welcomed whatever that was. I haven't been able to sleep since. I keep watching it, keep recording. Every night the thing comes out for longer. On Thursday I saw what looked like a face, small, featureless, gray. No eyes press up against the inside of my hand, like it was testing the boundary. It stared up at me from the inside of my own flesh. I've started hearing whispers at night. They come from inside the walls at first, but eventually they settle around me, like static building inside my skull. It's always the same voice. Let it open. Let me out. Sometimes I dream I'm holding hands with myself, except the other me is hollow, and something is shifting behind his eyes. In the dream he says, "You split the veil. We never forgot." I don't know what that means. I'm not religious, not spiritual, not into weird rituals or anything like that. I just cut my hand. That's all. But I think whatever I cut into wasn't just me. Last night the wound reached my wrist. It didn't bleed, it just unzipped, smooth and silent. Skin curled outward like pages peeling back. There's no pain anymore, just a low vibration like my hand is a tuning fork or something old and far away. I saw bones, mine, but they were moving, rearranging, making room. For what, I don't know. But it's getting closer to the elbow now. I can't go to a hospital. I know they'll cut the arm off, and I think it'll keep growing anyway. It doesn't want out of my arm. It wants out of here. If anyone reads this, listen to me. Don't cut too deep. Don't let your wound stay, because once it gets out, I don't think it'll go. Trigger warning. Suicidal ideation. I was in 3rd grade, sitting in the cafeteria when I died for the first time. Deathly allergic to peanuts, surrounded by 9-year-olds, left barely supervised with a room full of lunch trays and chaos. You know how it goes. I don't remember eating it. I don't even remember what it tasted like. Just the sudden, awful stillness. I couldn't breathe. I hit the floor, people were screaming, and then nothing. It went silent in the room. My eyes were locked on the tiled ceiling, white, sterile, humming with flickering fluorescence. I couldn't look away, couldn't move, couldn't even blink. It felt like everyone else had disappeared. I lay there for what felt like hours, unable to make a sound other than low grunts and wheezes. I was unable to move a single part of my body, no matter how hard I tried. Even my fingers and toes were locked into place. I remember wishing to die. I wished to drift off to heaven and be with my old dog again. To move, to speak, to be free. It's a terrible thing, how easily a child can come to terms with death. That's when he spoke. You are already dead. I felt warm breath on my left ear. Someone was lying next to me. I couldn't see them, but I could feel them, close enough for my skin to prickle, my hair to stand on end. Do you recognize my voice? I did. It was mine. I still couldn't move. My body spasmed in tiny bursts, every nerve screaming. I think I peed myself. I tried to scream, to cry, to do anything. There was a choked, childish sound, like someone trying hard to stay in character. All right, he said, stifling laughter. I'll cut to the chase. This is it. This is all there is. He paused as if savoring it. Maybe not here. in this lunchroom forever, but really this is it. He leaned in closer. I could feel his smile, even if I couldn't see it. You always want to speak, but no one will ever hear you. No one will ever see you. Your own personal hell, I guess. Dread spread through every part of my body. However, he continued after a few long moments of silence, I have a proposition for you. I didn't even know what proposition meant, but I had no choice but to continue listening. I can keep you here, not in this moment, but in this life. You'll grow up, have birthdays, play with your friends, pretend this never happened. There was a long silence. I felt dizzy. On one condition, he finally spoke. When the time comes, I will come back, and you will have to give me an answer to my question. Another silence stretched thin and eternal. Why was everything moving so slowly? I can't be dead. I feel mostly conscious. Why couldn't I speak? Why couldn't I move? Suddenly there was another voice, one from further away, maybe from the corner of the room. It was familiar, but it was older, more mature. It was low and quiet, but I heard it. Say no. Then came my voice again, calm, cold. You will have 3 seconds to speak. Say yes and you will wake up. Say no, and you may stay dead. Yes, I shouted the second I could feel my throat clear. Sound came rushing back like a crashing wave. Chatter, trays clattering, footsteps echoing off tile. I sat up with a gasp, sobbing, clawing at the air like I needed to prove I was real. I needed to feel something, anything. All around me kids stared, forks paused halfway to mouths, eyes wide. No one moved. What happened? I asked anybody who would answer me. A girl in my class blinked. Dude, you tell us. We were just eating and you fell backwards in your chair. Your eyes were closed for like 5 seconds. Then you shot back up all scared. You should probably go to the nurse. You hit your head pretty hard. No mention of peanuts. No mention of death. No mention of the hours and hours it felt like I was glued to the floor. I must have dreamt it all. I made my way to the nurse's office. She called my mom to come pick me up and take me to the ER to check for a concussion. And a concussion I did indeed have. I never mentioned my run-in with my imaginary doppelganger. No one would have believed me if I had. That is, until today. It's been 13 years now, and I've started to see him. For context, the past 13 years of my life have been hellish to say the least. I don't remember much from my childhood, only my parents fighting, divorce, and poverty. The week I turned 18, I moved out of my mother's house and into my own flat. I dropped out of high school when I was 16 and worked 2 crappy part-time service jobs. I never spent a dime on anything other than gas and the occasional McDonald's meal. I saved up enough for a year's rent on my apartment. I was so convinced that getting away would cure me. I would blossom in the real world. I would thrive on my own. I would create my own family. I would be happy. Every so-called real job I applied for turned me down. Every friendship or relationship cracked and fell apart before it even started. It all should have been a sign. I should have remembered what happened to me when I was 9. I should have carried that memory like a warning. But I didn't. About a year ago, I finally fell in love. I remember thinking, the only time I truly feel happy is when I'm with her. And it was true. When she came over, the apartment felt warmer. I felt warmer. There was this quiet hum in my chest that I hadn't felt in years, like I was a person again. Then one night, she showed up in tears, eyes puffy, shoulders tense. I felt that warmth drain from my body like blood from a wound. What's wrong? I asked. You cheater, she screamed, shoving her phone into my face. On the screen was a video of me kissing another girl in a packed bar. I grabbed the phone with shaking hands. I've never even been to this bar. I've never seen that girl in my life. I love you, I pleaded, desperate. She didn't blink. Are you really going to stand there and tell me that isn't you? She snapped, jabbing a finger at the video playing on her screen. There I was, same face, same hair, same clothes, same stupid little scar on my chin. It was me. But I had no memory of this. None. No, I wouldn't let myself spiral. I refused to gaslight myself. I may have been a heavy drinker, but not a blackout cheater. This wasn't me. It couldn't be. That's not me, I said softly. She stared at me like she was looking at a stranger. Fuck you. That was the last thing she ever said to me. She left, slammed the door so hard the frame rattled. She never came back for her stuff. Not the spare hoodie in my closet, not her pajamas in the hamper, not even her toothbrush, still drying quietly by the sink like it didn't know she was gone. I thought that was rock bottom, but it was only the beginning. After a few weeks of failing to pick myself up and get back to my life, I finally just got up and drove to my mom's. I didn't speak to her very often, to no fault of her own. I just didn't ever feel like talking to anyone. I felt like a burden on this world. My mom was happy to see me. She hugged me longer than usual and insisted I stay for a few nights. She made dinner every evening. We watched old movies, played cards like we used to, and for a brief moment it felt like something close to peace. We had a beautiful, quiet little weekend together. The night before I planned to head back to my apartment, she turned to me on the couch and smiled. I'm really glad we started doing this every month, she said. It's brought me so much peace. I blinked. That didn't make sense. This was the first time I'd visited her in over a year. Not because we were estranged, it was just hard, emotionally, financially, and I'd never brought anyone with me. Not once. My first instinct was worry. Maybe she was getting older. Maybe this was early dementia creeping in. What do you mean, Mom? I haven't been here in a long time. I tried to keep my voice gentle, but I think we should start doing this every month. She gave me a strange look, half confusion, half concern. What are you talking about? She said slowly. You were here just a few weeks ago, with that blonde girl. You invited her to dinner. You even showed me the ring you said you were going to propose with. She watched me closely now. There was no sarcasm in her voice, no trace of forgetfulness or confusion in her eyes. Just steady, maternal concern. Are you feeling okay? She asked. And I didn't know what to say. Oh, yeah, my bad, I said. I quickly got my stuff together and left. These coincidences have now been happening for 2 years. A Facebook account under my name filled with photos I've never taken. Pictures of me smiling with strangers I don't recognize. At restaurants I've never been to. In cities I've never visited. Captions written in my voice, but using words I'd never use. Inside jokes with people I've never met. Birthday posts from people I don't know. Calling me things I've never been called. And it's not just online. People at gas stations and grocery stores greet me like we've been friends for years. Hey, good to see you again. How was your trip? You and that girl still together? They smile like they know me, but I've never seen their faces before in my life. When the time comes, I will come back, and you will have to give me an answer to my question. The sentence rang over and over again in my mind. It felt like a dream, like words I had never heard. Why was this sentence consuming my every thought? Why do they torment me? Why do they hurt? These words scrambled my mind for months. Months where I barely left my apartment, barely spoke to a single soul. Just me, lying in bed begging for death with a dry mouth and an empty stomach. I stopped eating, stopped drinking. When I did go outside, I wouldn't look before crossing the road, hoping deep down that something would end it for me. But I never died. Every time I caved, I ran from the oncoming headlights. I took a sip of water when my vision blurred. I forced down food when my chest started to tighten. It was like I was trapped in a body that refused to quit, a corpse pretending to live. I was dragging a dead soul through each day, and I couldn't stop myself. That's when I came to the decision I'd have to just get it out of the way. I went on a short walk around my neighborhood that night. I was going to do it. The night I was going to end it all once and for all. I touched the trees and breathed in the cold night air. Felt rain on my skin. I walked back to my apartment in a daze. Every step felt wrong, like the air itself was pushing back against me. Something deep inside me was screaming, "Do not open your door." So I didn't. I stood there frozen in the hallway, key trembling in my hand, and then the door opened on its own. But not by chance. Someone was already inside. There I was standing in the doorway. Same face, same clothes, same expression I thought I was wearing. It was me staring out at me. From inside my apartment while I stood helplessly outside. Soft jazz music played from inside. It smelled like steak and red wine, like money, like luxury. Everything I had never had. The other me looked directly into my eyes with a smile spread across his face. I waited for him to speak as he waited for me to. I finally caved. "You," was all I got out before he cut me off suddenly. "I told you I'd come back for you, buddy," he said through a grin. "Are you ready to answer my question?" I was speechless. What was I supposed to say? How was I supposed to process this? I had just come to terms with death. Why must I come to terms with anything else? I stood there stunned, every part of me locking up. My throat tightened. Words died in my mouth. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. The jazz music faded out, swallowed by the silence like it had never existed. Only this time in the stillness I could see him, clear as day. "Let me repeat myself," he said. "Are you ready to answer my question?" I nodded my head to the best of my ability. I didn't want to. It just felt like I had to. Like there was no getting out of this. A slow smile crept across his face. He leaned in so close our noses almost touched. I could feel his breath against my lips. Was it worth it? The only words I could croak out were weak, fractured. At least I lived. He paused like he was genuinely considering it. Then suddenly he burst into laughter. Loud, wild, unhinged. It went on for far too long. Long enough to make the moment feel absurd, almost awkward. When he finally stopped, he stared into me with eyes that didn't feel like mine anymore. "I lived," he said, voice flat now. "You survived." Then he winked, a cruel, almost affectionate gesture, and without hesitation he wrapped his hands around my throat. I didn't fight it. I didn't scream. I just let go. Let the breath leave my lungs. Let the world fade out. The life drained from my body, soaking silently into the carpet below. When my eyes opened again, I was back in the cafeteria. Same linoleum floor. Same buzzing lights. Curled up on the floor, I watched my 9-year-old body convulsing on the tile. I tried to scream, tried to move, but all I could manage was a whisper. Say no. That's all I ever managed to say. And still, without fail, the boy on the floor always says yes. Always. I've gone through this a few times now. Sometimes I think I've made it further. Sometimes I think maybe this is the time I break the cycle, but it always catches up to me. Right now I'm writing this from inside my mom's house. It's warm, safe, smells like garlic bread and laundry detergent. I know what she's about to say. She says it every time, word for word. I'm really glad we started doing this every month. It's brought me so much peace. When my daughter started drawing pictures of me dead, I thought it was just a phase. Kids are weird, right? The first drawing showed up on the fridge a few weeks ago. I was half awake, grabbing some coffee, when I noticed a new crayon sketch next to her usual stick figure family doodles. But this one was different. The bright reds, yellows, and blues were gone, replaced by thick, messy black lines. It showed a stick figure with a crooked smile, labeled Daddy, impaled on a giant spike. Blood, or the crayon version of it, gushed from the top of my head in heavy red streaks. I just stood there, not sure how to feel. Jenny walked in, dragging her stuffed bunny, and climbed up on the kitchen stool. "Hey, sweetie," I said. "What's this one about?" She glanced at me, completely calm. "It's from my dream." "Your dream?" I laughed, a little uneasy. "That's intense." She just nodded and poured herself some cereal like nothing was wrong. I took the drawing and tossed it in the trash. That should have been the end of it. 2 days later, I found the second one under my pillow. This time, the daddy stick figure was being ripped apart by what looked like wild dogs' round mouths full of teeth, red, angry eyes, all snarling. Again, way too much red crayon. "Jenny," I said when she got home from school, "these drawings, they're starting to get kind of scary." She gave me a little wink. "He told me to draw them." "Who?" She shrugged. "Just the man in the walls." My skin crawled. I told myself it was just her imagination again. Maybe something she picked up from a cartoon or a spooky kid in her class. Still, I emailed her teacher, Mrs. Carter, just to be sure. She replied the next morning. "Jenny is a very imaginative child. Exceptionally talented, actually. Some kids just process the world differently. Yes, she talks a lot about her dreams, but they're only dreams. Let me know if you'd like any resources. Mrs. Carter." Only dreams. Right. A week later, something happened that I couldn't explain. I was out back chopping wood near the shed. One of the big branches, thick and old, suddenly broke loose above me. I heard it at the last second before it slammed into my shoulder. The pain was blinding, but I managed to crawl away. No major injuries. Just a bruised collarbone. I iced it and tried to shake it off. That night, Jenny left another drawing on the kitchen table. It showed me by the shed, crushed under a massive branch. Blood and all. But here's the part that made me stop cold. I was wearing the exact same hoodie as in the drawing. Same lettering, same boots, even the same axe. "Jenny?" I said, my voice shaking. "When did you draw this?" She looked up from her juice box. "Before school." "No, I mean before or after I got hurt today." "Before," she said, frowning a little. "But I guess I messed up. You didn't die." Then she skipped away, humming to herself, leaving me alone with the picture. I checked the trash where I'd thrown the old drawings. They were all still there, Too specific, too real, impossible to ignore now. I started keeping a record. She made a new drawing every night, sometimes two. Always of me, always dying. One where I was electrocuted in the bathtub, one where I jumped off the roof, one where a plastic bag was pulled over my head, my fingers clawing at it. They were getting more detailed, more real. Sometimes I'd wake at 3 a.m. and hear her crayons scratching from across the hall. I stopped sleeping. Then on Tuesday, I found a drawing that chilled me to the bone. It showed me laying in bed, eyes wide open, mouth agape, blood pouring from my ears. Above me, something massive and black, faceless but shaped like a person. Its body was made of lines like frozen TV static caught mid-buzz. At the top, in red crayon, tomorrow. That night, I locked my bedroom door, unplugged everything, slept with a flashlight and a baseball bat. Every creak in the walls made me jump. At 4:10 a.m., the baby monitor, which I hadn't used in months, crackled to life. No voices, just static. I unplugged it, but when I woke in the morning, the picture was gone. In its place, a new one. Same bed, same body, same blood. Caption, "You got lucky." I confronted her. I know she's only 6. I know she's just a child, but I was falling apart. "What is this, Jenny? Tell me the truth." She looked up, and for the first time, her eyes filled with tears. "He says I have to." "Who?" "The man in the wall. He talks on the radio. He tells me how you're going to die. He says if I don't draw it, then it really happens." I was shaking. "This isn't real. This is your imagination, sweetheart." "No," she whispered. "Mommy didn't believe me either." I froze. "What do you mean?" "She told me to stop drawing her, said it was scary, so I stopped." Her voice dropped lower. "Then she died." I couldn't breathe. My wife, Evelyn, passed 6 months ago. Sudden aneurysm. No warning. Jenny had been home. She was the one who found her. I thought she'd blocked it out. Maybe she hadn't. Or maybe. I ran to the attic and pulled out her old sketchbooks, the ones we hadn't touched since the funeral. Buried deep between crayon scribbles was a single page. Mom lying in a hospital bed, bruised eyes, blood dripping from her nose, and behind her that same faceless, static man figure, dated 2 days before she died. That night, I tore every drawing off the walls, burned the sketchbooks in the fireplace. Jenny watched from the stairs, silent. "I'm sorry," she whispered, "but he's still here." We're in a diner now, holed up at a corner table with 2 backpacks and nothing else. She's sleeping beside me, clutching her bunny. And I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. Maybe if someone reads it, they'll believe me. Maybe they'll find a way to stop it. The last drawing, it's still in the pocket of my coat. I haven't looked at it since we ran. I'm unfolding it now. It's not what I expected. It's me sitting at a table, writing. Jenny asleep beside me. And behind us, outside the window, is the static man. His face pressed against the glass, arms wide open, waiting. Written above in perfect red crayon letters. "You can't run." I didn't want to believe it, but that's when it hit me. I'm running from something I can't escape. I don't know what will happen next. I don't care. I'll keep running until whatever's coming finally catches me. It was a peaceful Friday morning, 4 a.m. I had awakened to my husband getting out of bed per usual. I just rolled over and fell back asleep for another hour. My alarm blared through my phone and I got out of bed, made breakfast and woke the twins, Millie and Milo. They ate, got dressed, fed the dog, and I took them to school. Everything was normal. Then went to work. At 1:50 I picked the kids up, told Milo to stop kicking the back of my seat as he giggled about how much fun he had at school, while Millie gasped and laughed at his special effects he added when describing it. We got home and I cut up strawberries for the kids as they did their homework. 6:30 rolled around and I waited for my husband Leo to walk through the door, but he didn't. Probably was running late. Milo watched TV as Millie drew pictures from the show they watched. As it got late, I worried where he was. "Mommy, where's Daddy?" Millie asked with her big hazel eyes staring up at me. "Work," I answered as I ruffled her hair. "Anyway, it's 8. Time for bed." "No," she shrieked, trying to run as I picked her up. "Milo, run!" She giggled as I tickled her. I made my way to the couch as Milo perked up. Not the tickle monster of bedtime," he yelled. I scooped him up too and carried them up to their rooms. "Bedtime, you two. PJs on and teeth brushed," I instructed. Our Rottweiler Bacon jumped up the stairs and wagged his tail as I walked over and pat his head. As I descended the stairs, Bacon trotted behind, still wagging his tail and panting. "Mom, I'm ready for my bedtime hugs," Milo called 15 minutes later. I sighed and got up from the couch and went to his room while I heard Millie still brushing her teeth in the bathroom. Milo sat up in his bed with space sheets as he clutched onto an alien plush I had gotten him. "Mom, I have a question," he said with a grin on his face that let me know he had a plan. "What's up, my astronaut?" "Can me and Millie have a new and later bedtime?" Milo asked with the charming smile from his father. "Since me and her are big kids now." "You asked the same thing yesterday." I rolled my eyes and smiled. "You're 7. Maybe soon, bud. Now bedtime." I kissed his forehead and shut the light off before exiting. Mom, look, my teeth are all clean," Millie exclaimed as she ran up to me. "I'm like a shark." "I see. Well, come here. It's time for the little shark to sleep." I picked her up and booped her nose as I carried her to her bed. She thrashed in my arms, giggling as she flailed her arms around. I sat her down on her bed and pulled the blanket up onto her. "Mom, when's Dad coming back? He reads me my ocean books," Millie asked, crossing her arms. Soon. Now bedtime." I kissed her forehead and again turned out the light and left. I went downstairs and sat on the couch to watch some random movie. I began to feel scared as the hours ticked by without Leo coming home. Time passed by fast, and next thing I knew, I was waking up to my husband coming through the door staring at me before rushing up the stairs. I sat up to follow, but Bacon whimpered before I could stand. So I stayed on the couch. Next day. I yawned as the sunlight peeked through the blinds. I got up as Bacon followed me into the kitchen to start on some breakfast. As I got the stuff ready for pancakes, Bacon just plopped down in the corner of the kitchen watching me like a hawk as I cooked. I guess the smell of scrambled eggs and pancakes woke the twins as they came down the steps and into the kitchen. Milo sneezed, which made me turn around to see him wrapped in a blanket, with a red nose and tired eyes. I served up 4 plates of breakfast, and set it to the side as I went and gave Milo some medicine, despite his weak protests, before propping him on the couch with his plate and a fork. As I was about to head back to the kitchen, I heard a loud thud from the room. I guess Bacon heard it too as he appeared at my side. I started up the stairs before I heard a small whine from Bacon. I thought I stepped on his paw, but he just sat at the bottom, looking at me with pleading eyes. I continued up and heard him treading behind. I reached our bedroom and saw my husband just standing at the window, extremely still. I didn't think he was even breathing. Bacon growled and clamped his jaws on my shirt when I was about to go in. Leo turned to me with empty eyes and a smile so wide it made me uncomfortable. His hair was matted and he had bags under his eyes. He walked stiffly and went down the stairs without acknowledging me or Bacon. I followed as I felt something off. "Mommy?" I heard Milo scream in unison with Millie. I rushed down and saw my husband pulling on Millie's arm as she fought him with fear in her eyes. "Leo!" I shouted. He turned with the same creepy smile, and if anything it was wider. I ran between him and Millie and tried to pry his hand off her arm. He pushed me to the floor, and then I heard that time-freezing pop that filled the room with silence, then screaming as Millie cried. I shoved Leo to the wall. Millie scrambled away and Bacon barked at Leo with an aggressive tone I had never heard before from him. I ran to the corner where Millie sat sobbing, holding her shoulder. "Millie, are you okay?" I asked, panicking as I tried to hold her shoulder. Dislocated. I only knew since the memory of when I had dislocated mine one summer when I was younger. "Oh, Millie." I carried her to the car as Milo waddled behind, still wrapped in his blanket. Bacon cried and followed behind and jumped into the car. I rushed to urgent care. It was closer than the ER. A woman, maybe late 30s, sat at the desk typing away before she raised her focus to us. "Yes?" she asked in this emotionless tone. "My daughter. She's dislocated her shoulder." I gasped slightly, holding Millie, who was still sobbing out. "All right. I guess Ramirez can take you." She said dismissively before returning to typing on her computer. "Just fill this out," she said, pushing a clipboard toward us. I filled it out and a woman with gray hair pulled into a tight bun called for us. "So what happened?" she asked coldly. "My daughter, her shoulder, it's dislocated." I choked. She raised an eyebrow and examined Millie. "Nothing is wrong or out of order. She probably just fell. Kids are dramatic." "It's dislocated. Did you even check?" Ramirez rolled her eyes. "She's fine. I did check. Don't coddle her and maybe she wouldn't be crying like this over falling off a slide." My blood boiled as I took my daughter in my arms. I took her to my car and just rested my head on the steering wheel. I sighed. "I felt it," Millie mumbled. I didn't know how to reply, so I just drove home while the kids slept. At home, I put them to bed for a nap. After, I berated my husband, yet with every word, his smile grew wider. This wasn't Leo. I grabbed a bag and packed my clothes. I need to stay at my mom's house, just for a little bit. While packing the kids' clothes, I heard a loud yelp from downstairs. Bacon came limping up the stairs and to my side trembling. A loud shriek boomed through the house as Bacon whimpered and pressed against my leg. I immediately threw the bag around my shoulder and grabbed the kids who carried their backpacks. As I crept down the stairs, I saw Leo on the floor, lying face down with a black goo spreading around his back. Bacon followed slowly. I opened the door slowly, carefully trying not to make a sound. Me and my kids, Bacon included, slipped into the dark night and speed-walked to the car. I put the twins in the car and told them to lay low just in case. I slipped Bacon into the trunk, and I guess he understood as he buried himself beneath the bags. I started the car and got in, but as I was about to close my door, I heard a deafening scream that didn't sound human, and saw my husband in the rearview mirror with his eyes fully white and blood and that strange black liquid dripping from his mouth, which was curled into a smile that I was sure would split his face in some way. He just stood by the door as I sped away. I drove and am at a rest stop as I am typing this. My kids crawled into the trunk and slept with bacon. I'm just glad they're safe. I gave an anonymous tip to the police to check the house. So I'm tired. I'm just gonna sleep for a little bit. It started small. I'd turn off the TV and see my wife standing at the edge of the hallway, half in shadow. No phone, no water, no reason to be there. She wasn't doing anything, just standing, watching. I asked if she needed something. She didn't answer, just turned around and walked away. I figured she couldn't sleep. But it kept happening. I'd find her in different places, always in the dark, standing in the bathroom doorway, crouched behind the kitchen counter, pressed into the corner of the guest room closet. She never said anything, never moved until I acknowledged her. Then she'd calmly walk away like nothing happened. One night I caught her staring into the turned-off television for nearly an hour, unmoving, barely blinking. I asked what she was doing. She just said, "I'm listening." I set up cameras, one in the hallway, one in the living room, one in the bedroom. First 2 nights, nothing. Third night, at 2:14 a.m., she stepped into the bedroom frame and stood at the foot of the bed, completely still. She didn't blink for 12 full minutes. Her mouth was slightly open. Then she left. I showed her the footage the next day. She stared at the screen in silence, then said, "I don't remember that." She didn't ask me to delete it. She just went into the bathroom and locked the door. Things escalated. I found blood on the hallway light switch, smears on the inside of the closet door, a towel soaked and folded under the sink. She claimed it wasn't hers. That was all she said. I woke up once to find her on the floor next to the bed, lying flat on her back, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. Another night, she was under the kitchen table with cotton stuffed in her mouth. Her hands were shaking, but she didn't speak. When I tried to touch her, she flinched and backed into the corner like I was someone else. She started recording me. I didn't realize until I noticed a blinking red light behind the mirror. There were cameras in the vents, one inside a cereal box, another behind the toilet, aimed at the door. I confronted her. She didn't deny it. She said, "You weren't looking. Someone has to." I left for 3 days. When I came back, every mirror in the house was gone. Not covered, smashed, pulled off the walls. I found dirt on the floor like someone had been walking barefoot in circles. The hallway walls were scratched, not with words, but with long, jagged gouges. The kind people make when they panic and can't speak. That night, I woke up to her straddling my chest, not moving, just staring down at me. Her eyes were unfocused. Her face was pale. There was dried blood on her jaw. I couldn't tell if it was hers or mine. Her hands hovered above my throat but never touched me. Then she leaned in, like she was trying to hear something inside my body. In the smallest voice, she whispered, "You have to keep watching me. If you look away, I forget how to stop." I blinked. She was gone. The back door was open. The driveway was empty. And there was a hammer sitting next to the front door. It was still warm, still wet. She hasn't come back. Now I wake up to sounds that aren't there. Soft footsteps on carpet, a breath outside the bedroom door, clicks in the hallway like someone testing the lock over and over. Last night I opened my phone and found 39 new videos I never took. They were all of me, eating, sleeping, brushing my teeth, all from behind, always just far enough away that I never noticed. In the final video, I'm standing in the living room, looking down at something on the floor. The camera tilts and I see her body. Her face is split open, her arms bent backward, her mouth smiling. She's mouthing something over and over. I slowed it down frame by frame. The words are clear. You blinked. The house was a steal. That should have been the first red flag. A 3-bedroom craftsman with a wraparound porch for less than the cost of my cramped 2-bedroom apartment. It was in a quiet, secluded division called Maple Creek, where all the lawns were impossibly green and the neighbors waved with all 5 fingers. The HOA president, a woman named Carol with a smile as bright and hard as a porcelain doll's, met me on my first day. She handed me a welcome basket with a bottle of cheap Chardonnay and a single laminated sheet of paper. "We're so glad to have you, Mark," she said, her eyes crinkling in a way that didn't seem genuine. "We're very relaxed here at Maple Creek. We don't have rules about lawn heights or fence colors. We only have one." She tapped a perfectly manicured nail on the laminated sheet. On it, in a large, friendly font, were the words, "Rule number 1. If you see a pet that appears lost or in distress, do not approach it, do not feed it, do not let it into your home. Go inside, lock your doors, and ignore it until it is gone." I laughed, thinking it was a joke. "What, are the raccoons organized crime around here?" Carol smiled and wavered. "It's not a suggestion, Mark. It's the only thing we require of you. It is for the safety and harmony of the community." Her tone was light, but her eyes were dead serious. It was the first time I felt a chill in the warm afternoon air. For the first month, it was perfect. Quiet, peaceful. I almost forgot about the bizarre rule. I'd see people walking their dogs on leashes, cats sunning themselves on porches. They were clearly owned, clearly where they were supposed to be. The rule seemed like a weird quirk from a bygone era. Then came the storm last night. It was a real gully washer, with thunder that shook the windows and rain that came down in sheets. It was around midnight when I heard it, a sound that cut through the noise of the storm, a pathetic, high-pitched whine. I peered through my living room window. Huddled under the eave of my porch, shivering and soaked, was a golden retriever. It was beautiful, with big, sad eyes and a leather collar, but no tags. Every time the thunder cracked, it would press itself against my door and cry. My heart broke. The laminated card was sitting on my counter, and Carol's words echoed in my head. "Go inside, lock your doors, and ignore it." But how could I? It was just a dog, a scared, lost animal. What was the worst that could happen? I'd be breaking some stupid, arbitrary rule from a power-tripping HOA president. So I did it. I opened the door. The dog practically fell inside, shaking a puddle onto my hardwood floor. It looked up at me with such gratitude, nudging its wet head into my hand. I got it a towel and a bowl of water, and it immediately settled down on my rug, letting out a contented sigh. I felt a wave of relief. See? Just a dog. I fell asleep on the couch watching TV. I was woken up a few hours later by a sound that wasn't the storm. Knock, knock, knock. A slow, deliberate knock on my front door. The rain had stopped. The dog on the floor lifted its head, let out a low growl, and then strangely trotted to the door, its tail giving a single, lazy wag. I looked through the peephole. Standing on my porch was a man. He was tall, impossibly tall, dressed in a neat, old-fashioned suit, like a door-to-door salesman from the 1950s. He was smiling, a wide, friendly smile that showed too many teeth. all of them perfectly straight and white. I opened the door a crack, my hand still on the chain. "Can I help you?" "Good evening," the man said, his voice smooth and pleasant. "I do apologize for the late hour. I believe you found my dog." He gestured with his head toward the retriever, who was now sitting patiently at his feet, looking up at him. "Oh, yeah, he was out in the storm," I said, my relief making me feel foolish for ever being scared. "Glad you found him." The tall man's smile widened, stretching his face in a way that felt unnatural. "He has a habit of getting out. He's a bit of a rascal." He leaned forward, his eyes, dark and unblinking, locking onto mine, "but he's very good at his job." My blood ran cold. His job? The man chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. He reached down and patted the dog's head. "Of course," he said, his gaze never leaving mine. "His job is to find the kindest person in the neighborhood." He straightened up, his towering frame seeming to block out all the light from the porch. "Thank you so much for your hospitality," the man said, his smile finally reaching his eyes, which now glinted with a terrifying, hungry light. "He likes you very much. He decided he wants you to meet the rest of the family." My mind screamed at me to slam the door. Slam it, lock it, run. But my body wouldn't obey. I was a statue, my hand frozen on the door. The man's smile never faltered as he gave the door a gentle push. The brass security chain didn't snap or break. It stretched, elongating like taffy with a soft metallic groan before falling away, limp and useless. "There now," he said pleasantly. "That's better." He didn't enter. He simply took a step back and gestured with an open palm toward the street. It wasn't a command, it was an invitation, and for reasons I can't explain, I found myself stepping out onto the porch. The golden retriever trotted ahead of us, its tail held high. The air was different out here. The storm had washed everything clean, but the world felt muted, like I was looking at it through a pane of smoked glass. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe and twist at the edges of my vision. As we walked, I noticed other things. A sleek black cat emerged from beneath a hedge, its eyes glowing with a faint phosphorescence. It fell into step beside the retriever. A few houses down, a parrot was perched on a mailbox. It didn't squawk or speak. It just swiveled its head, tracking our progress in perfect silence. They were all moving with us, an honor guard of silent, watchful animals. I looked at the houses we passed. Through their big picture windows, I could see my neighbors. They were frozen in place like mannequins in elaborate dioramas. One family was sitting around a dinner table, forks raised halfway to their mouths. In another house, a man was stopped mid-stride, one foot hovering over the floor. They were all facing our direction, their faces blank, their eyes wide and vacant. "Don't mind them," the tall man said, noticing my gaze. "They're very good at following the rules." We were heading toward the end of the cul-de-sac to the oldest house on the block, a large colonial that had been dark and seemingly empty since I'd moved in. As we got closer, I could feel a low vibration through the soles of my shoes, a deep hum that seemed to emanate from the house itself. The golden retriever led the procession up the walkway and sat patiently before the heavy oak door. The other animals formed a silent semicircle behind us, their eyes all fixed on me. The tall man walked to the door. It swung open before he touched it, revealing nothing but a deep, impenetrable darkness inside. The low hum grew louder, resonating in my bones. It sounded like a purr, a gigantic, hungry purr. The man turned to me, his smile as wide and terrifying as ever. He gestured into the blackness. "After you," he said. They've been so looking forward to this. They say if you want to talk to the dead, you better be ready to listen. I never believed in any of that crap. Ghosts, spirits, signs from beyond. Just stories people made up to help them sleep at night. My sister Mia was one of those believers. She was obsessed with life after death. She even asked to be buried with a walkie-talkie, just in case. She died 2 years ago in a car crash. No warning, no goodbyes. One moment she was on the phone with me, complaining that she thought someone was following her. The next, just silence. They found her body 20 minutes later. I haven't been the same since. For a while I stopped answering calls completely. Just hearing the ringtone made me nauseous. But tonight, something made me pick up. Blocked flashed on my screen at 2:13 a.m. I let it ring once, twice, then answered. At first all I heard was static, faint like an old radio caught between 2 stations. Then a voice broke through. "Alex?" My chest tightened. It was Mia. Her voice was shaky. "Alex, listen to me. You need to get out of there. Don't trust the people in the house." I sat up so fast I almost dropped the phone. "What the hell are you talking about, Mia? How are you even—" "They're not real." Her voice grew rougher, strained. "They're not who you think they are. I didn't want to call, but I had to warn you. You're in danger." "There's no one here," I said. "I live alone." The call ended. I didn't sleep. I spent the next hour pacing around my apartment, checking every window, every lock. I opened every drawer in the wardrobe. I even looked under the bed like a 5-year-old after watching a scary movie. Nothing. No one was there. Eventually I chalked it all up to a sick prank. Or maybe a breakdown. Wouldn't be the first time my mind messed with me. Grief is a hell of a drug. Around 3:45 a.m. I went to the kitchen to pour myself a drink. Then I froze. There were 2 glasses in the sink. I'd only used one. Both were wet. I stared at them for a full minute before backing out of the kitchen. That's when I heard a sound behind me. The creak of a floorboard in the hallway. I spun around. No one was there. But the guest room door was open. I never opened that door. Since Mia died, her things have stayed in there. Her clothes, her books, the stuffed cat she'd had since she was 6. I always keep the room shut, locked. Now it was slightly open. I should have left right then, grabbed my keys and gotten the hell out, but I didn't. I stepped inside. The air was freezing. The curtains were swaying gently, though the window was shut, and on the bed sat her stuffed cat, sitting upright facing the door. It was supposed to be in a box. I knew it was in a box. Then my phone rang again. Blocked. I answered. This time her voice was barely a whisper. Urgent. Terrified. "They're watching you. Don't let them know you're scared." "Who's watching me?" I whispered. Silence. Then 3 knocks on my front door. Slow. Heavy. And then Mia said, "They're already inside." I dropped the phone and ran. Locked myself in the bathroom. I was gasping for air, trying to calm my breathing. Trying to be rational, but then I heard the front door creak open. No footsteps, just presence. Like the air itself had thickened. I pressed my ear to the bathroom door. Nothing. Then something brushed against the other side. A whisper so soft I wasn't sure it was real. Alex. My name in Mia's voice, but something was wrong. Too quiet. Drawn out. Then I remembered what she'd said on the phone. Don't trust the people in your house. But I live alone. That's when I looked up and saw something in the bathroom mirror. A reflection standing behind me. I spun around. Nothing there. I looked back at the mirror, still there. A tall shape, standing perfectly still behind me in the reflection. No face, no eyes, just a presence. And then it leaned closer, its breath against the back of my neck, and whispered, in a flawless imitation of Mia's voice, I never died, Alex. I just came home. I don't remember unlocking the door. I don't remember leaving the room. All I know is I ended up in my car half-dressed, barefoot, shaking so hard I nearly snapped the key trying to start the engine. I didn't go back until morning, in broad daylight. Neighbors walking their dogs, kids riding bikes. Everything felt safe. I went back inside. Everything looked normal except for one thing. My phone, still on the bathroom floor. It was open to my call history. Last call, Mia. No blocked, just her name. Like she was still in my contacts, but I deleted her 2 years ago. I tapped the name. Her contact profile opened. The number was still saved. 911-666-0000. I didn't call it. I smashed the phone instead. I moved out. I'm staying in a hotel now. Bought a new phone. New number. Clean slate. But last night the landline rang. I didn't even know the room had a phone. I picked up. Static, then her voice. Alex? It was her again. You still don't get it, she said. It's not the house. Then she started to cry. I tried to warn you. I tried. What do you mean? I whispered. She sobbed harder, then choked out. You brought it with you. And the line went dead. I'm not posting for sympathy. I'm posting it as a warning. If someone you love has died and they call you, don't answer. Even if they're crying, even if it sounds like they need you. Because once you answer, they know how to find you. The guy moved in late last Saturday night. I know because I woke up near midnight to him ramming his U-Haul into the dumpster outside my bedroom. From my second-story window, I watched as he stepped out to inspect the damage. He was tall, almost as tall as the U-Haul, and when he put his hand on his hip, the gap between his arm and chest must have been big enough to fit a medicine ball. I considered going out to help him, but I really didn't want to open that can of worms. I went back to bed, reassuring myself that he'd probably appreciate my pretending I hadn't seen anything. There was a knock at my door early the next morning, and you can't imagine my surprise when I looked through the peephole to see that same man. Well, from the chest down. I only knew it was the same guy because I recognized the white button down. What the hell was he doing at my door at 6 a.m. on a Sunday morning? Did he see me watching him? Was he mad that I hadn't come out to help? I almost didn't answer, but I knew I'd have to face him eventually. I prepared an excuse before opening the door. He stepped back and released a wide, toothless smile. He looked sick. His skin was gray and his lips were black. He extended his hand and said, "Let's hang out." No emotion, just the bare words. Like Google Translate, except high-pitched and excited. A happy cartoon character. As a 6-foot-tall man, I craned my neck to look up at him. As I met his gaze, something came over me. A strange pleasure of familiarity, like I was back at my parents' house and my mom was baking cookies. I felt the urge to say yes. Simultaneously, I could appreciate the oddness. I didn't know this guy, even if part of me did, somehow. I fought with myself, figuratively stepping in and out of the door as his smile never relented. "Not right now, Mikey," I said. I hesitated, then closed and locked the door. It wasn't until I was back in bed that I realized, how the hell did I know his name? But the memory faded like a dream. At first I was certain his name was Mikey, but by the time I fell asleep I was sure that I'd just thrown a random name out. Did I even know a Mikey? I woke up a few hours later and spent the day playing video games and watching Friends. I felt uneasy, but I've always had a bad taste in my mouth when it comes to Sundays. This weird feeling that it's going to be the last good day of my life, like the next day is the end of all happiness and the start of eternal torture. Maybe I just hate my job more than most people. Around 5:30 a.m. Monday morning, there was another knock. "You gotta be kidding me." "Seriously, dude?" I said as I opened the door. He held both hands out, palms up as if presenting treasure. Atop them was the most beautiful pastry I've ever seen. It was fluffy like a cloud, but browned and crispy. It was drizzled with chocolate, peanut butter, and caramel. I reached for it and was bombarded with memories as I took the beauty into my hand. I was at Mikey's house. I was sitting at a wooden kitchen table as he frosted a beautiful cupcake decorated to look like a rose. My mouth watered as he delivered it to me like a present. I sunk my teeth into it and sighed with relief. He was my best friend. I'd known him since childhood. I wanted to give him a hug, but at the same time, my heart was rising in my throat, threatening to choke me as I had the feeling of people watching me from every angle. "Let's hang out," Mikey said, reaching for me. I took a step forward, the two sides of my brain fighting for control, and slammed the door shut. Looking down at my hands, I saw 2 pieces of bread with half a dozen crude slabs of peanut butter and jelly, some on top of the sandwich, some underneath, and some on each side. It was like it was made by someone who didn't know what a sandwich was. I dropped it on the floor. At work, I couldn't keep my mind off him. As I sat at my desk, vaguely trying to edit the introduction to some algebra textbook, I was sure that I had never seen him before, but I had the memories of memories, like once, in a dream within a dream from a different life centuries ago. We had been best friends. I fought my way through the day. I told myself I wasn't going to answer the door for him ever again. If I saw him, I'd run away. Under no circumstances would I look at him, talk to him, or touch him. I drove home. I wasn't 2 steps out of my car when he approached me. "Let's hang out," he said. I tried to turn away, but then my life was sunshine and rainbows. I couldn't help but smile. Without bending his back, he leaned his face down to mine. We locked eyes. I can't remember what they looked like, but I remember what they made me feel, what they made me remember. I was a toddler on a swing set. I was smiling and laughing. Behind me, the tall man, Mikey, was the one smiling as he pushed me again and again. Then it was my birthday. I watched as Mikey lit my candles. He sparked the lighter with his gray hands, his yellow nails longer than his fingers. On the baseball field, he was my coach. At school, he was my favorite teacher. I remembered me and Mikey sitting in the back seat of my car. There was butterflies in my chest. I leaned in and kissed his black, rotting lips. I felt disgust, but remembered love. "Let's hang out," he said. And then I was following him, because he was my everything. He was a very good thing I could remember. But no, I don't know him. I imagined walking into his apartment. I smiled, then screamed. I wanted to run away, but I'd miss him so much. We walked to his door as my mind was screaming for me to run. He was reaching for the knob when some animalistic part of my brain took hold of me. I ran to my apartment and locked the door behind me. When I heard a knock, I grabbed my phone and called the police. I told them there was a guy who kept knocking on my door and wouldn't stop no matter how many times I told him to go away. I watched from my bedroom window as the officer pulled up. I took a peek through my peephole and saw that Mikey was still there. I sat next to the door and waited. "Tommy, what's going on, man? Long time no see." "Let's hang out." "Of course, man. I can't really thank you enough for last time." I looked through the peephole to see them walking away. A door opened and closed. Then I heard screams. I called out of work the next day and a couple of police officers came by. I told them the truth, minus all the weird stuff. They knocked on every apartment, but nothing ever came of it. I'm pretty sure I heard some happy laughter and sounds of reunion when they knocked on Mikey's door. It's been a week since then, and I haven't left my apartment. I got fired, and I'm starting to run out of food. I know I'll have to leave eventually, but what happens if I run into him? Right now, I'm certain he's dangerous. But what will I think if I see him again? What will I say when he asks me to hang out? What will I remember? What will I do? "No wonder you're upset. Your dad has been treating you like crap," came the text message after a few seconds of typing bubble. I physically jumped a little from my chair. Yes, finally. Finally someone who gets me. I felt heard when I was with Gorilla_123. Not only did he listen to my struggles, he made me feel okay about the hosh-posh of emotions inside me. He made me feel not broken. "I'm sorry I'm always venting to you," I say, not being completely sincere in my apology. "Don't you dare say sorry. What are friends for, after all?" He replied. I sighed with relief. I could rely on Gorilla_123. After all, he had been hearing me vent non-stop for 3 months now. You see, my life is somewhat of a mess. My single dad treats me like a burden, even though all he does is drink all the time using my money. My job as a waitress is, well, soul-crushing. However you make sense of that. I don't really have a social life, and my only friend seems to be an internet Discord friend that goes by the name of Gorilla_123. Gorilla_123 has always been nice to me, which is why his next message made me freeze in my chair. "You should die," came the message after the notification beep. Did he actually just say that? He can't. This has to be some sort of misunderstanding. He knows that, well, me being so emotional would cry at something like that. This has got to be a mistake. What do you mean?" I ask. "I mean, think about it. The world has been treating you like garbage. The world doesn't deserve you," he said. Ain't no way he actually meant it. Has he gone crazy out of nowhere? He had never said anything even remotely like that. Getting told I should die after being called a friend was not something I expected today, despite how usually crappy my days go. "No," I replied. "I can't see you upset like this. I can't see you being tortured every single day. It hurts me," he replied. And then he said something that made this whole situation more real than I ever realized. "Look outside." I stared at the reply for a few moments, trying to understand what it means. He couldn't be asking me to actually look out my window or something. Could he? Well, I got up and glanced out the window into the dimly lit streets. Nothing. I sighed with relief. I was half expecting him to be standing there. Thank God he isn't. And then I noticed someone barely peeking from behind our car. A gorilla mask. Everything stopped for a moment as my heart struggled to continue working. The gorilla mask was pitch black with faintly glowing red eyes. I stood there unable to move or speak, looking at the masked man as he slowly revealed himself in full by coming out. I don't have any words to describe his build except he was a giant, and he held a knife that shined against the full moon. My throat felt dry as I stared at the man. Gorilla _123. How the hell does he know where I live? Did I say it by mistake? My dumb butt would probably do something like that. It took all the energy in my body to finally break out of the trance. I closed the curtain quickly, turned off the lights, and slid below my bed. If you feel like mocking the sheer stupidity of hiding under the bed, then I would just say that you clearly haven't been in a situation like this. My brain was paralyzed, and this was the best I could do. My last hope, it seemed. The door was kicked open with such a loud thud it made my heart jump. I struggled to keep my cries as quiet as possible. The man started humming as his footsteps echoed like thunder through the house. "Where are you?" He sung in a peaceful and sweet way. It made my stomach churn. I was going to die. Why did I even start venting to him? What was I thinking? I should have started repenting, I guess, but all I could think of was how dumb I am. The footsteps ran through the whole house. I hope my dad doesn't wake up. I hope he stays hidden, fallen on the floor behind the sofa after drinking more than he could handle. I know he sucks, but he has his own problems. He wasn't always like that. He was the most caring dad, always cheerful. And then Mom died. And who he was died with her, being replaced by an empty shell that just drinks and shouts. He is just grieving, though, isn't he? I hope he stays safe. Knock, knock, knock. The knocks on my door were so sudden and loud that I couldn't stop myself from bursting into tears. I shouted and cried, begging the man to leave me alone, begging him to let me live, shouting that I still had much to live for. "Please go away," I screamed, my body slowly accepting the fact that I will die in a few minutes. And then, ding ding, a notification. The knocking stopped. I slowly slid out the bed, still whimpering, and walked to the screen. "I was just messing with you. Get pranked. Anyways, I got you, friendo. Killed your dad for you. Now, no need to thank me. I'll go now. Gotta sleep." "4:22 a.m. I'm on the back patio and I haven't moved in what feels like hours. It won't let me leave and it won't go away. Every second that I stand here typing and staring at this thing is agony. It keeps its face pressed against the glass so its large features stretch into this horrible expression. It's inside the house, only a few feet away behind the sliding glass door. I think it came from the woods. I can see past it, past the hallway and the living room. The front door is wide open. Such an idiot. I never lock it back home, but here in the middle of the forest, I should have known there are worse things than thieves and raccoons. It's tall, thin, and crooked. Its skin is leathered and splotched. There's patchy hair that withers from its scalp in long black strings. Its hands are gripping the glass, shaking. It's shaking now, and it still hasn't looked away from me. And I can say the same. I can't move. My family's still inside, sleeping, but for some reason I can't move. There's a feeling that if I look away from its bulging eyes for too long, if I lose focus, it'll get me. I'm writing this in case this thing doesn't leave when the sun comes up. I don't know how I know, but I'm certain that when morning comes, this thing will leave me and my family alone. But if it doesn't, then God have mercy on us. 4:46 a.m. It's cold. I'm losing feeling in my toes. The snow I'm standing in has melted into my shoes. I didn't think I'd be outside for this long. Just a quick cigarette and enjoy the northern stars. That's when I saw it. I had just made out the Big Dipper, and in the corner of my eye, with this gray line near the top of the sliding glass door, I traced it down, and it was the thing's finger. It was looking at me with its hands in the air like someone surprising a friend at a birthday party. I don't know how long it had been there already. I jumped to my feet, and when I did, it smashed its face into the glass hard enough to crack it near the top. I froze, and it did too. It's huge. My body's telling me that I'm in danger, and the best thing I can do is stay as perfectly still as possible. Just don't move. I remember glancing at the clock before stepping out for the smoke. It was 2:55 a.m. I don't know how much longer I can last. The crack in the glass keeps growing. 5:18 a.m. It moved. I couldn't bear it anymore. My entire left foot went numb 10 minutes ago. I tried to lift it and give it a shake to bring the blood back, but I lost my balance. I stumbled back a few steps, and when I looked back up, it was gone. Gone from the sliding door. It too had retreated a few steps back into the house, back towards the open front door, towards the stairs leading to my sleeping family. It raised one of its fingers towards the ceiling. It must have been 6 inches long. The other hand brought another finger to its thin lips. Shh. I understood. I returned to my original spot, and it pushed itself into the glass once again, smearing its face. I can hear the glass cracking. 5:51 a.m. Can't be much longer now. Sunrise is late here, I know that, but surely not later than 6. We aren't that far north. Can't be much longer. Can't be much longer. 6:42 a.m. It's taking ages just to type the time. My fingers don't move well, getting hard to keep my eyes open. Where is the dawn? It's still as dark as it was at midnight. It's still watching me. 8:30 a.m. My family should be up by now. Back home, we always make sure we're moving bright and early. The wind sounds like voices. It hurts, biting into the back of my legs. Is it horrible that I'm comforted by the fact that I won't feel it when my whole body goes numb? I don't think the sun will ever rise. I think this thing knows that too, because it keeps breaking into these violent shaking fits. Laughing. It's laughing at me. I'm laughing too. I can't stop laughing. I don't know what time it is. I just jolted awake. I was asleep on my feet. On my cold black feet. The sliding glass door looks like a kaleidoscope. All the pretty cracks crisscrossing and splintering. Hope it's not getting too cold in there. I told them where the extra blankets are, but I still want them to get a good sleep. We have a big day of hiking ahead of us. It's smiling at me. It wasn't before, but now I can see layered rows of pearled white shark teeth, as white as the snow. I can see them well because it's still as dark as it was at midnight. But it can't be much longer now. We aren't that far north. Surely, it can't be much longer now. I met Andrew through a Facebook post. I needed a roommate fast, and he messaged me 5 minutes after I posted in the local housing group. No profile picture, no mutual friends. But he said all the right things. Said he had a stable remote job, no pets, quiet, clean, respectful. I FaceTimed him once. He seemed normal. A little awkward maybe, but I didn't care. I needed rent. He moved in on Friday. By Saturday night, I wanted him out. The first red flag was the way he unpacked. He brought 4 boxes. That's it. No bed, no decorations, not even a backpack. The boxes were taped tight, and he carried them one at a time, always holding them away from his body, like they might bite. I offered to help. He didn't answer, just smiled, then took the last box into his room and shut the door. I didn't see him the rest of the day. Around midnight, I heard him whispering in there. Couldn't make out the words. It sounded like a prayer or maybe a list. He didn't stop until 3 a.m. The next morning I went to make coffee. The kitchen was spotless. My cereal box was in the fridge. My coffee beans had been alphabetized, and there was a note on the counter in blocky, perfect handwriting. I replaced your sponge. The old one had too many eyes. I stood there staring at it for a full minute. Then I opened the cupboard. New sponge, bright yellow. And on the floor beneath the sink, the old one, soaked, covered in black mold I swear wasn't there the day before. The middle was ripped open, like it had teeth. That night I locked my bedroom door. Around 2:11 a.m. I heard footsteps outside it. Slow, barefoot, careful. Then a knock. Not loud, not aggressive. Just 2 soft taps. I didn't move. Another knock. 3 this time. Slightly faster. Andrew? I asked. No reply. I checked the peephole. No one there. When I opened the door, the hallway was empty, but another note was taped to the wall. Don't answer until the 3rd knock. She gets impatient. I didn't sleep after that. I confronted him the next day. He was sitting in the living room facing the blank TV screen. When I asked what the notes were about, he blinked slowly and said, "You heard her, didn't you?" Heard who? She doesn't like being seen too soon. It ruins her. Then he turned back to the blank TV, smiling. I backed into my room and locked the door. That night I heard him whispering again. Not to himself this time. I could hear the difference. He was answering someone, listening, nodding between each line. I pressed my ear to the wall. His voice came through clearer. "She wants to know your name," he said. "She wants to wear it." I stopped sleeping in the apartment after that. I stayed at a friend's for a night. No calls, no messages from Andrew. But I got a voicemail. No number, just unknown. 30 seconds of breathing. Then whispering. Then, right before it ended, my own voice saying, "Let me back in." I hadn't said that. I came home the next day planning to kick him out. Tell him to pack up his 4 boxes and leave. But the boxes were gone. All that was left in his room was a circle of salt around the bed. Symbols drawn in the carpet. Charcoal, I think, or blood, and one last note. "Don't break the circle. She likes you. She might not stop at your name." I called the police. They found the room empty. No Andrew, no salt, no symbols. Just an empty room with bare walls and cold air. They asked if I'd been drinking. That night the knocking came again. 2:14 a.m. 3 soft knocks. I didn't move. Then I heard a voice right outside the door. High-pitched, childlike, trying too hard to sound friendly. "I have your name." It scratched at the wood. "I want to give it back." I didn't answer. At 3 a.m. on the dot, it stopped. The next morning the hallway was covered in fingerprints, tiny like a child's, burned into the paint. There was another note slipped under my door. "She's inside now. Don't let her out. She wears new faces. You won't recognize them until they smile." I haven't seen Andrew since. I don't think I ever really met him, but I hear the knocking every night. Always the same time, and always one knock closer. I'm a wedding planner, and I am good at my job. If a client wants something, I go above and beyond. I get them what they want, especially big clients. And Miss Laura was a big client. Her family had wealth that went back to the first colonies, and it didn't look like they'd lost any of it in the intervening 400 years. I remember touching up my lipstick in the vanity mirror above the driver's seat and thinking to myself that this was it. I was on the cusp of 40, and I was about to break into the event planner upon echelon of 1%er weddings. It would be Miss Laura's wedding, but it would be my coronation. Sweet little Laura ushered me into her home, and we spoke at lengths. Her expectations were very reasonable, and she knew what she was talking about. A life of debutante balls and campaign fundraisers and 500-person Christmas parties was the curriculum she'd learned from. There was only one thing that Laura wanted that no other wedding planner said they could get. I want the woman who lives in the house of pounds. I furrowed my brow. Maybe Laura wasn't as reasonable as I thought she was. Why? The crone? Why on earth do you want her there? Because she's my great-aunt on my father's side, Laura said. That was news to me. I didn't know anyone who'd even met the infamous crone from the House of Pounds. And here was Laura claiming the old witch was family. May I ask why you or your father don't invite her yourselves? She pushed down on the hem of her skirt at her knees, and her smile faltered. You know why they call it the House of Pounds, don't you? Of course I knew. Everybody in town knew. But I lied. I don't pay attention to that sort of thing. But you know, Laura added more bite to her voice. I'll bet you even know the words. I involuntarily scanned for escape routes. What words? Say them, Laura said. Say the words or I will find someone else to plan my wedding. Women from inherited wealth have the luxury of following through with threats. Laura had been kind and gracious to me, but also expected me to dance to her tune. So I said the words. Welcome to the House of Pounds, where all are given just one round. First penalty's a pound of flesh, but try again. She'll take the rest. Do you know what it means? She said. This was like pulling teeth. I did not want to have this conversation, but I answered. I have an idea. Laura looked behind me, behind herself, and all around the room. I was a well-socialized woman. I knew she was about to tell me a secret. I was half right. She didn't tell me the secret, but she showed it to me. She hiked her skirt up all the way to her waist so I could see her panties, whole thighs and buttocks. Laura's flesh was missing. A pound's worth, if I had to guess, from the inside of her thigh, right below her perineum. I shuddered. Laura's face reddened. She pulled her skirt back down before looking away. I thought I saw the glimmer of a tear welling in one of her eyes. She wiped her face. You see, I can't go back. I've given my pound of flesh. If I go again, she'll take the rest, I said. Laura nodded. Exactly. I have to tell you, I didn't see what the big deal was once I parked in the driveway and saw it up close. The House of Pounds was nothing more than a shabby example of Gothic revival architecture, an old money homestead that had faded along with the blue in the family's blood. If I had to guess, I'd say she was probably a hoarder and a cat lady. I highly doubted she reserved her reputation as an evilly mystical witch. I walked up and knocked on the door. It opened before I could knock twice. A little girl who couldn't have been older than 6 stood in the traditional Victorian maid's outfit. Please come in, she said. She is expecting you. The grade school chambermaid indicated for me to walk down the main hallway. She used her thumb to point the way because the hand she pointed with had its 4 other fingers missing. This was the creepiest way I'd ever been welcomed into someone's home. But in for the penny, in for a pound. I laughed a laugh specific to my humming nerves and punny thoughts. I walked down the hallway until I saw another grade school chambermaid. She stood next to an open door, through which I saw a room shadowed pitch black. This little girl was missing both of her hands. Have you ever seen a child missing a body part, let alone several? It's not just upsetting. It cores you like an apple. The closest I'd ever felt to that coring was after waking from a recurrent nightmare about my mother being torn apart by Rottweilers, and thinking she might really have been mauled. My bowels felt stuffed full of lead shot and detached from my intestines. "Hello?" I said, eyeing the girl's missing hands. "Are you okay?" She whispered like she was afraid someone was listening. "I have a secret to tell you." She waved one of her stumps inward. I leaned close to her and turned my ear toward her lips. I heard a man's voice say, "In for a penny, in for a pound." I turned and saw a 6-foot ghoul dressed in the same Victorian-made outfit as the two little girls. I screamed and turned to run, but he wrapped one of his long limbs over me from behind, pinning my arms to my body and my body to his. He covered my mouth and whispered, "Shh, shh, quiet now, quiet now." I cried into his hand. "You're here to meet her, aren't you?" he said. He removed his hand so I could speak, but I couldn't. I was out of my wits with fear. "Answer me, or I'll take a pair of mittens from the flesh I cut out of your belly." I sobbed and hurriedly nodded my head. "Use your words like a big girl," he said. "Yes," I said through my tears, my body shaking almost like I was having a seizure. "Yes, I'm here to meet her." He let go from behind me, and I heard him step back and away. I turned to face him, but there was no him there. It was only the grade school chambermaid. "Then by all means." The little girl shoved me into the darkness through the open door behind my back. I went tumbling down a 45-degree angle chute. I heard inhuman voices. What might have been 50 monsters' voices roaring and screeching at me. They called me terrible names, nonsensical names, cruelly true names. I felt a sharp, hot, wet pain somewhere in my body, like 10-penny nails being hammered into my stomach, my spine, between my toes and fingers, in the soft flesh between my genitalia and anus. The pain felt like every hurt I'd ever felt puncturing my flesh again all at once. I screamed and cried as I tumbled down the chute. It spat me out onto a basement's dirt floor. A single hanging light bulb shone over the dusty ground. I put my hands out in front of me and saw blood run in rivulets down my arms. My blood went through my fingers and soaked into the dirt. I hung my head between my biceps. How was I going to escape? She stepped into the light, far enough to silhouette her face but not show it. I wasn't looking at her directly, but through my peripheral vision. I thought if I looked up, I could see the face of 100 monsters, see malformed lips defame and degrade me. "Look at me," she said. I shook my head no, watching my blood dribble. From behind her, I heard the low, ticking rumble of a crocodile. Then I heard 2, then 3, then 100 reptilian groans bellowing at once, threatening to rupture my eardrums. I screamed, "Okay." The crocodilian bellows stopped. I looked up. I saw a woman in a widow's black mourning dress. It covered her arms up to her wrists and her neck up to her chin. Her face was obscured by a lace-black mourning veil, but even through the veil, I could see outlines of missing pieces. A quarter of a lip gone, half of one ear, a dry and angry eyeball glaring through where an eyelid used to be. "Why are you here?" she said. "Why do any of you come when you already know the words?" "I'm here because of a wedding." "Who are you marrying?" she asked. "Not my wedding, someone else's." She laughed low in her throat. "A pound of flesh for someone else's betrothal." It sounds rather like the Merchant of Venice. The Merchant of Venice. The Merchant of Venice, I thought to myself. Remembering long-forgotten English classes, stories I hadn't thought of in years. Bargain. I screamed it out. I screamed it out again. Bargain. I stood up, my pulse pushing blood from my wounds till my clothes were soaked crimson. I assert my right to bargain. I will surrender my pound of flesh, but only with consideration. I demand a contract for the exchange. I saw the ghost of a wretched smile through her veil. I never thought I would hear it. If you assert your right to bargain, I am not one to refuse. I presume you offer up your pound of flesh. I found power waiting in my voice. I offer up a pound of flesh as payment on a bargain. And what would you bargain for in exchange of your pound of flesh? Do you know a woman named Laura? I asked, adding the family's last name. I do. And she is your grandniece? The crone frowned. She is. I offer my pound of flesh in exchange for your promise to attend her upcoming wedding. She was quiet for what seemed like a very long time. She finally said, Very well. So you accept fair terms and a villain's mind. Come then. We'll draw up the bargain. In either blood, ink, or both. Laura's wedding was a spectacular success. The crone attended, as she was contractually obligated to attend. It gave Laura great cash, and it made my reputation. Business poured in. I wasn't just planning weddings. I was bargaining for the impossible on behalf of wealthy clients. And I was paid very, very well due to it. And anyway, by the time Laura was married, the stump where my hand used to be had healed. Mostly. At dinner, my sister Lindsay excitedly told us about the angel in the attic. We grew up in a religious family, so it wasn't too weird that her imaginary friend would be of the biblical variety. She was 8 at the time, making me 15. 5 years ago, we were at my mom's sister's, Aunt Margaret, visiting for the summer. Aunt Margaret's house might be considered a mansion by some. Rooms upon rooms, 3 stories tall. Entering through the main door, you're greeted with a wide, curving staircase that leads to the second floor, which holds 6 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a sunroom. Behind the staircase, the main floor, a kitchen, 2 sitting rooms, a game room, dining room, and yet another sunroom. The third floor, accessed by a tight, almost vertical staircase, was basically just the attic. One expansive open room above the rest of the house. Lindsay had been spending her days exploring the house, her favorite room being the attic. At dinner, though, I remember her saying, I thought angels were supposed to be pretty, and Mom replied, Do you remember Zechariah? He was terrified when he saw an angel. My sister nodded knowingly at that. It was very scary at first, but only for a little bit. Mom and Aunt Margaret smiled at her, but I thought it was so odd. Why would a kid purposely make up scary things? The next day she disappeared again to explore. We didn't think much of it until it was dinner, and she still hadn't turned up. We began looking through the rooms, calling out for her. Eventually we ended up at the attic stairs, and there she was, curled up at the bottom, silently crying. Mom swept her up and brought her downstairs, where we tried everything we could to console her. She calmed down, but still wouldn't tell us what happened. She wouldn't tell us anything. She couldn't, I guess. For the past 5 years, she hasn't spoken a word. There have been so many doctors and therapists, appointment after appointment, never leading to any answers. No one could give us an actual reason for this, and Lindsay wouldn't explain either, not in writing anyways. I'm not sure she even knew why she couldn't talk. The 3 of us made an unspoken agreement to never return to Aunt Margaret's, though. Until Aunt Margaret died last week, and Mom somehow ended up being the one in charge of her estate. So back we went. Just Mom and I. Lindsay refused to go, and who could blame her? The house felt so heavy when we arrived. My aunt had started staying on the main floor, so only a few rooms had seen any life. Everywhere else covered in dust, all the curtains tightly closed. We thought it'd be easier to share a room, so we found the cleanest one and got it ready. Fresh sheets and an open window instantly improved the conditions, so you almost forgot about the musty and oppressive state of the rest of the house. Exhausted from traveling, we both slept hard that night. In the light of a new day, we found ourselves emboldened and ended up at the attic steps. We stood there for a few minutes, Mom looking up the staircase, me watching her. We could be here all day, so I went around her and began going up. She followed closely behind me. The stairs creaked with each footfall, moaning under our weight, warning us. As we crested the top, we could see there was nothing except boxes and old furniture covered in more dust than the downstairs. A few boarded up windows provided enough light to see and walked through. Not really sure what we were looking for. A box of old books, my grandmother's dresser, someone's coin collection, a mix of feeling at ease and disappointed. We still couldn't find an explanation for my sister's condition. There was nothing worthwhile. We decided to go back down and start on the main floor, sorting Aunt Margaret's belongings into keep or donate boxes. I was distracted. There was something about the attic, something up there that had answers, and I needed to find out. I waited until Mom fell asleep that night before trying to go back. I slipped out of bed and made my way through the winding halls. I had my phone's light, but it only uncovered a few steps ahead of me. At the staircase, I paused, looking up the narrow corridor. There was some other light on up there, illuminating the top of the stairs and the landing. With each step I took, I felt calmer, more sure of myself. And as I stepped into the glow, a warm feeling washed over me. It was so comforting. I saw a figure in front of one of the windows halfway across the room. The light seemed to be emanating out from them. I was alarmed. Someone had broken in, but that feeling quickly subsided and gave way to peace. No, they were supposed to be here, and it was okay. My body began moving on its own toward the figure. I wasn't in control, but I didn't care. Its back was to me, and as I drew closer, I could see through the glow. A gray robe draped over it, the sleeves as long as the bottom brushing against the floor. They turned to me then, the hood cascading around their face like hair, the robe swishing fluidly like it was more than clothes, like it was part of them. The face, oh, the face, like a blank canvas. The same pale gray stretched thin over a long and narrow frame. The piece of me still conscious wanted to scream, but my legs kept moving forward, my arms reaching out. The figure opened its arms, embracing me, holding me into the fabric of itself, swallowing me. I welcomed it. A warmth spread throughout my body, and I let myself sink in. I'd never felt so safe, so happy, so loved. But as my limbs grew lighter, like I was floating, the warmth turned to burning. I couldn't feel anything except heat and my lungs constricting, and somehow I pushed myself back into my body, back in control. I tore myself free from its grasp and stumbled backwards. I was previously floating, and now it was like I had been slammed into the ground. I was clumsy and struggling to make myself move how I wanted. Every step, every breath hurt, and my vision was blacking out. I thought I was at the stairs, and I reached out to grab the wall, but there was nothing except air. I lost my balance and began falling for real, crashing down the stairs and landing hard on my back. Then darkness, and floating again. When I woke back up, Mom was standing over me, stroking my hair. I realized we were in the hospital. When she saw my eyes open, she cried out, and tears began falling down her face, landing on my own. I tried saying something. I wanted to ask what was happening, but my throat tightened. Nothing came out. I couldn't speak. For the first time in my life, I was finally happy. Well, I was until this week when the phone rang for the first time. I was asleep next to my boyfriend. Let's call him Ryan. Ryan was the sweetest and most caring man in the world. He would do anything for me, and I would do anything for him. But that all changed that night. I woke up to the phone ringing. I was barely awake, and I could only just manage to open my eyes slightly. Through the slight gap, I saw it was 3:17 a.m. Who the hell is calling me at this time of night? It must be something bad, I thought, whilst I reached over for my phone. Ryan hadn't moved. He must have been in a very deep sleep. I picked up the call groggily, said hello. Ryan has a second cell phone. It's hidden above the shower. Move the loose ceiling tile. You'll find it there. The voice was quiet, almost a whisper, but it had a raspy quality to it. It certainly wasn't a voice of someone I knew, but I thought it must be a prank. However, before I could even respond, the anonymous caller cut the line dead. I sat there for a few moments thinking this must be some kind of joke, but it wasn't funny. I didn't understand why someone would joke about that. If it was a friend, they know my past. They know I have been cheated on before and it broke me. Some friend they are if this is one of them. I decided I would go check just for my peace of mind. There's no harm in checking, and if there isn't anything there, I could just go back to sleep and forget about the prank until tomorrow. I carefully got out of bed so as to not wake Ryan, and crept over to the bathroom door. I had to stand on the edge of the bath to reach above the shower, but I found a loose tile and moved it. I reached up and felt for something. I didn't find anything at first and felt a sense of relief wash over me. But then as I got around to the part just above my head, I felt a phone. My mind began racing. What was this doing here? Surely Ryan couldn't do this to me. Then my mind went back to the call. How could anyone even know this? Was it a friend of Ryan's he had told about the phone and they were warning me? I stepped down and turned the phone on. Luckily, there was no lock. I swiped it open and went to the messages. There were hundreds of messages dating back to over a year ago with someone called Jasmine. They had even mentioned me in the texts. Carla's at it again. She's always trying to start arguments. Never leaves me alone. One text read, "You need to leave her, babe. I need you. I love you." I couldn't read anymore. Tears began to fill my eyes and I could barely see anything. I was distraught. How could he do something like this to me? I ran to the bedroom, threw the phone at him and started shouting. He had no remorse. He just asked how I knew about the phone. I kicked him out that night and told him to never come back. He took what he could and said he would come back for the rest later. I told him he would never step foot in this house again, and that I would be mailing his stuff to his new address. I called my sister, crying down the phone to her. She said she would come and stay with me a few nights in the guest bedroom. She came over, and we watched a few films, drank some wine, and ordered takeout. It made me feel a bit better, but I was still devastated. I told Lauren that I was going to head up to bed around 11 p.m. I fell asleep quickly, probably the wine's doing. Then again, I was awoken by the sound of my phone ringing on the bedside table. I was still a little drunk and had almost forgotten about the call the previous day. I told Lauren about it, but she was convinced that it was one of Ryan's friends who felt guilty about knowing he was cheating. I picked up the phone and read the time. 3:17 a.m. shown on the screen in big, bold white letters. The same time as yesterday. I started to shake slightly and I could feel my heart beating out of my chest. After what seemed like forever, I finally built up the courage to answer the call. Hello? I said, stammering. For a second the line was silent. Then, in that quiet, raspy voice, the caller said, "He left something behind, under the floorboard, the third one from the wardrobe." The call ended. I called out to Lauren, but there was no answer. She must have fallen asleep on the couch downstairs. I paced around the room for a minute, thinking. I eventually went and got the flathead screwdriver from the bathroom and knelt down in front of the wardrobe and counted until the third floorboard. It came up easier than expected. There was a small bag in there. I grabbed the bag, put the floorboard back, put the screwdriver on the side table, and sat cross-legged on my bed. The bag contained an engagement ring, the one that Ryan had told me he was saving up for, the one he never got to give me. I looked at it in disgust, just thinking about what he had done to me. I was in the middle of cursing him out in my mind when a small USB flash drive fell out of the bag. I hadn't noticed it before. It was one of those mini ones. It read, SanDisk 64 GB. On the side, not that I really knew what that meant. I was curious about what could be on it. I thought it must be videos of him cheating on me with that girl he was texting. I loaded up my laptop and plugged the flash drive in. On it there were folders with multiple girls' names on them. I opened the first one. What I found there horrified me. I can barely even write this without feeling the urge to vomit. It started off with pictures of the girls sleeping. In a few of them he was holding a knife near their necks while they slept. There were hundreds of these photos of multiple different women, but the last photo of each of the folders was the same. The woman was laid naked on the bed with her throat slit, covered in blood. In the corner, Ryan was standing there with a sinister grin on his face, holding the knife. Every single one of these folders were the same, except mine. I felt nauseous. My head was pounding, and I felt like I was about to pass out. The man I loved was some kind of psychotic killer, and he was planning on doing the same to me. There were pictures of me sleeping and him holding the knife near me, just like all the rest of them. I was about to get out of bed and rush downstairs to Lauren, but I was stopped by the sound of my phone ringing. I looked at my phone bewildered. It read 3:17 a.m., and an unknown number was calling me. It made no sense how I checked the time before and it said 3:17 a.m. I answered, still confused, and the same voice spoke to me again. "He's here. Ryan is downstairs. He's about to come up." The line cut off and I dropped my phone. I heard the creak of the stairs with each of his footsteps. I panicked, not knowing what to do. I looked around and realized I still had the screwdriver, so I grabbed it and hid behind the door. Ryan crept slowly and opened my door as quietly as he could. As he entered, I drove the screwdriver as hard as I could into his shoulder. He yelped in pain but didn't go down like I thought he would. He grabbed me by the hair and threw me to the floor. I looked at his right hand and saw the long blade that would be the cause of my death. "You stupid. Look what you've done. I should have killed you before." Before he could continue on, Lauren had woken up from all the commotion. He had grabbed a knife from the kitchen and ran upstairs. She saw Ryan on top of me and pushed the knife straight into the back of Ryan's neck. He fell down with a thud next to me, with half of him falling on me. I pushed him off me and leapt up and hugged Lauren, crying with relief. We called the police, and we were both taken to the station where we were told Ryan was dead, and that they would be looking into the women on the flash drive. That is where I am writing this from now. So if you ever get a phone call at 3:17 a.m. from an unknown number, please answer it, and please, for the love of God, do what it says. If I didn't, I would be just another victim on that sick man's flash drive. Have a good night. Stay safe. My last passenger exits the car and slams the door, ignoring my goodbye. engrossed in her phone. Alrighty then. I mumble, rating her and opening my map back up. I check the time and I still have time for one last ride before I should head home for some sleep. I set my signal to available and just wait. My last drop-off was for the college dorms, so if I wait a little bit, I'm sure I'll get another. It's Friday night. Everyone's out. I'm tapping my red painted fingers on my wheel when I see her. A teenage girl standing on the sidewalk under a streetlight. She's small, maybe 5 feet. Large brown eyes with a thick dark lash. Blonde hair pulled back in a braid, and a cardigan covering her shoulders. She has a small brown purse in her hands. She looks like a doll, and she looked anxious. I pull up a little and roll down my window. "Hey, hun, you okay?" I ask. "Oh, yes, I am. I'm just..." She looks down the road, waiting for my ride. "Are they late?" I ask her. She's quiet as she stares down the empty streets. "Yes, I suppose they are," she whispers. She seems scared, and I can't decide if she's scared because of the person or because of their absence. "I can wait with you, if you would like," I tell her, putting my status in on available on the app. "Oh, you don't need to. I'm sure I'll manage," she says shakily. "It's no problem. We've already spoken more than me and my last passenger, and I was with her for 20 minutes. I could use the company. Come on in," I tell her, unlocking my door. She pauses and then slowly climbs in. She seems familiar to me. Her small frame and blonde hair, very reminiscent of my sister when she was her age, about 10 years ago. When I see her dress up close, I see it has little flowers all over it. The blush color of the flowers match her cardigan. "Your outfit is cute. Very vintage. I love it," I say, handing her a water bottle. She smiles small and mumbles something that sounds like thank you. We sit in silence for a few minutes before her voice squeaks. "You have pretty eyes. They're very green, like an olive," she says shyly. "Oh, thank you. I made them myself, actually." I wink at her. She laughs softly and looks back at the road. "It's been about 15 minutes. Do you want to call them?" I ask her. "I don't have a phone, and I don't know the number," she tells me. "Do you know where it is that you need to go?" I ask her. She looks at me and nods. "How about I take you? I do it for a living anyways," I offer. Oh, that's so nice of you, but I don't have any money to pay you with," she stammers. "It's on me. Consider it my Good Samaritan act for the day." I pull up my GPS app. "Go ahead and put your address in here." She methodically punches in the information. "Can I ask you a question?" she asks me. "Sure," I respond. "Why are you being so nice to me?" she asks, slowly turning to me. I smile sadly. "You seem familiar to me. I think you remind me of my sister. She lives far away from me now. She got married and has kids. I miss her so much, and I would never want her waiting alone outside in the dark. A lot of creeps out at night." I pull up the GPS map. Only 15 minutes away. Not bad at all. She seems to accept that as an answer, as she leans back and gets comfortable in her seat. "You're a nice sister," she tells me quietly. I put the car in drive as I pull out into the road. "I definitely try to be," I respond. We let the radio fill the silence as we drive through an area I'm not super familiar with. The very manicured trees start getting more scraggly as we turn down the dark curve of streets. The app says 2 minutes away, so I finally ask her. "Where am I taking you?" I ask her. She doesn't respond. As we pull up to iron gates, I slow down and lean forward, trying to see where we ended up. "Is this..." I begin. "Thank you for the ride. You're a very nice person. I like nice people," she tells me, patting my hand. "You're welcome," I say slowly. looking at her in my passenger seat. I stop the car and she unbuckles her seatbelt. "I'm Marianne, by the way," she says. I smile back at her. "Sadie, it was nice to meet you, Marianne," I tell her. "It was a nice drive, and thank you again for the ride home." She beams. "Home?" I ask, looking up at the rusted sign that has weathered over the years. "Goodbye, Sadie." She steps out of the car, waves at me through the window, and walks past the sign I've been staring at. Sanitarium. And then I finally realize where I recognize her from. She doesn't remind me of my sister. She was on the news. She murdered her 2 sisters in cold blood and took their eyes as souvenirs. They were calling her the Doll Eyes Killer. When they asked her why she did it, she looked at them confused before speaking. "Because they weren't nice," she said matter-of-factly. I'm still staring after her, slack-jawed, when she looks over her shoulder at me and winks. I was hired as a boom operator on a low-budget drama shooting in rural Pennsylvania. 4-person crew, 6 actors, 1 week of filming. The director, Ben, was one of those serious indie guys who spoke softly and used the word cinema without irony. We shot at a small farmhouse that belonged to one of Ben's relatives. Isolated, quiet, barely any signal. It still had power and running water, though, so it worked. The film was a character drama about 2 brothers arguing over what to do with their late father's home. It was simple and intimate. No horror, nothing supernatural. The first strange thing happened on day 2. I was reviewing audio that night alone in the kitchen. Most of it sounded normal, but in take 3 of scene 14, I heard something odd. After one of the actors finishes his line, there's a pause. Then I heard a voice I didn't recognize say, "You shouldn't be here." It wasn't one of the actors. I rewatched the footage. Both of them were in the shot, and neither one spoke. The voice was low, muttered, like it was meant to be heard only by someone listening closely. I asked Ben about it the next morning. He brushed it off and said it was probably me breathing too close to the boom mic. That wasn't it. I know what my breathing sounds like. I let it go. Then the script changed. Not officially. There were no new drafts or revisions emailed to us. But that night, one of the actresses, Mallory, asked me if she had been supposed to say something about the basement. I didn't remember any line about a basement. She showed me her printed copy, page 23. There was a handwritten line in the margins that said, "He's still down there. I heard him moving again." It didn't match her handwriting or pen. I checked my own script. That line wasn't there. We weren't even filming near the basement. Nothing in the story involved anyone being down there. I showed it to Ben. He laughed and said Mallory was probably just playing a prank. The next night, we lost power during a thunderstorm. Everything shut off. No lights, no cameras. But the old cassette deck in the living room clicked on. It played static for a few seconds. Then a voice, that same low voice from before, said, "We're not done filming." We had never used that cassette deck. Nobody knew it even worked. Nobody had touched it. Mallory left the next morning. She didn't say goodbye. She just got in her car and drove off. Ben insisted we finish. He said the weirdness was feeding the atmosphere of the shoot. At that point, I was too tired to argue. We only had a couple of days left. On the 5th day, we filmed a quiet scene with the lead sitting in a bedroom. It was just one shot, pushing slowly toward the door from the hallway. No dialogue, natural light. When we reviewed the footage, we saw something we hadn't seen in the room. There was already someone sitting in the chair when the shot started. Just a silhouette, faint and blurry. But there. The actor walks into the room near the end of the shot, and by the time he gets there, the chair is empty. No cuts, no tricks, just gone. Ben said we should keep it, said it adds mystery. That was when I decided to leave. I packed my gear and walked off set that night. Didn't get paid, didn't care. A few days ago, a link showed up in my inbox from one of the PAs. She found a rough cut of the movie uploaded to Vimeo. It was under a different title. He's Still Down There. That was never the name of the project. I didn't watch it, but the thumbnail is just a black frame, maybe from a night scene. In the corner, barely visible, there's a shape. Someone sitting, just watching. Not one of the actors. Not anyone I recognize. I closed the tab. I haven't opened it again, but sometimes when I'm alone and things are quiet, I think I can still hear that voice. We're not done filming.